Mic check. Mic check. Let's go top row. Rob Veach. How is that? Okay? Not too loud? Sounds loud down here. We okay up there? Sound okay? All right. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start off the 2022 Iowa Beef Expo with the national anthem. If you would please rise and remove your headgear. Miss Cassidy Brimmer is going to do that national anthem for us.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Miss Cassidy Brimmer. Certainly no stranger to this pavilion and this fairgrounds since she was a baby. We're going to start off the 2022 Iowa Beef Expo, as usual, market animals on this side and breeding cattle on the normal side over there. I'll tell you about our judges here in a little bit, but we'll let the cattle get in the ring to begin with and get the party started.
Well, good morning, and we're going to get started here pretty quickly in our Heifer show. Rumor is we have 80 classes today.
Well, good morning here on the heifer side, and with the percentage Black Hereford, Dad and I are talking, and this one's a pretty big time within her breed, and one that's you like in terms of her build and design, attractive about her head and neck, and good in terms of her rib shape and sits down on a nice hind leg, just a high quality individual. Well, here in the second class of composite shards, we're going to leave them how they stand. And two heifers that are probably similar in terms of their kind. We're going to go with the little smoother option here that's probably cleaner in her joint work, and like this one as she's laid in a little bit better in terms of her tail head, probably a little smoother in terms of her shoulder too. Maybe you'd like to just lengthen that heifer out a little bit and refine her about her head. The heifer coming in second here, she's got all the muscle that you'd like in terms of a breeding heifer. She's bold and stout out of her hip, but with that it comes with a little extra shoulder. Needs to set her tail head and her spine a little bit better and just loosen her up. But if you want one in terms of power and muscle, young man, you got that. So keep working and good class.
We get out here in the third class of Simmentals, and I think the young man's Baldy calf comes to the top for us probably handily. I mean, in terms of just sheer quality, is he the soundest? Probably not, and that's where both of us would like to change him off either end of his structure, but he's big back, bold rib, sits down on a big leg. You got to appreciate those things about him. Young man's yellow calf or orange calf that comes second, probably longer and more extended there through his front end, but kind of similar story in terms of structure. Just need to kind of free him up there off of both ends, wants to get a little bit shorter coupled, but good calf to go ahead and go there in second. Young man's white calf that comes out in third. He's got some muscle and he's got some rib, and you certainly got to appreciate that about him, but just need to, it comes to us a little bit coarser, comes to us in maybe just too many pieces. If we could put them together in a smoother, more balanced kind of a package, I think he could run with the two above him. Young man's black calf that comes next, probably the one that we can appreciate the most for his structure. He probably reads the truest throughout all of his angles, sits down comfortably at the ground, and I love that about him, especially for what we try to do at home. But just it gets out-horsed in this class in terms of muscle and rib shape and boldness there, but good sound calf that kind of go there in fourth. And young lady's calf that comes next, a practical kind of feeding calf. Just needs to be freed up off of both ends of his skeleton for us, but good kind of a feeding calf that's going to make a nice project for this young lady.
We really enjoyed a handful of classes here in this composite Charlet show, and For both Shiloh and I, it's pretty easy here. The young lady that won the second class, we like this heifer a great deal to be our champion. Let's give her a very nice hand and congratulations to her. And I think we both agree that you know, the other three that are in contention out here, there's a reason to use either of them for reserve champion. We just like the extra quality that our classmate had. Extremely long bodied, you got a lot of power in terms of muscle and shape, and still stays really pretty nice, and especially in the length of hip and the design of her hind leg. And so for us, we keep those two together. The young lady will have her champion, and then her classmate, the young man shows out here, will be a reserve. Congratulations to all of you, and best of luck here this summer.
An incredibly impressive way to start out this first breed in the steer show, and I can promise you that Jake and I have been looking forward to coming and judging this show and doing this together for quite a while now, and it's exactly because we know the quality that's going to show up here today. This is arguably the most competitive jackpot show, beef expo, whatever you want to call it, in the entire country, and we know just how much time and money is spent to get to this point, and these cattle are absolutely awesome. We think there's two of them that have to stay together today, just in terms of quality and what they bring to the table, and that's the two steers out of class 2. They're going to be your champion and reserve. Let's congratulate both those kids.
Well, a good way to start off the purebred Shar show here, and certainly a youthful heifer that's really striking in terms of her appearance. Like her build, and especially the way her neck comes out tie at the top side of her shoulder. She's good in terms of her rib shape, like her hind leg from the side. You know, if you'd change this heifer, maybe just set her tail head down in her ever so slightly, but really attractive, high quality heifer to start off with.
Young lady's shorthorn calf that comes out here is a single entry, really good built, high quality type of an animal that maybe just gives up the pounds today, but I think if you put some days on her, days on her and a little bit of feed, and days on him and a little bit of feed, it's going to make a really good project for this young lady.
Well, let me catch you up over on the breeding cattle side. Placings for class 104. First place, Macy Groon. Second to Walker McDermott. Third to Kaya Byers. Placings for class 105. First place, Anna Reeks. Second place to J.C. Moen, and your champion, your 2022 champion, Charolais Percentage Heifer. Both of them coming out of the same class. Your champion going to Macy Groon, your reserve to Walker McDermott. First place in the first class of purebred Charolais heifers, Owen Weisinger from Fort Madison, currently in the ring, class 107 purebred Charolais females. And let me catch a clear up over on the market animal side. We have finished the Simmental steer division. I'll run through that. Class 200. First place, Ty Becker, Williamsburg. Second to Andy Kleint of Bettendorf. 201, first place, Brant Will. Second to Ava Noonan. Third to McKenna DeCap. Fourth to Luke Poplo. And fifth to Colton Nedelicki. Brent Will, Wyota, Ava Bernard, Luke Nashua, Colton Fairfax, and McKenna from Dixon. Placings in the final class of Simmental steers. Class 203, first place, Jaron Funk from, I'm not sure. It's a little messed up. Second place to Drew Totemeyer, Columbus Junction. Third to Josh Wiley of Walker. Fourth to Kea Byers of Runnels. And fifth to Chloe Sprague of Altoona. Your champion, your 2022 Iowa Beef Expo champion Simmental steer. Coming out of the second class, that's Brant Will. And your reserve also out of that class, class 201, goes to Ava Noonan. Brant Will, Wyota, Ava Noonan, Bernard.
Another easy class winner over here as we get further into the Shorthorns. Both of you young ladies, go ahead and spin around right behind him. A steer that out here just has such an advantage in terms of structure, in terms of power and dimension. I love this one, the way he's constructed in his skeleton off either end, the angle to his shoulder, the set and flexibility he has in his hock and down at the ground. He's not perfect. That calf comes directly at you. You'd like to change him in terms of his knee. He kind of comes in right there and wants to splay out a little bit up front. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that he's the stoutest, the most powerful thing we've seen today, but out here in this class, he wins and he does so handedly. After that, I think you can have some discussion between 2 and 3. These steers both have similar faults. They're both just entirely too straight off either end of their build. But the difference that Jake and I see in them is the young lady that's going to stand in second. This calf's smoother. He's smoother in every aspect of the angle to his shoulder, just how he blends all of his pieces and parts, together. He's still one that I think probably reads with just a little bit more mass and dimension. Again, like I said, that one needs to be changed in the angle to his shoulder. He's a little bit too tight in terms of his spine. I still think of these two steers that need to be changed from a structure standpoint. He's built better in terms of the way his hock is constructed and down at the surface in terms of his pastern. The steer that's going to be third has that advantage in terms of extra foot and bone. He certainly is rugged in that standpoint, but with that, he's probably just a little bit coarser all the way through. And then again, when you set that calf into motion, he just struggles too much off of either end. I'd like to free him up, especially in terms of his hip and his hock and all the way down to the ground there for him to go any higher for us. Let's congratulate all of them.
All right, I think the game plan for us here in the Heifer Show, we get into some of these bigger classes. One of us will talk the top 3, 4, whatever on the mic, and then the other one will spend some time with the others that we have over here on the line. So this is an interesting class, and we struggled just a little bit, and I think each of the 3 heifers have something that we just really, really like, and maybe each of them we could tweak just a little bit. You know, obviously we get them stopped and presented. This one up here on the front side of the class winner is really quite nice with regards to her length of body, and yet still preserve the kind of shape and muscle, and yet put it in a very feminine looking package. You know, her top, the way her spine is coming out of her rib coming out of her spine, and her general shape back into her hip is, I think, quite overwhelming in here. Length of hip, design of hind leg, squareness at the ground off her hind leg is certainly the advantage that she has. If we're going to improve this one, I would like to set her shoulder blade back just a little bit, change the way she comes out of her front end, and you can kind of detect that as she stands from up front, the way she at the floor of her chest and down at the ground, we can kind of recognize that there might be some issues, and it becomes a little more apparent, I guess, to me when we put this heifer on the lead, just the way that she handles that. But that's a really high quality heifer that I think just has a lot of good things to look at, talk about, and make a pretty nice breeding piece down the road. Where we struggle just a little bit is for second, and again, I'm not going to apologize using a heifer calf that's skinny and green and immature looking, because I think heifer calves need to look that way, and that's the way this one here does. She doesn't end up second because of that. She ends up second because I think she has too much set to her ankle. Here's one that I know we all like, that loose ankle. That one's too much. When you got your dew claws about hitting the ground, I think it needs to be strengthened up there. And she's not going to have the general power of the heifers on either side of her, just by the way she's shaped down her top and out to her pins. But in my opinion, as we continue to develop this heifer and we grow her out, we get her bred, there'll be enough mass, enough muscle. So much square at the ground. In fact, front side, hind leg, whether she's coming at you, whether she's leaving you, the way she positions her feet at the ground, the way she sets down into her lower skeleton, I think is quite good, and really a pretty big advantage over the heifer we have here in third. Yeah, not perfect. She needs to have a better ankle. She needs to be stronger in that lower joint to really work for me. On the stand, you'd want to switch him. This young lady does a great job in presentation. I don't think this heifer has been exactly to town very often the way she's acted at her, but boy, when she gets her stopped and presented, she's very nice. Good looking, long bodied, a lot of muscle to her, plenty of rib, and again, young lady, for me, it's really her feet, her outside claws, the way she sets to the ground. She rolls out really bad off her hind feet, and that, in this breed, becomes to me a little bit of an issue that we sure need to address and pay attention to. But a lot of good things about her. If you like them bigger, stouter, heavier weight, then obviously you'd want to switch those 2 heifers in second and third. Nice class. Congratulations to all of you.
Two practical type of a cattle that come to us here on the shorthorn side, and I think it becomes kind of a tough decision and a decision that you kind of got to make. Do you want to go with muscle? Do you want to go with structure? And I think, you know, these are steers and endpoints, the market game. So I think you got to go with muscle, and that's certainly where the blue calf kind of excels. It's contemporary. He's bigger backed, bit bolder in his rib shape, stouter there at his stifle, and I think that's truly the difference. If you like him sounder, which I do like him sounder, and that's where I can appreciate the red calf, because he reads better at all of his angles and gets out and goes probably a little bit freer. But I think that's a product of not having enough muscle. And I just worry, you know, as he gets older and more mature, you know, how that chest floor is going to look, and if it's going to stay in him or not. But two practical type of cattle that come here. Nice class.
Placings in class 104 over on the breeding heifer side. Purebred Charolais heifers 107. Class 107, Riley Smith in first. From Grinnell, second to Addie Baumert. From Harper, third to Jenna Tlock of Prohl. Fourth, Tulock, Prohl. Fourth to Logan Tipkin of Wyota. Fifth to Taylor Behrens of Colo. Sixth to Cole Lundgren of Lehigh. And seventh to Bronwyn Brenneman of Parnell. That was placings for Class 107. Final class purebred Charolais heifers in the ring right now, Class 108. Let me catch you up over on the market side. Single entry class 204 in the Shorthorn Steer division. First place, Kennedy. Buttercoffer from Hawkeye. Second to Kelly Marshik of Iowa City. Third to Haley Ferris of Eldora. Let me correct that. First place single entry, Kennedy Buttercuffer from Hawkeye. And then first place in Class 205, Wayne Sommerfeld from Walker. Second to Kelly Marshik of Iowa City. And third to Haley Ferris of Eldora. Final class, Class 206 Shorthorn Steers. First place, Peyton Leaders Underwood. Second to Nathan Knabb from Loudon.
Get out here on the Shorthorn side for our Shorthorn division, and I think that there were definitely some challenges and some differences that we had to sort throughout each of the classes, and maybe the numbers weren't very big, but you kind of really had to decide where your priorities lie and go that direction with it. I think there's one out here that for Ashley and I that does so, that puts everything together smooth in a high quality type of a package. It still is adequate in terms of his muscle shape, adequate in terms of his rib shape, and probably reads the truest there at the ground and through all of the angles of his skeleton. The young man's white calf is going to go ahead and be your champion. And we're going to go ahead and keep those two together. The young lady's second roan calf to him is going to be a reserve. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, a pair of heifers here that both have some give and take, and we're going to go ahead and use the young lady up front here. And I think just in terms of a quality look and her presence, like this one, the one that leads off in terms of, she's a little bit better in terms she sets her chest in a little bit. She's tighter in terms of her chest. Like her in terms of her boldness. Her lower joints probably I prefer a little bit better than the heifer in second here. You know, if maybe lengthen this heifer out and just give her a little bit more feminine look, then that'd probably change her appearance. The heifer coming in second, probably does that a little bit better in terms of her length. She's a little bit lower maintenance look, but for us, she's struggling off that offside hind leg and just needs to be looser in terms of her lower skeleton. But like this one's performance, length, certainly going to make a nice cow for this young lady. Heifer that rounds out the class here, high-performing heifer that's good in terms of her top line, just needs to be a little bit better as she's set into motion. Maybe just like to see her a little bit deeper in terms of her center body.
Over on the steer side, your champion shorthorn steer for the 2022 Iowa Beef Expo goes to Lane Summerfelt out of class 205, and your reserve out of the same class, Kelly Marshick. Once again, Lane Summerfelt from Walker, Kelly Marshick from Iowa City. Currently in the ring, your Shorthorn Plus steers. Shorthorn Plus. Still appendix to me. Currently over on the breeding side, placings for the final class of purebred Charolais heifers, class 108. First place, Jenna Tohak of Prohl. Second to Chloe Briggs of Sheraton. Third to Allison Wallace of Harris. Currently, and I'll tell you about these two guys in the ring here in just a second, judges Shockey and Shockey are selecting your champion purebred Charolais heifer.
We roll right into the Shorthorn Plus steers, and
Ashley, are you going to talk to that class? You going to catch that calf? Okay. Well, you talk about a multi-purpose judge over there. Do it all kind of gal. Real quick on our champion Charolais. Boy, the one thing that Shiloh and I both agree upon is we like to take the positive of each of these three class winners and wrap it up into the one. And you can leave this show today saying, you know what? I can win this breed because these three here each have some things that I think are good for the long term, and maybe each of them are some things we're going to have to just monitor as we get down the road. Class 1 winner, we love this one a lot from her hooks forward. Her front third, the shape of her neck, the way it sets into her blade, the cushion to her knee. She's really good in the way she travels out of her front end. Enough rib cage, no doubt, for a May heifer. Plenty of muscle at this stage of her life. You know, as Shiloh talked to her in class 2, we fixed this one really from her hooks back. We lengthen her pins out, or lengthen her out to her pins, set them up a little differently. Probably change her just a little bit in regards to the movement of her hind leg. And that's just a function of being a little shorter in her hip. But love that one up front, and I think there's, again, some real positives to her. The heifer that won the bigger class in class 2 here, tremendous in her body length, probably with by some margin the best in her hip design. The way her tail head sets into her pins, her length of hip, her stoutness of hind leg, plenty of muscle for a female. And as I discussed in that class, this one probably needs to be changed just a little bit. And the angle of her shoulder, probably too, if he could just freshen that top side of her neck, the crest of her neck up, that gives her a little more presence. But a good heifer, one that I think, again, if you can accept her front end, the way she moves from there back, that's the best heifer here in the lineup. And then our last heifer, really a big, heavy, muscled female. And like Shiloh said, she's got a lot of presence when we get her stopped out here. Some little things here and there. You know, she's a little rounder shoulder, a little more twisted out up front. You know, for me personally, just her tail head, that extra round muscle shape is just a little distracting at this stage of her life. She doesn't have that real long feminine hip shape to her like, you know, the heifer that comes out of class 2. So we bounce it around back and forth. I think we've kind of come to agreement. The young lady that wins class 2, we're going to be our champion out here, and then we're going to go back to our class 1 winner here for reserve. So congratulations to all of you and the best of luck.
Momentary delay there, but again, we get into this Shorthorn Plus steer show, and the steer that's going to win this class is pretty sporty, guys. He does so, and he does so real quick. After that, you've got some decisions to make, but the one that wins is chubby in terms of his rib. He's stout, he's powerful, and he takes it all the way down to the ground. He's wild in terms of the way that neck sits onto his shoulder. That one's awfully, awfully good. Jake and I like him quite a bit. Like I said, we've got some discussion after that, and a couple of different directions you can probably go. And for us, really, there's discussion between 2 and 3. But for me, especially, when those cattle get out and you set them in motion, that's where the steer here in second sorts up. He's one that better utilizes his hock. He sets down more comfortably at the ground. He's one that's better just in terms of the way he puts all of his pieces together and joints together at the ground. I don't think he's maybe quite quite as highly presented as the steer directly behind him. I don't think he's quite as far along just in terms of his forerib shape and flank line and power, but from a long-term standpoint, thinking about making these cattle into fat steers one day, he's got the advantage there. This steer here in third is enamoring from the side, and this gentleman does an awesome job of getting him shown. He's got plenty of power, plenty of dimension. He's got plenty of foot and bone. That guy just struggles too much for me when you set him into motion. He's a little bit more upright in the angle to his shoulder, but in particular, he comes up shorter in terms of his stride, and he just really wants to be stiffer and tighter in terms of the way he's constructed off of those rear pasterns. The steer here in fourth is one that's probably a little bit of a project for this young man, but I think if you feed this one right and do some things with him, he's going to be awfully good as a fat steer. Does he have nearly as much power? Does he have nearly as much punch as the steers at the top end of this group? No, but he's one that's youthful and fresh, and he's built right in terms of his feet and his legs. And again, if you really feed on that one and really spend some time on getting him to woof up a little bit in terms of rib and power, I think there's a really bright future there for that steer. A stouter, more powerful calf comes out next. The young lady, go ahead guys, start walking, unfortunately, that's a calf that just, again, struggles too much off of either end, is more upright in terms of his angles, and that's really the story with the steer that comes out directly behind her as well. Stout, powerful type of steer that, unfortunately, today just maybe hasn't decided he wants to be a show steer quite yet. He just needs to be freed up off either end. Certainly like to soften him in his rib cage. The young lady that's going to round out this class has got a steer that probably has just a little bit more natural depth to his rib. Unfortunately, that steer's really immature today and probably gives up as much power and dimension as anything. Let's congratulate all of them.
Well, we've come to that point in the show that I get to make the first announcement, probably of many. Only exhibitors and one person in the makeup area, please. We're getting a little jammed up according to the help. So only exhibitors and one other person in the makeup areas, please. And why don't I catch us up? All right, let me catch up over on the breeding side. Your 2022 Iowa Beef Expo champion, purebred Charolais heifer, coming out of class 107. That's Riley Smith. Reserve coming out of the first class, going to Owen Weisinger of Fort Madison. Riley Smith from Gunnell, your champion. Owen Weisinger from Fort Madison, your reserve. Currently in the ring, class 109 Chianina heifers. Let me catch you up over on the steer side. New division, class 207 of the Shorthorn Plus steers. First place, Drew Tuttle. Second to Brianna Wolfer. Drew Tuttle from Winterset, Brianna Wolfer from Albia. Third to Houston Holgraffer of Bryant. Fourth to Braden Grubel of Wacona. Fifth, Sophie Deacon from Ventura. Sixth to Madison Miner of Packwood. And seventh to Maya Christensen of Adel. That was placings for class 207 Shorthorn Plus steers. Ready or no?
Two high quality steers over here on the Shorthorn Plus show that are going to go ahead and start the class, but I think there's a couple decisions that have to be made, because I'll be the first to admit they're different in terms of their type and kind, and you really got to kind of evaluate through that. But I think the one that fits the bill for us is this young lady's red calf. He's just smoother, he's longer, more extended. Sits down more comfortably there at the ground, and I like his hip and hind leg just a little bit better. Is he the stouter one of the two? Probably not. The 1 and 2 is definitely bigger top, bigger backed, and heavier muscled, and I like that about him. But with that, I think with as much as that he has up high, he wants to get a little bit narrow there at the ground. And if we could make him a little bit more, if we could spread him apart there and pull him apart there at the bottom side of his skeleton to match what's up high, I think he could run with the one above him. But two high quality ones to go 1 and 2. Young man's blue roan calf that comes out next. Really another high quality one, and you like that one's look and presence when he gets him parked, but we just got to free him up off either end of his skeleton, sit him down a little bit more comfortably at the ground to run with the two above him. We get into a pair of steers here at the bottom that are both practical in their type of kind. They've got some muscle, they've got some rib, but just maybe get out horsed here today and just need a little bit more time to run with the three above them. So let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Another one of those classes here where, again, you leave the Beef Expo and don't get your dauber down. This is one of those classes where both Shiloh and I agree that there's not a right answer here today. I think we have several good options to work with, and it's just one of those factors where time will tell if we can keep things together right, or some heifers do some changing what needs to be changed, and obviously this thing can get jumbled up a lot different than it is here today. This one came in, and I told Shiloh, sometimes we just got to go back to that first impression. And when this heifer first came in the ring, we were drawn to her pretty quickly for the things that, again, in terms of her depth of body, the hip design, the hind leg, the way she handles her hock, her lower joint off her hind leg better than the female here in second. You know, again, to make her perfect, she needs to be built differently out of her front end. She's a little more twisted out up in her front feet, and not going to be, you know, quite as square built and probably as muscular as a heifer or two we have here in the class. But I think for a female, she ought to have enough power down the road. It's just really her rib cage and the rear third of her skeleton, her hip and hind leg design that goes ahead and allows her to win this class here today. Young lady, you got a pretty interesting heifer too. You know, Shiloh and I were kind of bouncing back and forth which one of these two do we need to start with, and we want to try to call this one better built in her front knee and front feet, and I think she is. You know, she certainly toes the head straighter up front than the heifer that we have that's going to beat you. And yet still has great body length, good muscle shape to this female when you get in behind her. For us, she's maybe just a little tighter in the way she handles her hind leg, and she comes up maybe a little short off both ends in terms of her length of step. But if she can have enough flexibility, enough looseness in her hock and her hind leg, there's certainly going to be a day and time when this heifer goes ahead and gets a little more body to her to beat the heifer that wins this class here today. But this is a good pair. They're different in kind. Both of them, I think, have just a world of quality. Young man, your heifer has a lot of substance here in the class. You know, in terms of volume and muscle and bone, she does have that advantage. She's a little more mature in her look right now about her head, the crest of her neck. She's got a little more conditioning to her. She's a little bit of a handful to get shown. She comes up just a little low-headed when we put her on the lead out here, but a big body, very powerful heifer, and I think her strength at top, the power that she has from hooks to pins, especially back in her pin set, is what kind of keeps her the heifer in fourth. I like the freshness of the heifer in fourth, and yet still has some body and some muscle to her. She's a little off in her top line. You kind of see out of her shoulder blade, the way she breaks just a little bit from hooks to pins, doesn't keep quite as collected in her spine as the heifers up ahead of her, but another really high quality heifer. And I think hopefully with some time we kind of get her gathered up in her top line and she could be a real force here in this particular set. Good luck to all of you. That's an interesting and a tough class to sort.
Over on the breeding cattle side, placings first class, Kianina Heifers class 109, Bryn Young from Wellman in first. Second place to Abry Belcher from Blakesburg. Third, Riley Supel of Cascade. Fourth to Maverick Brown of Seymour. Fifth, Kennedy Burns, Oxford. Sixth to Hadley Brown of Afton. And seventh to Ty Haywood of Albia. That was placings for the first class of Key Heifers class 109.
Jake's being really generous this morning and letting me talk all of these extra good ones, and that's an extra good one that goes and wins this class. And again, one of those that just does it real fast and real easy for Jake and I. This is a good steer in terms of his feet and his legs, tremendous in terms of his rib. He's probably not as crazy looking in terms of his front end as some of the cattle we've seen out here today, but this is the type and kind that you know and can bank on making it all the way to the end. Getting to that point, he's got the running gears to get there, plenty of power and plenty of dimension. He's one that I think will be interesting to see in your champion lineup. 2 and 3 is a toss-up out here. You can pick and choose them however you like. They're completely different in terms of type and kind. The young lady steer that stands in second for us today is probably just a little bit more genuine in terms of his muscle. He's certainly more youthful and attractive up through his front end. My biggest worry on that calf for his extra size and his extra growth already, that one's going to have to be pretty heavyweight before he reaches maturity. On the other end of the spectrum, the steer that stands here in third is probably a little bit plainer in terms of his shape, just plainer all the way through. He does have the advantage in terms of foot and bone and rib. The opposite end of the spectrum, though, is that one's probably doesn't have as much growth to him. He's going to plateau pretty early and reach maturity pretty early. Like I said, flip a coin, place those two how you like them. There's a really nice one to go ahead and win. Let's congratulate all of them.
Placings over on the steer side, class 208, Shorthorn Plus steers, first place, Molly Chapman of Tipton. Second place to Kaylee Puddens of Story City. Third to Easton Maurer of Ladora. Fourth to Emma Weiner of Rockwell. And fifth to Trevor Reesberg of Harris. Placings for the last class, you just saw first place Marcy Bailey of Creston. Second to Addison Hokeson of Corning, and third to Anna Anderson of Mount Pleasant. currently entering the ring in the final class of Shorthorn Plus steers, class 210. Let me take this time to officially welcome to the 2022 Iowa Beef Expo our market side judges Jake and Ashley Wagner. They're coming to us from Loveland, Colorado. Jake is a graduate from Kansas State University, while Ashley pursued her degrees at Redlands Community College and Oklahoma State University. Jake was a member of the 2017 Champion Meat Animal Evaluation Team for K-State, while Ashley was named a member, or Ashley was a member of the 2014 Reserve National Champion Livestock Judging Team for Oklahoma State. Also named High Individual at Louisville. Ashley also served as the assistant judging coach at Oklahoma State for 3 years while obtaining her master's in agricultural communications. Jake now works as a beef cattle nutrition consultant, and Ashley manages her own freelance marketing business. In addition, they both manage Beatty Livestock, a Simmental and Angus-based show cattle operation with the Beatty family, Ken, Jane, and Sydney. Would you please give, on the market side, a big Iowa Beef Expo warm welcome to our judges today, Jake and Ashley Wagner.
Good trio of Shorthorn Plus calves over here on the steer side, and I think there's one for Ashley and I that comes to the top quite handily, but that's nothing to take away from the two behind him. The one that wins is bold in his rib shape. He's big backed, stout, sits down comfortably there at the ground on a stout leg, and I think that one just puts it all together in a more well-balanced package compared to its contemporaries in this class. And like I said, that's nothing to take away from the two cattle behind him. They're long and extended and have some performance, but with that, I think they maybe just aren't. Maybe just a little bit more raw in their condition at this stage of the game. But I think with some days, could be some nice projects for both those young exhibitors. Let's congratulate them.
One of the deeper sets of cattle that we've seen thus far this morning, and Jake and I are really pleased with these cattle, especially these class winners as we get them back out. Just to tell you what we see in them, you've got a calf out of this first class like I talked to him earlier. That one's just awfully unique. To put that type of neck on a shoulder that still lays into him that good, so good in his rib and stout and powerful, carries it all the way down to the ground. We like that one quite a bit. If you're going to harp on him, you know, he wants to narrow just a little bit in the base of his skeleton in comparison to everything he has up high, but I also think some of that comes from a maturity standpoint. He's awfully young, awfully lightweight. I think with time, I certainly hope that that'll fix just a little bit. The steer that comes here in the second class, you know, out here in this lineup probably gives up the extra power and punch to these other steers, but I think from a long-term standpoint, that one's got a lot of quality in terms of his feet and his legs, the way he's built in his skeleton, his length and his extension. Again, today, maybe not the punchiest thing, but certainly I think that one's going to be an awfully good fat steer. We get back to the steer that wins the third class, and similar to the steer that wins that first class, just awfully unique in terms of the pieces that he puts together. That neck sits really high on the top side of his shoulder. He's maybe not quite as stout in terms of his foot and his bone and opened up as his rib as that steer that wins the first class, but still that steer balances really well from the side. He's genuine in terms of his muscularity and his power. He too could maybe just come down to the surface a little bit squarer in his hock and right there at the ground wider in terms of the way he's constructed there. We get to the steer out of the fourth class. It's a good basic calf. He's really chubby in terms of his rib and his look, to the point where for Jake and I today, maybe just a little bit overdone for being a prospect calf. And more than anything, that one wants to run just a little bit downhill, get tighter in his spine, and maybe not be quite as good and long and level in that hip as we'd like to see. There's two of them in our mind that stand out here in terms of quality and what they bring to the table. One of them that's pretty wicked, if you ask both of us. We're going to go out and select your champion or reserve. Let's congratulate these kids one more time.
Well, here on the heifer side of things, there's some give and take between all four of these, and I think the Brockle kind of suits us best today. And for us, you know, I guess starting off, maybe like to set her back in the angle of her shoulder and just make her a little bit more youthful about her head. But from there back, she's big in terms of her rib cage, her squareness you appreciate, big in terms of her feet and legs, and just her length of hip you appreciate. And like I said, probably just puts together the most good in today. The heifer coming in second, like this one in terms of her length, her frameness, still has a youthful look about her. You know, maybe like to make her a little bit deeper in terms of her center rib and just loosen her up when you set her in motion. But in terms of just of her youthfulness, her maturity pattern, like this one awfully bit. And I think get her bred up early, you know, heifer that can do a lot of good for her. The heifer coming in third, maybe a little bit different speed. She's square built, bigger ribbed, like this one in terms of her substance of bone. But for us, just in terms of a breeding heifer, maybe like to make this one just a little bit bigger in terms of her frame and just stretch her out, and then just set her down in terms of her tail head ever so slightly. Standing still, this heifer coming in fourth, one you really like in terms of just her length, her smoothness, attractive about her head and neck, and her depth of rib you like. But when you set her in motion, she wants to duck her pins and just get her hind leg outside of herself. But one you like in terms of just as she's parked, in terms of a silhouette and the presence she gives us.
single entry over here on the steer side in the Salir breed, and I think one that is high quality. I think maybe if you study this one, he's got some rib shape, he's got some muscle, and I think with that he offers the breed character in terms of structure. Yeah, if we could Stoughton him up there, it'd be pretty good. But nice single entry. He'll go ahead and be your champion Salir.
Oh, yep. Okay. Let me finish up over on the steer side here. The Shorthorn Plus division is done. Let me give you the placings for the final class. Class 210, first place, Trey Fukin of Mount Air. Second to Brody Schaff of Tabor. And third to Lacey Rouse of Mechanicsville. Your 2022 Iowa Beef Expo champion, Shorthorn Plus steer, coming out of class 207, and that's Drew Tuttle. Drew Tuttle from Winterset. Your reserve coming out of class 209, that's Marcy Bailey from Creston. So your champion Shorthorn Plus steer, Drew Tuttle, reserve Marcy Bailey. Also your champion single entry Solaire steer, Wyatt Pasteur from Mitchellville.
Just 2 entries over here in our Red Angus steer show, and they're going to stay standing just the way they are, and that'll be your champion reserve. The gentleman's younger, lighter weight calf is one that for us, probably doesn't have as much genuine muscle as the steer directly behind him, but you think about these cattle from a long-term standpoint. I know we're showing at Expo right now, but ideally all these cattle should be able to make it to a fat steer in 6 months to 8 months from now, and this one for us just has got a little bit more to him from a long-term standpoint. The way his hind leg is constructed, the way his hip is built into him, the angle to his shoulder and his knee, and again with that I still think he balances as good as anything out here in terms of the pieces and parts he puts together. Hopefully with a little bit of maturity, a little bit of time, he'll pack on some more extra rib and a little bit more stoutness from behind. The steer that stands in second in reserve today, you get in on top of him. He is bigger up high. He's bigger out through his pin set. There's no doubt about that. That one's just more questionable in terms of his structure, and particularly his hip and hind leg, the way his hip is built into him. And he's got plenty of set to that hind leg. It's just the construction of it that I'd like to change. I just question that one a little bit more in terms of the way he's built off that rear skeleton. He's a little bit coarser in his general build as well. Let's congratulate both those kids.
getting to be a little bit of a three-ring circus. We got good help out here. We got it figured out. I told the young lady I'm giving her the option to come back or not. She's going to win the class out here, and I appreciate your willingness to stick with it. It's a very nice heifer, and I think, pretty quickly when the class came in, Shiloh turned to me and said, well, I think that first one sure needs to win. And she does for several reasons, and really first and foremost for me, condition-wise, this heifer to me suits me the best. She's a little thinner conditioned than the other two. It helps the shape of her neck. She's a lot leaner up on the top side of her neck. Her length of body's really good. She's got enough rib cage. You know, some of you are going to watch her walk out the ring and she kind of rope walks and gets a little narrow based underneath. Yeah, I agree with that. For me, enough muscle for a breeding heifer. I'm not going to get real wound up. You know, she's not as thick and square and powerful as these other two, but her length, her freshness of conditioning, and still mobile enough from the side, I think, is what kind of excites us to let her win the class. So thanks to that young lady for keeping with her, and a very nice heifer. You know, the heifer in second, really, she just has had a lot of TLC. She's so much further along in her maturity and her conditioning, and she's that kind. That is one bold rib, big top, thick-ended, wide-based. I mean, all those things sure fits that heifer right there. And I bet, too, if we could lean some of the fat out of her inside, freshen up her shoulder blade, I think this one could still have good presence. So she's a good heifer, and I think for me, for a young heifer calf, just a little too round, a little too mature in terms of her conditioning right now. Young man, you're a lot like her, just shorter, okay? Thick and stout, big boned, a lot of presence in this female in terms of her rib cage or power that she has. Her neck seems to set back a little straighter in her shoulders. She doesn't lift her head up out of her blade quite as correctly. And like we just said, if we could lengthen that one out, I think it makes her a lot better female to kind of compete for the class winner up here. But the way she stands today, just a little shorter in her general design, but lots of power, lots of punch in that particular female.
Over here on the steer side, we get into these miniature cattle, and I think there's one a high quality one that's going to go ahead and start this class. This young lady's little steer, I think's got some muscles, got some width, got some rib shape, and with that, when she gets in park, has got as much quality as anything out here right now. But awfully good place to start. Nothing to take away from the young lady's calf in second. I think maybe has a little bit more grow in performance if you compare the two, but with that, maybe wants to get a little bit flatter in terms of his muscle shape and not get out his go nearly as good. Maybe duck his pins ever so slight. We could level him out there in his hip, and he could sure run with the one above him.
Let me catch up over on the breeding side. Class 110, Kianina Heifers, first place. Kenley Yancey of Corning, second to Nadine Klofke of Alden. Third to Haley Recker of Hopkinton. Fourth to Dakota DeVore, Promise City. Fifth, Drew McCullough, Allerton, Iowa. Sixth to Kaylee Harkin of Applington. Seventh to Tyson Von Guan of Vale. Eighth to Macy Stoner of Mount Vernon. And ninth to Morgan Rogers of Sowen. That was placings for class 110. Last class in was class 111, first place. Carly Seabrant of Orange City. Second place to Riley Bowles of Mobile. Third to Benjamin Axmer of North English. Fourth to Colton Harkin of Appleton. Fifth to Ashton Conover of Adel. Sixth to Preston Martin, Springville. Seventh to Savannah Moeller of Beeman, and eighth to Haley Wade of Oxford. That was placings for class 111, Kianina Heifers. I haven't told you about the judges on the breeding cattle side of the ring. They come riding in a cloud of dust in the Hardy Hi-Ho Suburban about 11:30 last night from Westmoreland, Kansas. Good friends of mine. Father-son duo there you're looking at, Scott and Shiloh Shockey. Scott has been at K-State in a number of positions there. He's currently a professor there, but he was the judging team coach there for a number of years. 5 national champion teams, and he told me 7 reserve national champion teams. So has since retired from that position as just a professor there. But between that and operating Shockey Farms, incredible set of Simmental cattle down there, he stays plenty busy. Like I say, we've known each other for a number of years. His son there is Shiloh, graduated from K-State also. He works for the National Beef Packing Company as a cattle buyer there in Kansas City. Let's welcome Scott and Shiloh Shockey to the Iowa Beef Expo. Been a long time getting them here, and boy, I really enjoy watching these guys work together. Father and son combo. Let's give them a big warm 2022 Iowa Beef Expo. Welcome Scott and Shiloh Shockey.
Out here in the second class of our miniature Hereford steers, there's some give and take between these top 2 for Jake and I. I think it's your classic power versus pretty out here, and unfortunately, if the steer in second just had any more real dimension and power to him, I think he wins. Today, though, the steer that we're going to go ahead and use to start does have that extra power and dimension, not only through his forerib and rib cage, but you study him up high, out through his pin set, and from behind. He certainly has the advantage, and just in terms of sheer shape and expression. I don't think he's quite as unique and youthful up there through that front end as the steer that stands in second. I definitely take that guy off of a little bit of feed and lean him up a little bit, especially when you want to talk about long-term going forward. I still think between those 2 steers, for that extra power that he has, though, he certainly gets out on a set of running gears that are good enough. This steer here in second is no doubt attractive from the side and well balanced, and there's so many things when that gentleman gets him on the standstill that Jake and I really like about him. Unfortunately, he's just out here the flattest and the narrowest, the most closed up in terms of his build and his skeleton. We just like to stouten him up all the way through. I do appreciate that one from a structural standpoint, though, especially compared to the steer here in third. Young lady, you've had an awfully nice steer, and whenever he decides that he wants to be a show calf, I think you guys are going to do big things. Unfortunately, today, he's just not maybe quite as comfortable out here, and that's okay. That's why we go to these shows early on. That one's stout, that one's powerful. Today, he's just a little bit further behind. He's a little bit coarser all the way through, and probably comes at a structural disadvantage, but don't give up on him just yet. A couple more times in the ring and you guys will be good to go. Let's congratulate all of those kids.
Let me catch up over on the market side. Last we talked about was your champion Solaire steer, Wyatt Pasteur. Then we moved into the Red Angus steers with your champion being Jace Peterson, your reserve, Jace Peterson of Pella, your reserve, Clara Smuck of Iowa Falls. That was your champion Red Angus steers. And now it's mini Herf time. And class 213, first place went to Addison Woods of Sigourney, second to Riley Wyrick of Boone. Placings for Class 214 miniature Hereford steers. First place, White Walls, Edgewood. Second to Hunter Kress of Guthrie Center. And third, Hadley Jastorf of Underwood. Currently in the ring, the final class, Class 215 of miniature Hereford steers.
Well, here on the heifer side of things, there's a lot of give and take between these two up top, both high quality. Man, for us, you know, I think the heifer with the little white on her, if she was freshened up, you certainly could hang your hat on this one because we think she's shaped the best at the ground in terms of her foot size, like this one's squareness and just looseness of structure down low. And plus, she just looks like a female in terms of her extra lengthness, like her length of hip. Her depth of ribs good, and like I said, freshen that one up, and I think there's some good in that one. The heifer coming in second's probably a nickel bolder and just stouter in general, like this one in terms of her rib shape, her stoutness of structure. For us, a little bit, she wants to roll on her hind leg ever so slightly, and just need to lengthen this one out ever so slightly, and she just wants to run downhill a little bit. But certainly a high quality individual in terms of her stoutness and just still looks good from the side. The heifer coming in third here, one part, you like this one's lengthness, her extra frame, and the freshness she's in. And actually, if she moved a little bit better out of her, well, I think this heifer moves better out of her front end than the one in fourth. It's just out of her rear skeleton. She wants to get outside of herself a little bit. But like this one on the stand in terms of just her lateness, maturity, and just length, and still looks good standing. The one coming here in fourth, her extra length and volume I really appreciate. Like kind of the one that starts off the class needs to be freshened up a little bit, and then when she's set in motion, just needs to be looser in terms of her skeleton, needs to be set back at the angle of her shoulder, and just have more length of stride.
Over here on the steer side, I think two interesting mini herfs that you kind of got to sort through, and I think they're similar in their type of kind. Maybe one comes into a bigger package than the other, but the one that suits us best is the young lady's calf here out in the middle of the ring. I think in terms of a balance standpoint and in terms of wedging correctly there from his shoulders back, he does so smooth and uniform, and gives you a high quality look as well. And that's nothing to take away from the young man's calf that over there that Ashley's helping. I think, like I said, the bigger option of the two, the higher performing one. But I think if you just compare the two in terms of balance and quality, he maybe falls short just a little bit. Wants to drop there in his chest floor and get a little bit high in his flank, but awfully high quality, bigger option of the two to go ahead and land second. Let's congratulate these young people.
In our final class of Caninas, we just have just a single entry that, again, from a quality standpoint, really nice. They've got her dressed and presented well. She's blessed with an extra nice coat of hair and certainly got her dialed in from that standpoint. You know, on the stand here, there's some quality, some balance to her. I like her smoothness. She's got enough bone, but yet not too excessive. I think her muscles tied in really nice into her skeleton. As we got a quick look at her walking in the ring here, that might be the area I'd like to change her just a little bit. I think it's a lot of the function of her shoulder. As you watch her move, she sets her neck a little short, lower into her blade. She gets a little tighter up into her spine here. Just doesn't stay quite as collected in her top and into her front blade. But that's a good high-quality heifer, and she's certainly going to be one we'll take another look at here as a contender in this particular breed division.
We've got a lineup with a lot of quality out here in your miniature Hereford steer show, and I think all of these steers certainly have power and dimension and some things probably in all three of them that you'd like to change just in terms of structure and skeleton. That being said, there's two of them in our mind that represent quality, not only in terms of how highly presented they are, but in terms of look and just presence, and really, again, going back to which ones are going to make it to the end, which ones have got the most longevity from a fat steer standpoint. And there's two of them that I think, although different and certainly different in terms of maturity, have got the most quality to them. Young lady out of class 3. Hey, sweetheart. Hi, honey. Look at me. Hi. Hi, sweetheart. You're going to be our champion today. Let's give her a round of applause. And young lady out of the first class, she's going to be reserved today. Let's congratulate both those young ladies on a job well done.
Well, again, another fun breed to sort through. Not easy. Every class, we scratch our head, and again, you can do a lot of different things. And that's the beauty of the Beef Expo, I think, is I know for us, first show we went to, mission number one, get them broke, and we're still working on that out here. And these cattle will change so much. It always amazed me as we brought them home from that first show, the next 30 days, how the cattle, you know, they just get some weight, they get some shape and everything that, you know, we always tuck them way too skinny anyway, but take them home and put them back on feed. And I think a lot of these cattle, I expect them to change. Again, I don't know that we have had a dominant winner in any breed yet. I think we would say the same out here. I think there's going to be a lot of good cattle with some time and, you know, a lot of if, and but. If they change and do this, they're going to be big time contenders here this summer at your state fair. But for both Shiloh and I, it really comes down to the same two that we just talked here out of the fourth class. I think those are the two that kind of suit us for having all the good things you can put together in the package. And yet both of them, as we just discussed or Shiloh talked about, both of them probably need just a little bit of tweaking. For me, this heifer here, the tweaking on her is just a little less feed bucket in her. We shape her neck up differently. We take some of the fat out of her chest and her inside because I think her skeleton is sure good enough. She's got a good female look to her. She's really good at the ground. She's one of the few that we've seen here in this division where I feel pretty comfortable in the shape of her foot and the way that it's designed for some longevity. So, young man, you're going to have our champion. Let's give him a nice hand. His classmate, very close second. You're going to be reserved. Congratulations to the both of you.
Slide in here real quick. Sorry.
Well, single entry here on the heifer side, and she's going to be the champion balancer here, and certainly a high quality individual that will be competitive this summer. And like this one's build and structure, she's got some extra length and frame, and just a high quality individual. I wish she had some competition.
Over here on the steer side, we get into high mains or main cattle, and I think it's these trio of calves offer some challenges for Ashley and I. We talked a little bit about each and every one of them. There's things we like about them, but there's things that we like to change about all of them. So really, it's really kind of where do your preferences lie in this situation. And for us, the young ladies calf comes to the top, and I think in just terms of a uniform and smooth and balanced type of a package comparative to the other two, that's where she wins and has the advantage. Is her calf the stoutest of the trio? Probably not, and that's where I like the red calf behind him. But young lady's calf still gets out and goes, and I think is still adequate in terms of his muscle shape, adequate in terms of his rib, and I think could be a pretty nice fat steer here as we get some days on him. Nothing to take away from the young man's red calf, and I like a lot of things about him. He's big-footed, he's stout-featured, and he's long and extended, and I can appreciate that. But I think when you compare to the one above him, he wants to get a little bit more outside of himself, wants to get a little bit more, I guess, pot-bellied and not wedges correctly. And then the young man's calf that's running out of the ring right now, really stout-featured one. Just put some days on that one, and I think that one could be a really nice project for that young man. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Another single entry in our Gelby show. Young lady, I wish you the best of luck here. You've got a nice female, especially you think about long-term as a cow. She's not going to be really big when it's all said and done. She's going to have an adequate amount of muscle and body to her. Again, there's going to be a lot of them in the show ring. They're a little snappier, a little fancier than her, but this is just a good practical kind of female for this young lady.
Well, let me catch you up over on the breeding side. Final class of Chianina, actually not final class, class 112 Chianina Heifers. First place went to Cal Pryor of Woodbine, second of John Vanderveen of Hartley, third to Lauren Bayer of Albia, fourth to Campbell Thomas of State Center, fifth to Kenny Klingman of New Virginia, sixth to Luella Reeks of Lawler, and seventh to Wyatt Doral of Charter Oak. That was placings for class 112. Chianina Heifers, placings for the final class of Key Heifers, class 113. First place, Holland Reek of Creston. Your champion, your 2022 champion Key Heifer and Reserve, both coming out of the same class. Your champion going to Cal Pryor, Reserve to John Vanderveen. Cal Pryor of Hartley, John Vanderveen of Cal Pryor of Woodbine, John Vanderveen of Hartley. Let's move into a couple single entry breeds here. Your champion Gilvey Balancer Heifer, Bryn Nickel of Clearfield. Your champion purebred Gilvey Heifer Chloe Sprague of Altoona. Starting up the Horned Hereford division, currently in the ring, class 116. Let's catch up over on the market side. Finishing out the miniature Hereford classes, class 215, first place. Adeline Shea of Camrar, second to Henry McCullum of Colo, and your 2022 Iowa Beef Expo champion, miniature Hereford steer, going to Adeline Shea of Camrar, and reserve to Addison Woods. Addison Woods from Sigourney. Moving on into the main Anjou steer division, class 216, placings, first place, Tiana Kinzinger of Alden, second to Logan Evans of Humiston, and third to Blake Evans of Humiston. Currently in the ring, class 217, main Anjou steers.
We get into another class of these mains, and again, one of those calves that just sticks out for us pretty quickly. Gentlemen, I think you do a really good job showing your steer. I'm going to give you one critique here for a second, though. That steer, let his head drop just a little bit when you're walking him. That calf, the only thing that I'd like to tweak about him is he gets a little bit upright in the angle to his shoulder, and maybe not just perfect in the way he's constructed there. And the more you jack his head up when you're walking him, the more he wants to start prancing off of his front end, and it only accentuates it. Let him have his head just a little bit, and don't have that head up so high. That's a calf that I think out here wins, like I said, and does so handedly. He's awesome in his rib. He's stout. He's powerful. He's tremendous in terms of the pieces he puts together from the side. And like I said, that gentleman does an awesome job of getting him stuck. You can only see when you get out and you set him in motion. Like I said, that shoulder, that knee, maybe just isn't constructed in him right, and he wants to get a little bit prancy off that front end. But that's a really, really high quality calf, like I said, wins pretty handedly for us. Meat and potatoes kind of steer that comes out next. Young man, you've got one that's chubby bellied. He's big footed. He's big legged. He's got as much power and as much punch as anything. Today he's one, you get in from behind him. He wants to get a little bit outside of himself, a little bit outside of his skeleton. For that one's extra power and punch, he's got a little bit more shoulder. He's a little bit more plainer and mature up there through that front end. I just don't know if that one's got a lot of long-term grow and get up and go to him, especially as you compare him to the steer that wins the class, but one of those that stands second in our mind pretty quickly. You can maybe have some discussion between 3 and 4, but really when you talk about these cattle from a long-term standpoint, the steer in third is one that I think slow, bud. This steer in third is one that I think has got a world of future. I love the way the neck sits onto this one. I think he's really good in terms of his rib and body, and certainly has a structural advantage over the steer in fourth. Today, he probably just comes in a package. It's not as far along, not as chubby in terms of his rib, and quite a bit flatter and narrower from behind. Young lady's calf that's going to stand in fourth, he needs a little bit more time out in the ring just to get relaxed and acclimated out here. I like him in terms of his foot and his bone. For his extra frame size, I'd certainly like to soften him in the center portion of his body and give him just a little bit more genuine stoutness, especially underneath, open him up in terms of his skeleton. Let's congratulate all of them.
Well, here on the heifer side of things in the Hereford division, I think a pair of heifers that both have some give and take, and for us, it's young man's heifer that leads off. There's just so much more to her right now, and she just looks like a brood cow, and you know, from what we really appreciate in terms of just her lower third, there's probably just a little bit more, a little bit stouter bone, bigger footed. She's, you know, big in terms of her center rib cage, and for us, maybe just wants to get out in terms of the base of her shoulder, and maybe that's a case of just freshen her up a little bit, but from there back, one you really like in terms of just looking like a cow. I love that one in terms of her pin and hip and hind leg. Certainly a high quality one to lead off. The one coming in second, she's probably a little bit fresher in terms of her condition, like her maturity pattern, and probably smoother in terms of her shoulder. You know, this one's good in her lines, and I think get her bred up early, she'll certainly be a player down the road this summer. But for us, she just wants to hawk in a little bit from behind and just needs to be opened up and just a little bit bolder in terms of her skeleton down low. But one you really like in terms of her lines and just looking like a female about her front 1/3. The heifer coming in third, one you really like in terms of her length and extra frame. She's a smooth-made heifer that's got some look to her. She's good in terms of her build, but just needs to be stouter, just needs to be opened up and just have more time on feed.
guess I've never managed a ring quite like this, but we're trying to save a little bit of time. We've got 80 classes to get through, but like I said, we've got great help, good bookkeeping, and we're going to get through it in good shape. You know, we've got a January, 2 Februaries, and again, this January looks pretty big out here, and she is. We don't need many Herefords in the world as big as this one, but even with that being said, she's also the kind that can take care of herself. She's a big, bold-hearted, big rib, plenty of hip and power, lots of bone, and still to have that kind of mass and substance, you know, she's sure good enough in the structure. We just need to put that one on a diet and kind of freshen the top of her neck up and take a little of the fat out of the inside of her. I think that would really help, especially the way she comes out of her shoulder. That'll help this heifer as we put her on the lead. But that's a good heifer, very good heifer that has a world of substance to her. I told Shiloh, you know, again, I'm not going to apologize in an early show that we use something that's a little skinny. This heifer here in second, obviously, he's kind of behind the game on weight. But boy, there's not many show cattle in the world that don't get big enough and heavy enough someday. She is so much better in her structure in terms of feet and legs, her length of stride, still stays really collected in her spine and her top line. We just need to take some of this good old $6 corn that you raise here in Iowa and invest a little bit in her. And as she blooms up, comes along, you're going to like that one a lot because she's got the line, she's got the build. She just needs more time. And now, if you want to switch them, we both agree that we can do that. In fact, both of us said our first impression was to run this heifer here second because of the extra body that she has. She's got the length and the muscle, certainly not a problem there. It says we put her on the lead, she tightens up a little bit off both ends of her structure, kind of affects her loin just a nickel right there ahead of her tail head. So loosen her up a little bit more in her lower third, down her underpinning, and then we can go back and switch that pair in second and third.
When you get into judging shows like this where you know the quality is going to be deep, you're always waiting for that first class where all the heaters come in and they come in at once. You've got it here, guys. This class is just so deep with quality all the way through. And that being said, there's one for Jake and I that outside of that, all that quality actually wins pretty quickly in our mind. I think in terms of putting all of the good pieces together in one package, this black and white steer does it, and he does it exceptionally well. Is he the stoutest? Is he the biggest ribbed? Is he all of the things? No. But again, in terms of putting a neck that's youthful and attractive on a skeleton that is built the best in this class in terms of angle to his shoulder and knee, hip, the way he sets down to the ground, and putting it together with enough muscularity and enough rib and body, that one's our pick. I think that one, I really, really love him in terms of his foot and his bone, and that one really impresses us, especially when you get him out and you set him in motion. After that, we had a lot of discussion between 2, 3, and 4, and we land on the steer that's going to stand here in second, because that one from his hip forward is awfully good. That one's neck sits so high on the top side of his shoulder. He's so punchy in the center portion of his body. I think the angle to his shoulder is right. It's just that hip and hind leg, and it's really probably just lengthening him out there. He just wants to get really bunchy in terms of his spine and his hip structure. He just doesn't set down with that long, fluid, athletic stride out of his hip and hind leg like we like to see. And every once in a while, you can catch him kind of wanting to rock forward on those rear pasterns just every once in a while. Love that one in terms of his rib and body. Love that one in terms of his power and punch from behind. There's a lot of good in that calf. Young lady's got a steer here in third that's probably as highly presented as anything out here. That one, there's not a hair out of place. He looks the part and to a T, especially from the side. We find a little bit more fault in that one when you set him in motion. He's more upright in the angle of his shoulder. He wants to get tighter in the center portion of his spine. He just doesn't take a long, comfortable stride off of those rear two, especially when you get in from behind him. He wants to pull those hocks and maybe just not stay way is genuine all the way down to the ground. But as comparison to the steer that comes out here in fourth, we think that one's more genuine in terms of his rib cage, more genuine in terms of his forerib shape, especially when you get up on top of him and study him up high. He transitions from his shoulder into his top just with more natural width and dimension. This steer here in fourth is intriguing, and especially when he hits the ring, that gentleman does an incredible job of getting that one shown, and right there. That one's hard to not just want to look at in terms of the way his neck sits onto his shoulder and just how freaky he is in terms of his pieces. That one is so opened up and so busted open in terms of his hip and his power from behind. It's this view right here where he slides to the fourth spot for us. He transitions from his shoulder into his spine, not nearly as stout and powerful on the back side of his shoulder. He's flatter and more concave in terms of his forerib. I just question that one a little bit from a long-term standpoint if those running gears are going to hold up. He wants to get a little upright in the angle to his shoulder up there through his front end. He wants to short step just a little off those rear two. We get into a pair of calves that come out next. The young lady's black and white steer. Very highly presented, looks the part, tremendous in terms of his rib. That one's just a little bit more awkward in terms of the way his skeleton is built into him, especially in terms of his spine. Sweetheart, go ahead and roll out. Especially in terms of his spine, he's got to swing those back legs to meet his stride. I just don't think that that one's good enough in terms of his skeleton to run any higher in a class that's this deep. Similar story with the young lady that comes out next. That steer's wanting to fight the halter, and certainly that makes it harder to get a good read on him. He utilizes his hip and his hind leg just fine. He's one that, in comparison to that top end, gets quite a bit flatter and narrower and more general in terms of his build. Both of you guys, you've got exceptionally nice steers. They're meat and potatoes, sound-structured, good-bodied cattle that unfortunately got stuck in a class that was exceptionally deep today. Let's congratulate all of those kids.
Well, here in the last class on the Hereford show, a pair of heifers that both are different in their own kind. We used just probably the cowier, bigger ribbed, stouter made heifer here that leads off. Like this heifer from her shoulder back, and that's just so much more volume and substance to her. You know, she does need to be freshened up and just smoother about her shoulder and just get out and reach a little bit better out of her front end. And I think that's what the heifer in second probably complements her a little bit. You know, she's fresh and got some length of body and extension, stays collected in her top line, but for us, she just needs to have more just in her body and rib and just needs to just balance out a little bit better. But certainly a heifer that got some length and extension and good looking in her own right. And then the young man's heifer that comes here in third, like this one in terms of just her depth of rib and smoothness. She's got some length, just needs to be stouter and just a little bit stronger off her rear pastern and just stouter and opened up.
Hey, I've been asked to specifically mention to the steer side, one exhibitor, one person with that exhibitor only. Heifer side, you're doing good, but steer side, you're about to get busted. So just wanted to warn you. Let me catch up over on the heifer side over here with the Horned Hereford Heifer Show. Placings for Class 116. First place, Kinnick Paulson, Preston. Second to Nora Spencer of Logan. Third, Spencer Sukan of Gowrie. Fourth to Katie Miller of Winfield. And fifth to Celia Becker of Indianola. Placings for 117 Horned Hereford Heifers. First place, Rain Wagner of Hampton. Second to Kennedy Rife of Columbus Junction. Third to Macy Mackey of Lake City. Placings for the final class, Class 118 of Horned Hereford Heifers. First place, Spencer Sukan of Gowrie, second to Macy Mackey of Lake City, and third to Peyton Gonnerman of Sanborn. Judges Scott and Shiloh Shockey now selecting your champion Horned Hereford female.
All right, another fun breed to go through, and certainly that first class, you know, Shiloh and I stood out here and we had a lot of discussion. We like both of those heifers a great deal. I think they're both the kind that as we take them into the summer here and continue to develop them, they're going to be those that can compete at a very high level. But what's more important to us, we think about these as cows. I also think those two have the right kind of build, the right kind of pieces to build a cow herd around. There's some things that, from a breeder's perspective, that we can do with them, and they're both very nice in their own right, just a nickel different. But those two that came out of the first class, young man, 6'6", whatever you are, congratulations. You're going to have our champion. You're going to be followed by the young lady that was her classmate. She's going to have reserve. Give them both a nice hand. That's a very, very nice pair of horned heifers. Congratulations.
Your 2022 Iowa Beef Expo champion Horned Hereford heifer, coming out of class 116 and going to Kennick Paulson of Preston. Reserve coming out of the same class, class 116, and going to Nora Spencer of Logan. Let's move over to the steer side, catch you up a little bit on the main Anjou steers. Placings for class 217, first place, Casey Crosscup of Ridgeway. Second to Jacob Ringcob of Mobile. Third to Miles Bockenstedt of Manchester. And fourth to Presley Klima of Walker. Klima. That was placings for class 217. Placings for class 218, main Anjou steers. First place, Lane Elmquist Audubon. Second to Ethan Height Susan of Williamsburg. Third to Hayden Sewer of Anita. Fourth to Lane Sommerfeld of Walker. Fifth to Elise Badger of Bagley. Sixth, Riley Steffes of Nevada. Seventh to Peyton Gall of Strawberry Point. And eighth to McKenna Burmeister of Rowley. Once again, that was placings for class 218. Class 219, main Anjou steers currently in the ring.
Well, here on the heifer side of things, I think a heifer that leads off in terms of just so much more to her today in terms of just performance and length, good in terms of her center body. I like this one up front in terms of the shape of her neck. It comes out good out of her shoulder. You know, she wants to drop her pins a little bit when she's setting a motion. Needs to just set down on probably a stouter, bigger hind leg and just maybe just open her up all the way through, but certainly one you appreciate in terms of just her female qualities. The dark red heifer coming in second. Like this one from her forerib back. She's bold down her top, stout out of her hip. Like the set to her hind leg from the side. You know, maybe she's just a little bit lower fronted and just like to set her back at the angle of her shoulder, but from that one's forerib back, you really appreciate some pieces about her. The heifer coming in third here, one you like in terms of just her lateness, maturity, and the freshness she's in right now. And, you know, she's going to be a big heifer when it's all said and done, and certainly one that just needs a little bit more time to come into herself in terms of her center body and her rib. But like this one, just in terms of just her lines, length, she's good in terms of her top line when she's setting the motion. Young man here coming next, doing a good job, and certainly one you appreciate in terms of just her, she's good in her lines, and maybe just one like to make just a little bit bigger when it's all said and done, and just keep feeding your young man and you'll do good.
Okay, listen up, please. I've been asked to announce that if you parked in the parking lot west of the 4-H building over here where the trailers are parked, you're going to have to get your vehicle out of there or somebody's going to do it for you. If you don't have a parking pass, because you're blocking trailers that are trying to get out. So we're talking about the parking lot over west of the 4-H building. If you don't have a pass to park there, you're going to have to find you a different place to park here pretty quick, please. That's coming from the straight up authority. Wes Paul, we have your cell phone down at the announcer's booth. Wes Paul.
We get into this next class, the steers, and I'll be honest with you, Jake and I went back and forth quite a bit because I don't know if there's a right answer in this class. I think there's genuinely 4 steers that you can pick and choose from, but there's 4 steers that also have things that we'd certainly like to change about them and tweak about them, and that's why we land on the young ladies' calf here at the front of the line. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you if you say, well, that one's not the stoutest, that one's not the most powerful, that one probably doesn't have the most wow factor out here. All of those things are true. But when you really study these cattle in terms of skeleton, angle to shoulder, angle to knee, the way they utilize their hip, their hind leg, the way their hock and pasterns are constructed in them, he's the only one that we feel comfortable out here starting. He's the one that's built the best from that standpoint. He balances so well from the side. She does a tremendous job of getting him shown out here. And like I said, he isn't the stoutest, the most powerful. He's not the craziest about his neck by any means. I still think if you're putting pieces together, not only today, but talking about making these ones into fat steers, that one's got the most good to him. The steer that stands here in second, the upper part of his skeleton is tremendous. You get in and he's stout and he's powerful. He's expressive when you study him out through his hip. And he's one that, man, he paints a really good picture from the side. He's really, really fresh in through his chest, and I certainly appreciate that. Jake and I are just a little bit leery of that one, not only in terms of his front end structure, but the way he's constructed in his hock and his rear pasterns as well. I just don't know if that's going to hold up in him, and especially when you get off on the 3/4 rear view shot right here, you really start to question the angle to that shoulder and the way he's constructed up there. He too could just be longer and more extended up there through that front end, especially as he ties from the top side of his neck to his pole. The steer that's going to come out next is a similar story to the calf that ends up in second. That one's more questionable in terms of the angle to his shoulder, the way he's built in his hock and his pastern, and that's why he's down here. And really, when you set those cattle into motion, I really question that one in terms of his spine, and it's because he's so stout and he's so powerful on the back side of his shoulder, and I appreciate that about him. He's probably as genuine in terms of his muscularity and power as anything. Again, from a long-term standpoint, I just hope that his skeleton, his shoulder, his hip, and his hind leg can hold up in him to make it to a big fat steer. This one here in fourth is intriguing, and he's the outlier in this group, and he's really the one you got to decide what you're going to do with him. I think if this guy was built with just a little bit more width and dimension in through his chest, you'd sort him up a little bit higher and maybe just tweaked in terms of his hip and his hind leg. That one is freaky, freaky, freaky in terms of the way his front end is built into him. He's genuine in terms of his power up high. Like I said, he wants to get really narrow chested. I don't know if he's as far along just in terms of rib and body as those other steers, and he's almost just a rib too long and just a little bit too long in terms of his hip structure. It just kind of throws his whole balance out of whack when you set that guy into motion. He kind of wants to swing them back legs up underneath him. I think if you can feed and manage that one correctly and all of his pieces finally come together, that one's going to be a killer fat steer. Just all the pieces maybe don't go together quite as well today. I think that one still has a bright future. We get down to a pair of steers that come out next that are long and extended. They've got power, they got dimension. They're not as highly presented and put together as the top end, top tier group of steers. They're not near as powerful, just all the way coarser in terms of their general build. We get a young lady that's got a steer coming out next. He's one that's really attractive from the side and sound structured. He just needs to be busted open all the way through. More opened up in terms of his forerib and center body. I'd like to stouten him up from behind. We've got a pair of steers here at the bottom end of this class that do have some extra power and dimension compared to that one, but structurally speaking, just need to be hinged different off either end to move any higher in this class. Let's congratulate all of them.
Well, I'm sure some of you are wondering what's taken me so long, and I told Shiloh you can stay out of this fight. But so I'm going to put the registered ages aside. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to try to evaluate these as cattle, what I think they are in my mind as far as real age. And again, what happens here is sometimes things just get under my skin, and when we bring an April heifer in here with short ears, I don't know if she was born up in the North Pole with Santa Claus or whatever, but it don't fit. It don't fit, people. That's a good heifer. You know, that's a good heifer. The heifer that wins the class is really from her forerib back. She's bold. She's got a good hip shape. She's got some length of hip. She's got a stout hind leg. You know, there's things about that heifer I like a lot. And then again, something like that just irritates me a little bit, and it fits her maturity of her head and her bone. Again, it all kind of goes together. To say she's an easy winner, and again, I put that, you know, register birth date aside. We need to fix her a little bit up in her shoulder and down off her front feet. To me, I'd like to lay her blade back just a little bit differently and change her. I don't think she's near as severe as the heifer here in second in that regard, but that's the area I'd like to obviously change her. And again, just make her more youthful, make her fit a little bit better out here in this age group. The heifer in second is big, and she's naturally going to be bigger. She's longer shanked. Her skeleton's bigger and such that she's going to make a big old cow when it's all said and done. Depth of body's good. Smoothness is good. She struggles to me for too much up front in her movement. She's a little straight in her shoulders. She doesn't reach out and is athletic on the go. And then you can even see that on her hind leg too. She kind of tiptoes out here, just doesn't look as comfortable, as graceful, if you will, as I'd personally like to see. So her length of body, her smoothness, her depth of rib is really good. Again, I think about an April Hereford heifer. She's on track to make a ton cow, you know, if that's truly what she is. And that's a big heifer there, but I can naturally see with her frame, her length of shank and can, I can see where that one's bred to be a little bit bigger in her kind than the first one. Young lady, if we didn't have to walk them, you would win the class, okay? I like this heifer's design. She's got plenty of muscle. She's got enough rib for me for a young Hereford female. She gets out of her front end okay. That's not an issue. It's really more her last third of her body. She kind of gets out here and tiptoes around on her hind legs. She just doesn't flex her hock or joints. And again, it's a little bit of a function, I think, of being a little shorter in her hip. If we could just get this one to reach out and take a big old long step and look pretty athletic and pretty graceful out here, because I think you have a nice youthful look to that heifer that sure has some gas left here in her tank. I told Shiloh, I said, I don't know that I can do it today, but there's a lot of things inside of me that says I want to start with the heifer here in fourth. And then I end up putting her fourth because, again, when I look at this one here, she's just not good enough in her skeleton to justify doing that. She's youthful. She's got a nice muscular shape. She's got plenty of rib to her. When it's all said and done, she's going to be a very practical size Hereford cow. But again, we probably could change her just a little bit out of her front end. Obviously, she's a little plainer headed, a little deeper in her neck. She doesn't have quite the show ring appeal for some of you in that regard, but I think there's a lot of function in that heifer, and one that it's going to be a little easy to overlook her here in the show ring because she is quite a bit smaller in size today. She'll grow, she'll get over that. This heifer that winds up the class, again, her length is good, her cleanliness of front's good, a little off in her top line. We can kind of see here in the middle of her back, she gets a little high up in her spine. And again, for me, a little bit of a function of being kind of short in her hip and not flexing quite as good in her rear skeleton. So, interesting class. I apologize for maybe getting on my soapbox, but sometimes things like that, I just got to say.
Let's catch you up over on the breeding side. New division, Polled Hereford Heifers, first place. Class 119, Lady Hare. That's not right. I know it's not right. Hari of Gilman. Somebody can snap me with the right pronunciation of that. Second to Carly Manternack of Cascade. Third to Kentley Weirson of Ames. And fourth to Tate Regan of Tiffin. First place, class 120, Cody Von Gahn of Vale. Second to Logan Schroeder of Pella. Third, Celia Becker of Indianola. Fourth to Jenna Smith of Newton. And fifth to Kendall Noel of Hedrick. Currently in the ring, class 121, Polled Hereford Heifers.
Well, over here on the steer side, I think the heat just keeps coming. And for Ashley and I, there's one that comes to the top and does so handily. I think this young lady's calf here at the front is extremely good. I think one that's extremely high quality, that ties his neck high at the top side of his shoulder, wedges back and balances extremely well and sits down comfortably there at the ground. You know, ever so slight every time she gets to going a little bit too fast. He might get a little bit wonky there on his hawk, but I don't think that's an issue at all. That's a really high quality one to go ahead and start. I think the decision then becomes between 2 and 3 because I think they're completely different in their type and kind, and I like things about each of them. And honestly, if we could combine those things, I think it would be a pretty nice calf by the end of it. But the young lady's white-legged calf, I think, is extremely chubby. He's bold in his rib shape. He's big-topped and sits down on a big leg. Is he perfect there at the ground? No, ever so slight. He wants to kind of crack there off of his rear too. If we could relax him there, I think he could run with the one above him. Young man's calf that comes in third, I think completely different type and kind. I think one that has the structural advantage off of both ends of his skeleton in terms of the way his spine attaches there right behind his shoulder and wedges back out through a level hip. I think he's got the advantage. But for us, you get in behind him, he wants to get a little bit flatter in his makeup and pull off to the side. He wants to get a little bit high in his flank and not balance up nearly as well, but awfully high quality one to land 3. We get down to a pair of steers at the bottom here that are big and long and extended, and this kind of painted up calf, I love the foot and the bone and the stoutness of feature that he has. He just maybe comes to us in a little bit too many pieces, and in particular when he gets out and goes. He wants to get outside of himself ever so slight and not hold together nearly as smooth. Young man's calf that's exiting the ring, similar story, needs to handle his hawk a little bit better, but heavy muscled one, bold in his rib, really good calf to kind of end out the class. Let's congratulate these young people.
Well, here on the heifer side of things, I think a pair of heifers both have some give and take, and I guess we went back to our first impression, and it's the heifer of the long-feathered heifer here that wins. We think this one's just maybe stays a little bit more collected down her top line. She's a little bit bolder right in behind her shoulder, back in, in terms of just her springness, her rib, If we change this heifer, like to set her down her tail head and just clean her up about her chest and maybe just her front 1/3. And that's probably what the heifer in second, maybe complement hers a little bit better. She's better at the throat latch, not as stout boned as the heifer that leads off. And from the side, there's some pieces you like of this one, because her neck comes out higher, her shoulder, her depth of rib's good, but when you get in front or behind this heifer, she just needs to have more just true chest width, and from behind, she wants to hawk in a little bit. But as for us, she just wants to close in at the top side of her skeleton and just needs to be opened up ever so slightly. And as you see going away, she hawks in a little bit. Heifer coming in from third from this one shoulder back, there's a lot of things you like about her, and actually she's probably the boldest and maybe the truest going away in terms of her hip and hawk to ground. But for us, she's too straight at the angle of her shoulder and just maybe needs to have a little bit more center body. The heifer coming here is probably once again, stout, powerful, bold-ribbed heifer. Just needs to be loosened up, set in motion, just a little bit in terms of just her depth of body.
We had some discussion on down the line, but there was never any question in our mind where we were going to start, and that was the young lady's calf right here. Again, just in terms of skeleton and angle, structural build, and combining it with a look like that one has and plenty enough muscle, we thought that one fit the bill pretty heavily in this class. And again, just all the pieces and parts fit together. Love him in terms of his foot and his bone. That's a pretty easy class winner for us in this class. The steer that comes out next, Jake and I went back and forth talking him just a little bit. I think that there's class leading advantages to this calf. Unfortunately, he comes with just a few more problems. That one on the standstill is just amazing in terms of the pieces that he puts together. He's so big-footed, he's so big-legged, and he puts all those pieces on the standstill right there, and it's really, really hard not to want to just use that calf. I think think when you really get in and you study him, that one's just a little bit more questionable in terms of his rib shape for me, and that one just really wants to narrow up at the base of his skeleton in comparison to how much he has up high. He wants to pull those hocks from behind, and I just wish that his lower skeleton matched his upper skeleton as well. This steer here in third has given this gentleman a little bit of a fit today, and it makes it a little bit more challenging to get a good read on him. That's a calf that has some rib and has some dimension. I read that one to be more genuine than the calf in fourth, and that's where we made that call. No, he's not as stout and powerful, but despite not being nearly as stout and powerful up high, he actually stays squarer and wider all the way down to the ground. This steer here in fourth is no doubt impressive when you get on top of him up high and you study him from behind. Unfortunately, for all that power he has up high, he wants to really narrow to the base of his skeleton. He swings those back legs to get underneath himself. I do like that one in terms of his rib and dimension. We've got a pair of steers here at the bottom end that maybe just become a little bit more common in terms of their look, maybe don't have the extra power or the extra look from the side to run any higher in this group. Let's congratulate all of them.
In our Polled Hereford show, 3 nice heifers again, and once again, I think we can just do a number of things as far as sorting them here in the show ring. Both Shiloh and I agree that this ring-eyed heifer has a lot of presence out here amongst the trio. Good looking, and she stays a little more correct in the way she handles her loin and back into her pin set as compared to the heifer that winds up here in second. Good in the angle of her shoulder. I think everything kind of fits to her correctly in terms of her frame size, the kind of rib cage she has, you know, the extra bone that she has. She fits together pretty nicely. The only big concern I would have about this one here, you know, the angle of her hock and her hind leg is nice. She doesn't have the best feet in the world. She's has a tendency to kind of roll out on her outside claws, and so it's going to be one of those things as she continues to grow. We get her heavier. It's going to take a little bit of a management thing, I think, to kind of keep that one right at the surface. But good female that I think has a lot of quality, and certainly I like the way that she's marked and the ring eye and the pigmentation that she has about her eye. This heifer in second's another one that's very flexible up in her shoulder. Her angle is right. Her length of step is really good. I like the length of top that she has. Again, probably for me, it's everything from her hooks back is where the ring-eyed heifer beats her. She's a little lower set in her pin. She's kind of odd in the way she wants to handle her tail here today, so those are a little out of kilter as well. Just not as strong and square again at the ground like we'd like to have one, but I love her length. I love the femininity, the angle of her shoulder, and basically just a bit more mobile than the heifer here in third. Young lady, you're a great show person. You did a good job out here. You got that heifer broke and always had her looking good. She is a nice looking mama cow to me. She's got some body depth. She stays really nice in her top line. She's going to have some doability and get her kicked out on some stock fields. Again, from a show ring standpoint, she's a little short in her step off both ends, maybe not quite as fancy up in her front third, but again, I give you the big thumbs up for an excellent job here in showmanship.
Over here on the steer drive, I think we get into a division that's probably as deep as we've had probably all day. In all honesty, there's been good ones in all the class. There's been good ones in second and third that went back, and so we can really appreciate that. But we're pleased with the ones we have out here. I think there's one in both of our minds that comes to the top and just does so in terms of in terms of structure, in terms of quality, and still having enough muscle and reading to have enough longevity to make it to the big ring here in the fall. But with that, I think then there's a logical spot for second. So we're gonna, and I think that one, he represents kind of the same type and kind that we like, and emulates the one that we're gonna go ahead and use in terms of quality. Sits down comfortable there at the ground and extremely good looking when he's parked. So Ashley's gonna go and get the two we like. Let's congratulate these young people.
Well, here on the heifer side of things, we're going to leave them how they come in, and young man up front's going to win. We like this one just in terms of probably, I'd say, more acceptable in terms of her structure. She stays more collected down her top line, liked her length of body. Even though she's a little more timid in terms of her stepping on her hind leg, I like this one's just, as she, like I said earlier, stays a little bit better down her top line and just length of stride. The heifer coming in second, the dark red heifer, one that's bold and powerful. She's got tons of muscle. With that, she just gets a little bit too tight moving, and like to see her better in terms of her top line and just loin and tail head, and really appreciate this one's pigmentation and the dark red heifer.
Young lady's got I think a September you told me heifer here. Again, just a nice cow prospect, really bold and stout. Length of hip is good. She's designed nice from her hooks to her pins. And I think what you're gonna like about this one, once you get done showing her, you throw that halter away and you kick her out and you lean her up, you're gonna like her a lot better. I think that's the biggest thing right now. We can just freshen her up in the crest of her neck, pull all that fat out of the inside of her and freshen her up. I think this thing could really look the part because she's got a lot of quality to her. You got her dressed and looking very nice out here.
A nice way to start out your Hereford Steer Show here. And there's one in Jake and I's mind that Wynn needs to win this class. I'm not going to tell you that he's the biggest, the longest, the most extended out here, but that's because he's the only one out here that's actually busted open in terms of his rib. He easily's got the most power and stoutness to him, and he takes it all the way down to the ground. He's one that I think reads chubby in terms of his rib cage, good in terms of his structure. I'd maybe like to tweak him just a little bit in terms of his hip. He's not the sweetest in terms of the way that neck lays into him, but I think not only today, but from a long-term standpoint, that one's got the most good to him. There's certainly more length, more extension in this calf that's going to stand in second, and probably just a little bit more look from the side as well. Unfortunately, you study that guy coming and going, and he narrows up in there through his chest. He wants to get flatter in terms of his rib cage. He's not nearly as stout and powerful when you study him out through his pin set and his stifle all the way down to the ground as that steer that wins. Love that one in terms of his look. I think if you can get that guy to get a little bit chubbier in terms of his flank line, stouten up us a little bit, he better runs with that class winner. The steer that comes out here in third certainly has some shape and dimension when you get up on top of him. He's got some muscularity. He's one that, too, puts all of his pieces together really well from the side. You know, that one, unfortunately, when you set him in motion, falls into a few more pieces. He's one that wants to get bolder at the base of his shoulder. He wants to get shallower in through his rib cage, and then just rounder and more coarse in the way he's constructed out of his hip and hind leg. Young lady's got a really sound structured, really long and extended type of steer that comes out here in fourth. Unfortunately today, that one pretty quickly falls out as the flatter, narrower one that just needs a little bit more time on feed to run any higher in this group. Let's congratulate all of them.
Well, no doubt, as you leave the show today, you can go home, and as your family's driving back, you remind each other a new day, new judge, and a new champion, because Shiloh and I really struggle out here on the poles, and I think, I told him, I feel good about the champion because really the only thing I think we need to do to fix the champion and really fit me is just put her on a diet. And if you want to send her to my house for 30 days, we haven't had rain since May, I can skinny that one up in a hurry, because I think her build, her shape, the authentic heifer that she is underneath the fat is the one that kind of suits us the best. For reserve, we kind of bounce back and forth, and we end up with another one that I think just kind of suits me for the total package of where she'll end up someday. The youthfulness that she has, again, maybe not quite as stout in her hip and hind leg as some, but we think there's a lot of value in her. So it's been a tough show to sort through. You know, like I said, in some of the other breeds, you always get to these first shows. Some of you have been at shows before, obviously, with some of these older cattle, but it's good to get them broke and get them out here. But the nice thing is some of these smaller cattle have plenty of days left ahead of them to go plenty of other shows. Young lady that won the last class, put her on a diet. She's our champion. I like her very well. Congratulations to you. The young lady that wins the first class will be our reserve champion. Congratulations to you. Best of luck to all of you.
Over here on the steer side, we get into the second class of Herefords, and I think there's some discussion that Ashley and I had, and honestly, we kind of struggled with this class because there's some things about all of them that we'd like to change, and one major thing about 3 of them that we'd like to change. So, and I think that's where our class winner surfaces. I think in terms of just added dimension and muscle shape and stoutness, this young lady's calf here in the front's going to go ahead and win. And do so for those reasons. I think he still gets out and goes adequately well, and I think with some more days he's going to continue to progress and be a nice breed steer for this young lady. Nothing to take away from the young man's calf in second, because I think from the side he silhouettes as good as any. He's ultra high quality and he's got a really good look, but you step in behind him, and that's where you'd like to change him. He gets a little bit flatter there, right behind his shoulder, and then not wedged back nearly as stout out through his hip. And similar story with 3 and 4. Just like to power them up. I mean, we appreciate their length and extension and performance, and I think in terms of a longevity standpoint, that reads really well, but we just got to have a little bit more punch, a little bit more muscle, a little bit more mass to get any higher today. Good class of Herefords. We'll get your division out here soon.
A little different division of cattle here, these breed steers, and probably just a little bit smaller in terms of numbers than the mains and definitely the keys that we're about to get into, but there's still a lot of quality in these cattle, and I think when they come back out here, we've got 2 of them in our mind that, although different in terms of type and kind, they represent the most quality. And when we say that, and when I say that, it's not just quality today, but what we anticipate those cattle to be and do long past this point. Nothing to take away from the 2 steers out of the second class, but the 2 steers out of the first class are going to stay together. They're going to be your champion reserve. Let's congratulate both of them.
Well, here on the heifer side of things, I believe they're limb flexes, and certainly one that sets the bar pretty high just in terms of structural build and correctness. Like this one at the ground, she's extremely good in terms of her foot size, hits the ground square and correct, and just still has a quality look about her. You know, maybe set her tail head in or ever so slightly, but that's getting awfully picky on a pretty nice one. The heifer coming in second. From her shoulder back, she resembles the heifer that leads off awful quite a bit in terms of just her boldness and her springer rib and extra length, and like this one set to her hind leg. Just like to change her off her front end, but a lot of things you appreciate in terms of just making a cow in terms of her boldness and stoutness. The heifer coming in third, you know, if she ever does mature and just come into herself in terms of just power and true width, I like this one's build and design. She's good looking and looks like a female, but just needs to open her up just ever so slightly. And then young man's red heifer coming next is going to make a nice cow for him. She's bold, big-ribbed, and powerful. Just needs to be just loosened up in terms of her structure and just have a little extra quality look to her.
The ladies are doing a good job in getting them presented, and I think Shiloh and I both agree, especially when we get them stopped. Just a lot of good in this heifer that wins the class. To me, she's the most female in terms of type and character. I like the way her shoulder blades are laid into her. She's a little nicer up in her chest and the extra rib cage that she has. I think it's really the length for me that really says female. The length of hip, the way her muscle ties into her skeleton. You know, not as heavy bone, not as burly built as the one here in second, but for a female, I like the kind of bone that she has. She's not, again, probably not quite as graceful on the move as I would expect. I read this one's angle to her shoulder, the length of hip. I would expect her to really reach out and collect a nice easy step, but she's just a little sluggish off her hind leg. But very nice heifer. We'll get a little more cooperative out here in our grand drive, and I think she's going to be one we sure deserve a second and third look at. You know, this one in second here, young lady, again, great job in presentation. You're a hand out here and getting her shown. That thing's different. Some of you love her, some of you may not. And I think what's good about her is, again, to have that kind of bone and muscle and mass. And yes, she still has good presence out here in the ring. Part of it is she's got a beautiful coat of hair and they've got her presented nice. She's not exactly sure which way to snap her ankle when she goes. And for me, she's just a little bit too much on the, you know, the coarser side than what I think a female needs to look like. But there's some different breeding pieces to her that make her pretty unique in this set. This heifer that ends up in third, if we kind of tuck her up in her chest a little differently, then we get one that can really play very nicely at her, because her top shape in terms of her spring rib, the kind of muscle that's built up in it, squareness of hip, again, one for as muscular as she is, I think she handles her hind leg just fine. It's a little bit more of a struggle up into her shoulder, the way it's opened up and the way that she kind of paddles a little bit more out of her front end. But another real high quality heifer. I just think all three of them are really good. They each have something just a little bit different, I think, to offer this particular lymphic set of females.
Well, here on the heifer side of things, the red heifer's a moderate cowie, one that's shaped good in terms of down her top and out through her hip, like her stoutness of structure, sets down on a nice hind leg. You know, maybe one like to set her tail head down her ever so slightly and make her just a little bit neater up front, but certainly going to make a nice cow for this young lady.
Over here on the steer side of things, we get in the first class of keys, and I think it's an interesting class, and I think there's some decisions that obviously have to be made, but the white calf comes to the top for both Ashley and I, undoubtedly. I think one, in terms of just look and quality from the side, you really got to appreciate the angle to his shoulder, the angle to his hip and hind leg. You really like that, and he's still bold in his rib shape and still plenty stout. You know, I think because he's white, it looks maybe deceiving, and he's probably not as big-legged, or maybe doesn't look nearly as big-legged as some of the other ones in the class. But I don't think that is an issue at all. Really high-quality one, really well-balanced one to go ahead and start. Nothing to take away from the young man's calf in second. I think a chubby one at that. He's bold in his rib. He's stout and still gets out and goes very well for how stout he is, but maybe just more of just a plainer type of a calf that is more of your meat and potatoes. It doesn't really wow you in any one area. Young man's calf that comes out next, I think one that is ultra big backed and ultra stout hipped, and you really like that one from that standpoint. And I think in terms of a look, when he is parked, he gives you a nice enough look. He ties his neck extremely high. Is it the longest? Probably not. But you really got to appreciate that about him. For us, he just gets a little bit too rigid there off of both ends of his skeleton. If we could free him up and set him down more comfortably there at the ground, he could run with the two above him. Young man's calf probably has the advantage in terms of structure of the entire class, or maybe in comparison at the same level as the class winner, but just gets a little bit flatter in his makeup, not as stout made as the other cattle above him, but good class of main steers. We'll go ahead and congratulate these exhibitors.
Well, like Shiloh said in that first class, you know, this heifer here, she ups the ante in the world of show cattle. I think some are just born to have that presence, and she's one of those unique creatures out here, head up, alert, and like we were just saying, the shape of her neck, the length of her neck, even though she's got just a little skin down in her throat, I love that because it tells me that heifer's going to grow. And yet her length of neck and the way it's attached into her shoulder, I think, makes her pretty unique and still really bold and has plenty of power for a female. I love this one at the ground. This is probably one of the better ones we've had today so far in terms of the density of her foot, the shape of it, the way she sends it here out to the surface. I think she's kind of got the extras that it's a little hard to accomplish, as a lot of you know. So, young man, you are doing a great job in presentation. You got a great heifer. Best of luck to you. You're going to have our champion in the Limflex show. And then the young lady that's making a spin out here, I like your heifer a lot too. I think, as I was telling Shiloh, we get them parked head to tail. There's a lot of similarities in terms of their rib, their length of body, the way they're shaped and constructed. I love this female look that I see in this one. Her shoulder blades are connected up right up high and still has plenty of real body to her. Her muscle shape is good, it's long. The difference for me is she just doesn't have that authority in her hind leg and just the flexibility that we see out of what the young man has in terms of his champion. But I think you're going to have a lot of fun with her too. You're going to be reserve champion. Congratulations to both of you. That's a great set of Limflex females to go through.
Well, let me catch up over on the breeding side. Class 121, polled Hereford heifers, first place. Bailey Christensen of Adel, second to Grant Bree of Logan, third to Natalie Brown of Seymour, fourth to Alexandra Swanton of Bryant. Placings for Class 122, Polled Hereford Heifers, first place, Colton Davison of Calamus, second to Avery Harris of Waverly, third to Liberty Sukan of Gowrie. Suchin. Somebody snap me with that name. In Class 123, first place, Hunter Kress, Guthrie Center, second to Ross Dyer of Grundy Center. And your 2022, you want something to eat? Your 2022 Iowa Beef Expo Polled Hereford Heifer champion, coming out of Class 124. Leona Mandernack and Laney Hare was reserved.
Well, here on the heifer side of things, a pair of heifers that are high quality, and I think the one that leads off with, just like this one's extra look and extension, she's probably a little bit, has some more performance, or like her length of body, and more importantly, like this one in terms of just her hip, her length of hip, and she sets down on a bigger, stouter hind leg. You know, maybe as she matures, just like to get this one bred up early and just give her a shot more belly, but that one's just quality look from the side I appreciate. Young man's heifer coming in seconds, probably the moderate, just brood cow looking one. You appreciate her in terms of her center body and boldness. She just gets a little bit frailer, maybe a little bit plainer up front, but certainly is gonna make a nice cow for this young man.
Well, gentlemen, that's going to go ahead and win this class. He kind of brought a gun to a knife fight here. That one wins, and he does so pretty quickly for us. He just checks all of the boxes in this class in terms of look and body and power and structure. I'd maybe question that one. Jake and I were talking just a little bit. You know, that one strikes me a little bit as just cute, and maybe I don't know if he's got as much grow in him as I'd like to see, but that's being awfully critical on one that still has got a lot of time to go, and I certainly think represents a lot of quality. The steer that stands in second, another one that logically slides into that hole. You know, he doesn't have the extras in terms of foot and bone and look of the steer that wins, and more than anything, I'd like to tweak him in terms of his hip structure and the way that tail head sits into him, but that's a good calf in terms of rib, that's a good calf in terms of power and dimension, and that's a steer that I think has a structural advantage over the calf that stands in third. This black and white calf is enamoring in terms of his extra foot and his bone, and he's got pieces that I really like in terms of the length from his shoulder forward, the length and levelness in terms of his spine and his hip. You get in from behind that calf, of those top three, he's the least genuine in terms of his power and dimension on the back side of his shoulder, through his loin and out through his pin set. I just don't think he has the extras in terms of power and dimension and real genuine width to run with those top two steers. The smoky colored calf that comes out next is one that if you can loosen this one up, I think you can maybe justify putting him a little bit higher in this class. Unfortunately, that one just is too restricted in the way he goes off of either end. He slams them back wheels into the ground just a little bit too hard, and he's got plenty of muscularity, but I think that's what really hinders him in his structure. He's maybe just a little bit too tight in terms of the way his muscle lays onto his skeleton. The steer that comes out next is a good practical type of steer. I guess again from a maturity standpoint, we question that one just a little bit. I think that he's probably going to hit that fat steer stage a little bit early, and I'd like to maybe give him just a little bit more grow. He's one that probably is really complete, but maybe just doesn't have the extras in terms of look and really power from behind to go any higher. A pair of steers here at the bottom end that have some length, have some extension. We'd certainly like to soften them up, not only in terms of their muscularity pattern, but soften them up in terms of their rib, let them get out and go with just a little bit more flexibility as well. Let's congratulate all of them.
All right, let's catch up over on the heifer side. Limflex division, class 125, first place Braden Smalley of Nevada, second to Chloe Bruce of Emerson, third Dalton Barnes of Lamoni, fourth to Keaton Dodge of Terrell. Placings for class 126, first place Aubrey Wallace of Harris, second to Henley Holgraffer of Bryant, and third to Brooke Wohlers of Council Bluffs. Single entry, class 127th, Maya Christensen of Adel, your 2022 Iowa Beef Expo champion Limflex heifer. Coming out of class 125, that's Braden Smalley. Reserve coming out of class 126, Aubrey Wallace. Braden Smalley of Nevada, Aubrey Wallace of Harris. Finishing up the heifer side, your purebred limousine heifer division, your champion going to Chase Cobb, Sheraton, reserve champion to Brant Cobb of Sheraton. Currently in the ring, first class Maine of Maine Angus heifers, class 129. All right, I'll catch you up over on the market side of things. Back to the main Anjou steers, class 219. First place, Laney DeVries, Red Oak. Second to Hayden Holgraffer of Bryant. Third to Taylor Thomas of Gilman. Fourth to Garrett Arnold of Webster City. Fifth to Zoe Walls of Edgewood. Sixth to Brooke Conover, Sully. Seventh to Brooklyn Steffen of Wyota. Eighth to Josie Tolsfrud of Decorah. And ninth to Brady Eastman of Waverly. That was class 219 main steers. Class 220 main steers, first place, Maddie Kane, North English. Second to Morgan Will of Wyota. Third, Reese Holstein, Burlington. Fourth to Chloe Bruce of Emerson. And fifth to Logan Kroc of Mechanicsville. That was the placings for class 220 main steers. Placings for class 221, first place, Harbor Lonigan of Corridon. Second to Keaton Kralik of Creston. Third, Jaron Gertis of West Point. Fourth to Ada Lund of Corning. Fifth to Hayde DeVore of Atlantic. Sixth to Maverick Wolf of Donahue. Your champion, your 2022 Iowa Beef Expo champion main steer goes to Lane Elmquist. Reserve champion main steer, Maddie Kane. Move on into the Hereford Steer Division. First place, class 222, Katie Johnson, Independent. Second to Carly Cremines of Williamsburg. Third to Grady Bree of Logan. And fourth to Callie Nickel of Gravity. Placings for class 223. Hereford Steers. First place, Reagan Burmeister of Raleigh. Second to Wyatt Monroe of Truro. Third to Jenna Smith of Newton. And fourth to Gwendolyn Bree of Logan.
Interesting class of steers over here. I think there's there's lots of differences top to bottom, but I think there's two that kind of come to the top, and maybe one that just puts it all together in more of what I would call, or what I would consider, a show steer package. He's chubbier in his makeup, he's bold in his rib, he sit downs on a big leg and a big foot, and still gets out and goes adequately well, and he ties his neck high ties his neck high on the top side of his shoulder, and I think that aids to just his look and silhouette from the side. But awfully nice one to go ahead and start. Nothing to take away from the young man's calf in two, because I think he is the bigger, the higher performing option, and still gives you a really good look from the side. And when he's got him parked, you really do love that. But for us, when he pulls him to the lead, that's where he wants to kind of duck his pins ever so slight and kind of swing up underneath himself. If we could just level him out there in his hip, I think he could run with that one above him. But two nice steers here at the top. Young lady that comes out next, I think he too is another chubby one that's bold in his rib and bold in his makeup. But just gets a little bit more rigid and more upright there at the angle of his shoulder. And you can really tell there, you know, as she's starting to pull him up, he just wants to kind of get a little bit tippy there. If we could lay him back to that angle, and I think he would wedge back extremely well and balance up just a little bit better. But nice steer to go ahead and go second. Steer that comes out next, I think a long and extended one, and I really like that about him. But in terms of a balance standpoint, I think he gets a little bit high there in his flank and doesn't give you nearly as good a look as some of those cattle above him. But really stout, powerful one. You really gotta like the length and extension about him. Young lady's Brockle that comes next, I think one that's extremely big bodied and depth of rib is really good, but we've got to change him structurally. He wants to get extremely tight in his spine, and as you can see right there, he wants to pull it up pretty good there. And I think as a combination of that and a combination of ducking his pins and getting up underneath himself, I think just accentuates it. But when she gets him parked, he does give you a good look and good show ring presence, and you got to like that about him. Young man that rounds out the class, I think is a long and extended type of a calf that's practical in his makeup. Just gets a little bit too raw in his body shape, and I question just the doability of that kind. But good steer, good class of steers. Let's congratulate these young people.
Okay, listen up, please, everybody. I'm trying to save your hide here. I just got a phone call, and listen real close to make sure your vehicle is not parked in one of these spots. And please don't throw anything at me. I'm just repeating the message because the tow truck is on the way. If you are parked west of the 4-H building without a permit, you better get down there. If you are parked on the south side of the hog barn, you better get down there. If you are parked on the north side of the cattle barn, you better get down there. Basically, if you're parked anywhere around here that it said no parking, the tow trucks are already on their way. So that's not us, that's the fairgrounds. We're just trying to save you a lot of headaches here, keep you enjoying the Iowa Beef Expo. Once again, south side of the hog barn, north side of the cattle barn, west side of the 4-H building. If you do not have a permit, better get there.
Well, first I want to congratulate you all. This is a great set of heifers, and we were just talking about probably, you know, so far today, the best class just in terms of quality. There's several very nice ones in here. We kept these four out for me to discuss here on the microphone, then Shiloh will spend some time with the young people over here. You know, I guess when they first came in, I thought that this first heifer was just so overwhelming in the amount of power and bone and substance that she has that it's an easy call. But honestly, that heifer's blessed with great hair. She's got a lot thicker hair coat than the heifer here in second, and she does have more bone. And so what you originally think is probably maybe not quite as true when you get right up on them. I still think this one's got just a little bit more wolf to her, a little more punch and power, if you will. And it kind of starts at the ground, a little more foot. Definitely the bone belongs to this heifer here that ends up winning the class. And as you get up front, you kind of study them through the plane of their chest. This heifer is cracked open just a little bit wider in her lower skeleton. Now, I don't know that there's really a nickel's worth difference up high. I think the way the two cattle are shaped out of their upper rib and out of their spine, they're very much alike in that regard. Plus, this one's just got that extra presence, you know. She keeps her head up at all times. Like Shiloh said, he said, when I watch him walk, I like this one's authority off her hind legs. She just plants it and looks a little more flexible there in her stifle and her hock, maybe as compared to the heifer in second. Now, not that the heifer in second's unsound, by no means am I saying that, but this one here has just got that little extra wow factor, I think, out here in the ring. You know, I do like that heifer in second. That is one good-looking, beautiful jawline. Her chest, her length of spine is really good. I think she just has tremendous female character to her. Enough bone and enough rib, you know, not the, and again, this is where those cases where you start to compare, you're going to say, well, she's not as stout and as powerful as that first one, and I would agree. But we take that when we stand around here by herself and we look at her, and I think that one there can kind of get your jaw to drop because she's got the balance, the symmetry, the female character, and again, for me, she has enough substance. But on a comparative sense, she's just not quite as stout, and particularly down low in terms of her bone, the way she's built underneath. Good female. And I think those two fit together so nice in type and kind because the young man's got a nice heifer too. You know, of these 3 or 4 better ones, this one here came in a little earlier, and I'm like, I like that one, and I do. I think, again, you take the body volume, the muscle, the bone that she has, and yet still has nice presence out here. Everything fits together very well. We kind of get her stacked up here in this class, and she becomes a little shorter, especially in her hip. She's a little more twisted out up front. Not bad, but just a little bit. And again, some of these little differences are what makes the call here to sort these top 4. But that's, to me, going to be a nice cow. She's going to be one of those that probably is not going to take a lot of extra feed. We're going to have to kind of watch her on the other end of not getting her too fat because she just kind of has that bold and that mold and build that she could get pretty chubby on us. But she's not today. That's a good heifer. Really stout, really a lot of substance. Again, maybe just a nickel short off both ends. Heifer in fourth's good looking. She's long-bodied, you know, like really all of them here on the top end. That female's got a big old square hip and lots of bone work underneath her. Struggles a little bit more off her hind leg when she moves, and today maybe not quite the balance because the lower third hasn't come into this heifer here like these first 3, but there's a lot of really good things to work with on that female there. Her extra length of body, length of neck, I think is going to be a real attribute to this heifer here as we continue to let her grow and develop. Fun class. We enjoy looking through these cattle up here on the top end.
All right, let me catch up. Over on the steer side, placings for class 224, first class, Kianina Steers. First place, Hallie Hoverson of Sioux Center. Second to Maddox England of Mount Ayr. Third to Blaine Beatty of Russell. Fourth to Jacob Rinkob of Moville. Placings for class 225, Kianina Steers. First place, Drew Jacobson, Osceola. Second to Ryan Olson of Calamus. Third, Zane Moenex of Knoxville. Fourth to Sarah Tapkin of Adel. Fifth to Jake Oathout of Wyoda. Sixth to Lydia Dozier of Ogden. And seventh to Victoria Briggs of Letts.
I'm going to preface this class of steers with the fact that I think there's 3 of them, sweetheart. I want you to come and bring your steer out. There's 3 of them that we like for things, and there's 3 of them that we really want to change some things about. And I think that you can mix these 3 steers, up a lot of different ways. And again, probably under somebody else, they go all sorts of different ways. I'm just going to tell you what I see or what we see in them. Young ladies calf that's going to go ahead and win. I think that one, when you get in on top of him, you get in from behind him, he's the most opened up, the boldest on the back side of his shoulder. He's the stoutest. He's the most impressive when you get in through his pin set and you study him from behind. He's not as freak-necked as the steer in third. He's not nearly as big-footed as the steer in second. And that's probably my one thing that I would like to change about him is he's pretty small-footed. And that's for me where I think you've got to tweak him there. And I think if you gave him just a little bit bigger foot, you'd be more comfortable with him on the move. It's not that he's not correct in terms of the way he gets out and moves. Jake and I are just probably a little bit more critical of structure than most people, and that one just doesn't grab another gear in terms of the way he sets down at the ground in comparison to even the steer in second. But I think that one in terms of having some look and ring presence from the side, having genuine power and dimension, being good enough in terms of his structure, puts a lot of good pieces together. The steer here in third is the one that second, is the one that I probably prefer in terms of the angle to his knee up front, the construction of his hock, and the way he sets down to the ground. He's easily the best in terms of the shape and size to his foot of all of the cattle out here. I guess for us, when you really get in and study that steer from behind, he's easily the flattest and the narrowest in his build of these top 3 steers. He's probably the plainest and least descriptive in terms of power and dimension and shape, and really for us that one's just a little bit more mature about his head, and I think that throws him off just a little bit. He looks awfully mature and probably just a little bit older, and for that I wish he had more punch and dimension, especially when you get off on the 3/4 rear view. The steer here in third is really, really hard to put third, because when he does that right there, you're like, how are we putting him in third? That thing is a freak. The way that one's neck sits onto his body, his rib cage, his power from behind, there's so many unique and cool pieces about that one. Unfortunately, that one comes with some things that are just a little bit questionable. He is really opened up at the base of his shoulder. He wants to kind of come in and then splay out, and the way he's constructed there off of his front end. And more so for me, when you watch that calf walk away from you, he gets really awkward and uncoordinated in the way he sets down off of that left rear leg. And I wish if that calf could just grab another gear in terms of the way he's constructed from his hock to his pasture and all the way down to the ground. There's so many freaky things about that calf. Like I said, it's really, really hard to put him down there in the third hole. A steer that comes out next and on the standstill is impressive. She does a good job of putting him together. He's got some power. He's got some dimension. This one needs to be changed in terms of his hip structure, and in comparison to that top end, just doesn't have the extra power and punch to run any higher. A steer down here that comes next, gentleman that probably has just a little bit more oomph to him from behind, but with that extra power, he's too stilty off of either end of his skeleton, more upright in the angle to his shoulder, and too rigid in the way he sets down off those rear 2. A really meat and potatoes his kind of calf that this gentleman has. Another one of those that unfortunately, I just don't know if that one's got enough get up and go in his maturity pattern. He too comes up a little bit short in terms of his stride. Young man that's going to round out this class has got a really highly presented steer, and he does a good job showing him. Unfortunately, that steer probably struggles as much as anything in terms of his structure, and he just needs to be powered up, especially down through his stifle, and you take him down to the ground. Let's congratulate all of them.
All right, let me finish up over on the steer side. Class 226, Kianina steers. First place, Gabby Welberg of Panora. Second to Ethan Timmis of Mechanicsburg. Third to Nora Lund of Corning. Fourth to Alexa Fitzgerald of Tipton. Fifth to Riley Steffes of Nevada. And sixth to Vance Joyner of Plano. Placings for class 227, Kianina steers. First place, Taylor Thomas. Gilman, second to Ethan Fast of Nottoway. Third, Claire Shanks of Colfax. Fourth to Kinley Fukin of Mount Air. Fifth to Tucker Klima of Walker. Sixth to Maxwell Charks of Underwood. And seventh to Hunter Siebel of Ainsworth. That was placings for class 227, Kianina steers. Class 228 currently in the ring.
Well, here on the heifer side of things, really all four of these heifers and you know, the other two are extremely nice, and I think we got a pair of heifers that has some give and take, and we switched them here, and we think you know, there's just so much to this heifer that leads off in terms of just her rib shape and mass and power, and you know, I think if we lean this heifer up a little bit, it'll help her problems, and you know, I like this one as she's square and probably a little bit more truer, as she's longer, a little bit leveler out of her hip, but probably sets down on a stouter and more secure hind leg is her true advantage over this heifer in second. But a lot of good in that one in terms of just boldness and just true power. The heifer in second, maybe a little different speed. She's probably maybe a little bit more youthful. She's fresher in her condition. Like the shape on the top side of her neck better. She's smoother probably into her shoulder. But like I said, for us, it's just when you set this heifer in motion, she gets a little bit shorter out of her hip, has a little extra set to her hind leg, and just gets a little bit goofy off her hind leg. But certainly a high quality one as she's parked there from the side. She's got a lot of pieces you can really tie into. Same thing with this heifer coming in third from the side. You like this one in terms of just her female qualities, her extra length of neck, smoothness of shoulder, depth of ribs good, but when you set this heifer in motion, she just comes up a little bit shorter strided, and then she's just not as overwhelming as those two that beat her. She just needs to be a little bit stouter out of her pins. Certainly a high quality one there coming in fourth. One that you like this one's smoothness and just the look that she gives you from the side, but for us she just needs to have a little bit more gas in her tank, a little extra, just needs to be a little bit bigger frame, but one you like in terms of just her look and balance and certainly build, but certainly nice quality class. Put your hands together.
Well, over here on the steer side, we've certainly turned up the heat, and I think there's one that comes to the top of this class and does so. Well, even blowing up, he still looks sporty. But like I said, this one comes to the top and comes to the top quite handily for us. If you want to talk about one that is extra high quality, that gives you a silhouette that's absolutely incredible, and you still get up on him, and he's extremely big top and bold ribbed, and gets out and goes extremely comfortable, man, that one fits a ticket for you. But really high quality one to start. Nothing to take away from the young lady's calf that comes in second, because I think he too has a lot of the similar qualities as the one above him, but for us today, he just maybe gets a little bit overcooked or a little bit too done. Wants to get a little bit cresty there in his neck. I'd like to freshen him up there through his front 1/3, but to run with that one above him. But two really high quality ones at the top, one that's ultra good. Brockle face steer that comes out next. I think one that's extremely freaky. I think one that when he's parked, his neck ties so high on the top side of his shoulder, like right there, you love him. And I think when he wedges back with a good look and balances up really well, I think for us, we just need to free him up off of both ends of his skeleton. He wants to get a little bit rigid there in the way he flexes his hock and goes there off of his rear too, but really freaky kind of a calf that goes ahead and goes third. Kind of your meat and potatoes type of a calf that has some quality, and in any other class probably would make it to the top, because from his shoulders back he's really good. He's bold in his rib, he's stout hipped, he gets out and goes with some ease. I think for us, we just got to stretch him out there in his neck set, maybe clean him up there in terms of his chest floor, but really good one that ran into a couple buzzsaws at the top. Young lady's calf that rounds out the class is long and extended. I think there's a lot of good to come with this calf with some time and some days, but ran into some really good ones at the top. But let's congratulate these young people.
All righty, gang, and this is a very nice heifer that wins this class. Both Shiloh and I very quickly said, you know what, that one's pretty daggone nice. She's so good at the ground, her skeleton's right, rib cage, beautiful, plenty of muscle, got a female look to her. You know, again, she's just got all the things we like, and there's not, you know, some of this EST thing. She's not the biggest, she's not the heaviest muscled, she's not the fanciest. She's just the best one. I think that one's just got a lot of good to her, and that young lady's done a very nice job in presentation. So good female, good showman. Everything's kind of clicking for her here today in this class. Young man, you got a nice heifer here in second too. You know, you're a little stouter bone. You got some pin width. You got some muscle to her. Again, one of those really bold-made cattle. It's got a lot of substance and length of body to her. A couple little things. She probably doesn't handle her pins quite as nicely in the way we get her out on the move out here. And then, as my good friend Kevin Jensen would say, I just don't like her head, and you don't. She's too flat in her jaw, she's too long in her muzzle. She just doesn't have a real stout enough feature about her head, but there's a lot of good in her, and really her length of body, the movement out of her front end is what keeps her over the heifer here in third. Stopped and propped up, another nice heifer here in third. You know, moderate in her size, but lots of body, lots of muscle to her. She's a little shorter off both ends, and probably the biggest thing I'd like to do is just redesign this heifer from her hooks back and the way she goes to her pins and the way she handles her hind leg out here. But boy, I tell you what, she's still a good, useful kind of a cow prospect that I think is going to have some doability to her here on down the road. So nice trio, but there's that one that I think really kind of sets the bar pretty high.
This is a nice class of steers, and I don't know if there's a killer out here in this class. There's two nice steers here at the top end, and for us, just in terms of the basics of what make cattle good, this birthmark calf needs to go ahead and win. Again, probably comparatively speaking to some of the cattle we've seen out here, he's not as freaked out in terms of muscle and maybe just look, but that one is really, really good in terms of all of his pieces fitting together from the side. He's plenty stout. He's plenty muscular in terms of the way he's built from behind, and more than anything in terms of the way his angle, his knee, his hock, his pastern is constructed. That's a significant improvement over the steer in second. The steer in second is the freaked out one. He's got a really, really high tying neck, and when he gets on the standstill there and cocks off, he's one that's really enamoring there. You get on top of that guy, and man, is he powerful. Powerful out on the back side of his shoulder, over his rib and loin. going and out through that hip, and impressive from that standpoint. I guess for us, that calf reads to be a little bit more tubular in terms of the center portion of his body, and then right there on the move. That one's not as good in terms of the angle to his knee, and he really has got to swing them back legs to meet his stride, especially in comparison to that calf that wins. This steer here in third is interesting, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you that he's the heaviest muscled calf out here, because he's not. If you could put him on some feed additives and maybe just blow him apart, this one's got as much quality as anything. He's the best in terms of his structure, in terms of his angles, the way he sets down. He just needs more power to him. He needs more top, he needs more shape and dimension out through his pin set, and he just needs to be stoutened up all the way through. That one's green. That one needs more time and needs a little bit more time on the feed bucket, but I think there's still a lot of quality there. Steer down here in fourth is one, alternatively to him, has all the extra power and dimension in the world. That one's too stilty off of his front end and the angle to his shoulder. He too wants to really swing them back legs to try and meet his stride. For all that extra power and dimension he has, he still wants to pull his hocks from behind. We've got a really big, burly type of calf that comes out next. For Jake and I, and what we like, I wish we could maybe just smooth him up, especially in terms of the way he's put together. Just kind of smooth him up in terms of his joints, take some of that extra hair off of him, because I think there's some genuine quality in that calf. He just looks too coarse out here. You watch him go from behind, he narrows up at the base of his skeleton. A long extended type of calf this gentleman has, he doesn't really want to be a show calf today, and that's not why he's down further. He's one that we'd like to loosen up off either end. He wants to get a little bit too outside of himself from behind the black and white steer that's going to round out this class, free him up, give him a little bit more width and dimension, and I think he rolls a little bit higher. Let's congratulate all of them.
Well, here on the heifer side of things, this main Angus drive has been incredible, and not only these 6, but the ones that also went back. And I guess I'll just go through and talk about these 3 class winners real quick. And the heifer that leads off here, one you really appreciate in terms of just her structure and build. And, you know, I think this heifer looks probably better moving. And, you know, coming back after class, she might have not came back with just that just exact same fill as we seen her earlier, but you know, that's okay, because we don't have to have one that's just incredibly swoopy bellied, but just like that one's look and build from the side. And then a little different speed coming out of the second class here, incredibly bold and powerful, one that's just overwhelming in terms of that. You know, for us, like we talked in class, she needs to be just a nickel fresher at this stage of the game, and also just like to change her if she moves from behind. She wants to roll off her hind leg, but just so much overwhelming and just true cow power right there in that heifer in second. And then the one behind that one out of the third class, really there's not too many big holes in this heifer, a heifer that you really appreciate in terms of just her female quality. Heifer from the side, you really like a lot of things about her. And I think, you know, she's sound enough not to pick a big hole in her, but I think just from here, just so much good in that heifer, and just so much just true, honest, and look like that one quite a bit. We'll go ahead and be the heifer out of the third class will be champion, and the heifer out of the first one will be reserve.
As impressive a lineup of cattle that we've had out here all day from top to bottom. Jake and I are really, really pleased with these steers as we get them back out here. And that's not to say that they all maybe match up quite as much as we'd like to see. I think in a couple of these classes we got into some steers that there was a lot of give and take, and maybe one that we didn't just absolutely love in terms of type and kind and what they brought to the table. But there's two steers out here that we do absolutely love, and probably for different reasons. There's one of them that's just chubby and fat and just has so many unique things in terms of power and bone and dimension. Maybe one that I just question a little bit in terms of maturity and where they are from a long-term standpoint. Another one that just is so impeccable in terms of look from the side and body and rib and dimension. Maybe not the extra punch and power of another one out here, and maybe one that I think you probably just don't really like his head shape, but that's not really something to beat him on. And so that becomes a discussion for us. We're pretty confident in the way we're going to go, and still think, even though those two steers are a little bit different in terms of type and kind, they still represent the most quality out here. Let's congratulate all of these kids one more time, and Jake will go out and show you how we like them.
Let me catch up over on the breeding heifer side. The main Angus division is over with. I'll go through those classes. Class 129, first place Gentry Johnson. Second, Ware Ballinger of Moravia, Gentry Johnson from Makokada. Third, Cal Pryor Woodbine. Fourth, to Brock Bowman of Glidden, 5th to Ross Lynch of Grundy Center, 6th to Ethan Timmis of Mechanicsville, 7th to Hallie Fitzgerald of Tipton, and 8th to Tyron Tucker of Jefferson. Class 130, second class main Angus. First place, Riley Short, Masonville. Second to Riley Johansson of Spirit Lake. Third, Cale Plug of Charlotte. Fourth to Landon Tipkin of Wyoda. Fifth, Miles Buckenstedt of Manchester. And sixth to Jamie Hellick of Garner. Once again, that was placings for class 130, placings for the final class of main Angus heifers. First place, Maya Curran, Sheraton, Lane Johnson, Makokata in second. Third to Landon Rosenboom of Bussy. Fourth, Tayden Freeman of Cascade. Fifth, Olivia Stout of Marble Rock. Sixth, Lauren Bayer of Albia. And seventh to Carly Lynch, your 2022 Iowa Beef Expo champion main Angus heifer coming out of Sheraton, Iowa, and that's Maya Kern, reserve Gentry Johnson, Makokata.
All right, another good start here. And we've got two heifers that really kind of resemble one another. And again, that's not always the case, but I think here they sure work together as a nice pair. And just more length of body, tremendous flexibility and mobility here in this first heifer. She kind of has her spine set in her right because the extra length of hip and the way she's constructed in the lower joints. She looks the part whether she's standing there or whether she's on the move. And still very green in her conditioning. I see a lot of gas left in her tank. I think she's just going to continue to get better. Again, not the prettiest noggin sitting on top of the front of her. She's one that gets a little long in her beak and just a little too flat in her jaw. But that's probably the biggest hole right now, I would say. If a person wants to be a little critical of her, I'd sure like to change that heifer up to her head. Heifer in second, like we've already said, is a lot like her in terms of her length, the flexibility she has, but it's primarily the female look that I see in her and comparing her to the female in third that I like about her. Just a little nicer in her shoulder blade, a little flatter in the way she's constructed in her muscle shape, and still has enough to her in my regard. Just not as long, not as elegant up through her neck and the way it sets into her shoulder like your class winner. In third's a big, stout bone, heavy muscled female, really tremendous in the shape that she has down her top. It's a little shorter for us, and probably the big thing is her hip. We'd just like to lengthen that one up in her hip. But if you like extra bone and muscle and power, then obviously you would be a fan to start the class with her, because with all that muscle, she still becomes very, very mobile. I like that about her. I just like to lengthen her up. Her correctness at top line, spine's a little bit better than a heifer in fourth. There's maybe a nickel more length of body in the fourth place heifer, linked up through her front end. She's a little nicer through her throat and chest. She has a tendency of getting a little high in her top when she moves, and I don't think just quite as accurate in the way she sets on her hind leg. More substance, more length in the heifer completing the class. That's a really good looking heifer that winds this class up in her neck and her chest. She's very smooth in the way she's made in through her shoulder. Probably just not quite as big and horsey today in terms of power, but I think a lot of quality in the female that winds up completing this group.
Over here on the steer side, we pull the first class of white ones in, and I think there's one that for us just comes in and grabs your attention and will continue to do so. I think this one young lady's calf that we're going to go ahead and get started with, when he is parked, he gives you an absolutely incredible look, and he's probably as balanced, as good as anything we've seen today in terms of wedging from his shoulder back and having some depth of flank and some depth of body to go with it. He reads true at all of his angles and gets out and goes fairly comfortably. Every now and then he'll want to knuckle there off of his rear too, but I think maybe it could be a product of getting him going too fast, but awfully high quality, nice one to go ahead and start the Charolais off. Nothing to take away the young lady's calf that comes in second. I think a high quality one that ties his neck extremely high on the top side of his shoulder and is long and kind of wild looking, but maybe just gives up some pounds, gives up some presence to the one above him, but really nice kind of wild looking one that's going to go ahead and go second. Young man's kind of cream-colored steer that comes next, you really got to appreciate in terms of just his depth of body, his depth of rib, and he too balances up fairly well. But for us, he wants to get a little bit up in his spine and maybe get outside of his skeleton ever so slight on the move. So if we can kind of maintain him there, I think he could run with the two calves above him. Young man's calf that rounds out next, just kind of your meat and potatoes kind of a calf, good feeding kind of a calf, and honestly, he's one that I'd like to take to the feed yard because I think he could yield pretty well when you're all said and done. But really high quality set of Charolais steers. Let's go ahead and congratulate these exhibitors.
Over on the market side, placings for Class 228 Kianina steers. First place, Mason Shala, Riverside. Second, Carly Kinsel of Epworth. Third to Aiden Powles of Indianola. Fourth to Cash Johnston of Rhodes. And fifth to Brenna Hageman of Kalmar. That was placings Class 228. Class 229, first place, Ellie Neal, Fairbank. Second to Dylan Manning of Waukee. Third to Colton Finley of Lavilla. Fourth to Dayton Weaver of Mobile. Fifth to Taylor Deppie of Bernard. Sixth, Ethan Graber of Mount Pleasant. And seventh to Jaden Knabb of Loudon. Your 2022 Iowa Beef Expo champion, Kianina steer, Mason Shala. Coming out of Class 228, your reserve champion key steer, Drew Jacobson, Class 225. Once again, Mason Shala with your champion key, Drew Jacobson with your reserve. And let's go right on into the Charolais steer division, the first class, Class 230, first place, Jenna Funk of Manchester. Second to Reagan Rosenboom of Bussy. Third, Cash Hansicker of Nevada. And fourth to Trevor Reesberg of Harris. Currently in the ring, Class 231, Charolais steers. Let's move over to the heifer side. First class, maintainer heifers, Class 132. First place, Macy Schroeder of Pella. Second to Landry DeVore of Atlantic. Third to John Vanderveen of Hartley. Fourth, Skylar Coffey of Garden Grove. And fifth to John Peterson of Red Oak. Currently in the ring, Judges Scott and Shiloh Shockey evaluating Class 133 maintainer heifers.
Back over here on the steer side, we've got a calf that wins pretty quickly for us, and he's not perfect by any means. You'd certainly like to soften that guy up and give him just a little bit more chub there in the center portion of his body. He's maybe not just, an athlete in terms of that hind leg, but out here he significantly is. I think that one's built the best all the way through. He's got a very intricate look from the side, that neck and his shoulder, how long and level he is, and still puts all of his pieces together so well. Like I said, that one's an easy class winner in our mind. If this steer in second could get out and go with any more flexibility, I think it becomes a closer decision. Unfortunately, he can't. That steer is one that certainly is round and good in terms of his rib. He too has got plenty of power and plenty of stoutness. It's right there. He just swings outside of himself too much off of those rear two. He's too upright in the angle of his shoulder. He's just has got to be more flexible and more within himself off either end. A good practical type of steer comes out next. He's one that's not only got a structural advantage over the steer in 4, but there's just more redeeming factors about that one in terms of rib and body and dimension, especially from a long-term standpoint. Unfortunately, he just doesn't put it together in a package that's nearly good looking enough from the side to run with those top 2. The steer that rounds out this class is no doubt muscular to the point where he's just a little bit too bunchy and tight in terms of the way that muscle lays onto his skeleton. He's too upright in the angle of his shoulder, too upright in the way he uses his hind leg, probably just a little bit more old school in terms of his look. A nice class of steers. Let's congratulate all of them.
Well, here on the heifer ring, I think we're going to lead off with this black and white heifer, just in terms she still's got a youthful look and still looks like a calf, and I think this one will have the, as much grow when it's all said and done, and yet with that, she couples that with the right kind of shape in terms of boldness of rib and width out of her pins, and she doesn't want to get out and just take a secure step. Part of that's just her attitude, but she's probably never going to be, softest in terms of her hind leg. But I think one that just couples a youthful, attractive look is the black and white heifer. Now the heifer coming in second's probably stouter bone, a little bigger legged, and maybe bigger rib, but one that you like in terms of just her smoothness, but for us, she just reads to be a little bit shorter in terms of her cannon bone. She wants to get a little bit lower fronted and just like to just lengthen her out ever so slightly. The heifer coming in third, one you really like from the side, presentation spot on that one. She's good looking, but for how smooth and she looks from the side, just like to just open her up for us and just give her a shot more just true width and power, but one you like in terms of just a striking look from the side. And then the heifer here in fourth has got a quality look about her that's good about her head and neck, and smooth-shouldered heifer that's got some length of body. Need to just loosen this one up and just give her a shot more body.
over here in the Charlet show, I think there's 3 of them up here that have a lot of differences, and you really got to sort through them because in any one area, any of them can hit you hard, and that's what makes it challenging. That's what made a lot of discussion between Ashley and I and what we were going to do. But I think the one that this young lady's calf that's going to go ahead and lead the class off, I think does so again in a complete balanced type of a package. It still has some muscle, still has some punch, and gets out and goes probably as good as any in the entire class. He reads good at the angle of his shoulder. He reads good. He's level in his hip and down to his hock and comfortable at the ground. Really nice one to go ahead and start. Young man's calf that comes second. I love a lot of things about this one, and for me personally, I love this one's added width. I love this one's added dimension and his boldness in rib, and I probably prefer his hind leg in terms of there at the ground, and his pastern's better than the one that wins. But for us, you study him in his front 1/3, and particularly the way his neck set ties into the top side of his shoulder. He wants to tie just a tick lower, get a little bit shorter coupled there, but awfully stout one, really high quality to go ahead and go second. Young man's calf that comes third, probably on the standstill, emulates the one that wins the class, and that's what made it challenging. But I think for us, when you pull him to the lead, he wants to get a little bit honky there off of both of his rear 2 hocks. He gets a little bit uncoordinated, doesn't really know which direction he wants to plant, but he too is chubby. He's got some muscle. He's got some width and dimension. Just would like to change him there the way he handles his hock and rear offside leg. Young man's calf that comes next. Long, extended, high performing, really good looking from the side and sound, and probably has the advantage above both 2 and 3 in terms of structure, but just gets out horsed. Needs to be a little bit chubbier there in terms of his rib shape, bolder there in terms of his muscle and dimension. Young lady's cream calf that rounds out the class. Again, high quality one, just kind of run into a few buzzsaws at the top, but really good class of Charlet steers. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
All right, listen up, please. I am not the bearer of bad news this trip. I'm the bearer of good news with the Purina raffle winners. Got some pretty good stuff we're giving away here, and I'm about to announce who the lucky person is that gets it. Please stop by the Purina booth and pick it up. Justin Murphy, you won a Weaver Pro Air blower. Justin Murphy wins a Weaver Pro Air blower. Andy's Clippers go to David Edwards. David Edwards wins Andy's Clippers. 10 bags of Purina Full Control goes to Jeremy Hageman. 10 bags of Purina Full Control, Jeremy Hageman. 10 bags of Purina Full Range goes to Jenny Bourne. Once again, 10 bags Purina Full Range, Jenny Bourne, and the signed by several young exhibitors Purina banner goes to Jackson Fisher. Jackson Fisher wins the Purina banner. Stop by the Purina booth, pick up those winnings, folks. Big thanks to Purina.
All right, gang, good job out here, and we've got a bigger class, one of the bigger ones we've had here today, and probably within this group, there's just not that one that you really sink your teeth into and say, this is clearly the best one in here. I think we have a lot of real positive things in each of these cattle up here towards the top end. And I guess for both of us, you know, Shala was just saying the Baldy's just so overwhelming in her body and the substance that she has and mass, and that's true. And with that, you know, we also recognize here's one with a little more conditioning than what we like, but we still feel like you melt that one down, there's still just a bit more real cow here. Her heart, her forerib, the kind of rib cage she has, it starts out of her spine and then comes to the lower part of her body is a lot truer, I think, than the heifer here in second. Big, strong hip in that female. Good enough on her hind leg. If we're going to pick on that one, it's more out of her front end. She struggles a bit more up out of her shoulder. Doesn't have the ability to pick her neck up quite as nicely out of her blade like we'd like, but a good heifer from there back. And we thought just in this particular case here today, just enough more cow power in her right now to go ahead and win the class. We do like the freshness. We recognize the, you know, the correctness of conditioning here in this heifer in seconds, a little more what we personally like. This heifer still has plenty of bone underneath her. Her length of body's really good. You know, there's some things about her that we like, and I guess if this one could be a little looser made in her hip and just reach out and be a bit more comfortable in the length of stride that she has off her hind leg, we could sure switch them because of the youthfulness, the freshness that she has, and still has enough power. But the way it turns out, I think you're a little better out of your front end, but you probably don't move quite as comfortable off your hind leg as the Baldy, and the Baldy just simply had a bit more punch to her today. Young lady, your heifer has some real interesting pieces too. Probably within the top group, yours is the heaviest bone. She's got a very appealing look to her once you get her stopped. She's got a nice shape to her neck, and yet still real rugged in the way that she's made underneath. Her pin width is pretty good. A little interesting to me, you get up front, she's probably the narrowest chested up here on the top end, and then probably what kind of sealed the deal for me as we watch this heifer leave us, she has a tendency of getting a little base wide from behind. She throws her legs out just a little wider than what we would suggest up out of her front end. So again, I think there's some real interesting pieces to this heifer. There'd be some other shows she could just as easily win this class because she's got nice presence out here on the stand, tremendous amount of bone, and really pretty intriguing up high back in through her pins.
Over here on the Charlet side, we get into some, and two in particular that we have a fair amount of discussion on, and I don't think it's bad discussion. I think it's just explaining the differences. I think the one that fits us the best, and me particularly, is this young man's calf here at the front. I think when he gets him parked, he's got a really good look. He's ties his neck high on the top side of his shoulder and balances extremely well. For me, you know, our problem, I'd like to free him up there and sit him down a little bit more comfortably off of his rear tube. But boy, when he's parked, he gives you a good look. He's got some muscle. He's bold in his rib shape. I think a nice place to start. I think the calf that comes next, I think probably has the advantage in terms of structure and in particular his hip and hind leg, but for us, he just wants to get a little bit deeper in his chest floor there, a little bit cresty at the top side of his neck, and maybe not as balanced up nearly as well as the calf above him, but really, really nice kind of a calf that's going to go ahead and go second. Young man's calf that comes next, I think an ultra big bodied one that's got some muscle shape, got some practicality about him. Just like to maybe strengthen him there at his hock and have him handle that just with a little bit more comfort there. Young lady's big steer that comes out next, ultra long, really high performing type of a cattle that's got some muscle, got some muscle shape to go along with it, but maybe just doesn't have the quality as the cattle above him. But let's congratulate these young people.
We get these Charolais cattle out here. And before I'm going to talk these, I'm just going to give a preface. Pet peeve of mine. When we get out in this championship lineup, you guys, quit bumping out. Stay in line with everybody else. You bumping out is not going to give you any more advantage than anybody else, I promise you. We're going to pick them and we're going to choose them how we like them, whether you decide to bump 10 feet out or stay in line. So all it is when you guys are bumping out is causing a ruckus out here, so just stay in line where you're supposed to be. Now that we got that out of the way. The Charolais steers, we get these cattle out here, and Jake and I are really, really impressed with two of them. We think they fit together exceptionally well. There's one of them that, again, represents just a little bit more quality in terms of structure, in terms of look from the side, and all those pieces fitting together. Another one that I think is just really enamoring in terms of his type and kind and his neck and the way it sits on his body and his rib. Maybe not quite as good in terms of the way his hip and hind leg is constructed, but certainly two exceptionally good steers. Let's go ahead and congratulate these kids, and Jake will show you how we like them.
Well, on the heifer side of things, really a good class here, and from top to bottom, all nice heifers that going to have some use in the future. The heifer that leads off, just like her from the side in terms of her front 1/3, her look, and about her neck and chest, back into her shoulder. Like this one, when you set her into motion, you know, she does want to drop her pins ever so slightly, but I think her structure is probably the most acceptable out here. Nice heifer to lead off with. Then the black and white heifer coming next here, one you really like just in terms of her mass and volume. She's bold in terms of her rib shape, stout bone kind of a heifer. Maybe just a heifer that needs to be a little bit more attractive about her front 1/3 in terms of just her chest and dewlap there, but certainly just a good kind of heifer that will make a nice cow for this young lady. Then the heifer coming in next here, really one from the side that's good looking in terms of about her front 1/3. She has some pieces you can really tie into and like. I guess for us, when you set her into motion, she wants to drop her pins kind of like that one that starts off the class here, and then maybe just make her a little bit softer in terms of just her forerib and flank to just certainly balance her out a little bit more. But there's a lot of pieces you can tie into and like on that one. I think her true advantage is actually just her length over the heifer coming in next. You know, you really appreciate this young man's heifer standing here. She's good in her lines. One that's attractive about her front 1/3 and stays collected in terms of her top line. She's just a heifer that needs to have more to her, and then she just gets a little bit straight and tight off her rear skeleton. Just needs to be loosened up on the go. And then high performing, long, extended kind of a heifer that's going to be have some length and just performance. One that you like about her head and neck. She's got a feminine look about her, just needs to have a shot more belly to compensate for extra frame and just loose her when set in motion.
Over here on the steer side, we get into these Angus, and I think this young man brings us one that's of extremely high quality, especially for this breed. I think there's one that I think maybe he's an outlier in terms of muscle shape for this breed, in terms of dimension, and I really appreciate that about him. But even still, you get off to the side of him, and he ties his neck high and gives you a really good look from the side. He gets out and goes extremely well and reads very good in all of his angles. And honestly, for an Angus, he's actually pretty good at there and the way he sets in at his knee. So awfully good Angus, kind of a steer to go ahead and go first. Young lady's calf that comes next, I think one is similar in terms of muscle shape and dimension. Maybe doesn't have the look and the quality as the one above him, but still really good in terms of his body shape, got some muscle, gets out and goes relatively well. Young man's calf that comes next, I think with some time, maybe you can feed it into him, but my biggest issue with him is his rear too. He wants to get a little bit outside of himself, not handle his hocks nearly as comfortably, and get a little bit upright there, the angle of his shoulder, but really high quality kind of a calf to kind of go third.
Let me catch you up over on the steer side. Class 231, Charlet steers first, Katie Johnson, Independence, second to Jack Plug of Charlotte, third to Alexa Rise of Manchester, and fourth to Lexi Evans of Humiston. Class 232, Charlet steers first place, Laney DeVries, Red Oak, second to Austin Evans of Creston, third Brock Bowman of Glidden, fourth Connor Briggs of Sheraton, and fifth to Bell Nedowicki of Fairfax. And finishing up the Charlet class division, class 233, first place, Will Conover Sully, second to Addie McKenna, Sioux City, third to Troy Condon of Palmer, and fourth to Lexi Staley of Lake Park. Champion 2022 Iowa Beef Expo Charlet steer Laney DeVries out of class 232. Your reserve champion coming out of class 30, Jenna Funk.
This one's pretty salty here, guys, especially for an Angus steer. You know, when he first comes in here, Jake and I were talking about it. You know, that one's pretty big-legged, and you think for a second, is he really an Angus? But that guy's an Angus, and he's a good one. You study him in terms of his rib. You study him in terms of the way his muscle lays on his skeleton, his head, his neck, his ears. That one's just really, really good, and we think that there's so much quality in that one, not only in terms of freshness and youthfulness, the way his neck sits onto his body, but just the way he's built at the ground is flawless. And we love him in terms of his structure. He couples it with a lot of rib and plenty of genuine muscularity. After that, you can pick and choose between 2 and 3. We side with the young lady here in second, just in terms of rib and dimension, especially in terms of forerib shape. You study that guy from behind, he definitely has a stoutness advantage, not nearly as just highly presented, stout and powerful in terms of his foot and bone as that young lady that wins. The calf that's going to end up third is one that certainly has depth of body, but out here becomes the flattest and the narrowest and probably the greenest all the way through of all the cattle out here. We'd like to free him up off either end of his skeleton as well. Let's congratulate them.
Let me catch you up over on the steer side in the Angus division. Both classes have been placed. Champion selection going on right now, but placings for class 234. First place, Lincoln Bent, Corydon, Iowa. Second place, Susie Fredericks of Milo. Third to Sam Greiman of Perry. Placings for the second class of Angus steers. First place, Jillian Moffitt, Colfax. Second to Tatum Oldham of Ida Grove. And third to Marissa Muff of Ventura. Selection of champion Angus steer going on right now.
Over here in the Angus ring, I think not a lot of numbers, but I think at the top end, extremely high quality. In our minds, in talking, I think there's 2 of them that come to the top and do so handily. In terms of just look and quality and balance and doing things that the Angus breed typically doesn't do, there's 2 of them that kind of fit the bill for us. You kind of got to decide which one you want to go with, but for us, we're going to go with the one that's a little bit more of a man, that's got some more punch, he's heavier featured. That's going to be the young ladies calf out of the second class, and we're going to follow with the young man's first calf out of the first class as reserve. Let's congratulate these young people.
Well, your 2022 champion Angus steer coming out of the second class is Jillian Moffitt of Colfax. Reserve coming out of the first class, that's Lincoln Bent of Corydon.
Okay, Shaw was going to talk to those 3 students there, and I'm going to visit about these first 4. And again, I just think this red Baldy, you know, she brings the cow side to the show ring here pretty quickly. And I know that there's some of you that don't think she's got just enough wow factor, but boy, I tell you, for a cow herd, if you can build them like that, I think it keeps you in the business. I like this one for a lot of things that when you think about production traits and rib and mobile and looks like a female, she does that very nice. And one of the very few that we've had in here today that, you know, for having that kind of length to her length of body, she's still just really, really bold and very powerful in her shape, and yet handles it very nicely. I just think she's got a lot of really good real world things working for her. Not so much the show ring side, but we think about building cow herds, build them like that, we're in good shape. This heifer in second, you know, is a very immature, later maturing kind of female. I'm a little old school. I probably appreciate these kind a bit more than some of you do. I just think this one here give her some time, get a baby inside of her, let her mature. We're going to like this one a lot because her skeleton's nice. Her lines are good. You know, obviously today she doesn't have near the belly and rib in her. She's not as bold as some of these cattle here in the class, but she'll get over that. You know, time takes care of all those things. I think all we got to do is just continue to develop this heifer. Again, I go back to, you know, my preference of keeping heifer calves looking like calves. I think she does that very nicely in a very nice structure. We move this heifer up in third and we switch these two, and I think it needs to be done when we get them stopped out here head to tail. I was probably a little harder on the young man's heifer when she first came in. She's a little tighter moving, and I thought, well, just structure-wise, I maybe don't like her quite as well. But honestly, when we get her stopped, the way she hooks up in her top line out of her shoulder blade, her general smoothness and balance, she's just got a bit more shape, I think, out of her spine and down her top than the heifer we have here in fourth. And like we were just saying, too, she's just a lot more youthful looking. Her head, the shoulder blade, the way it's laid into her, to me, she kind of fits more of a calf description than the female here in fourth. It's a big old house, a big old horse here in fourth. I mean, she's big and long and heavy boned and will weigh up as good as anything. I think it's, again, for me, I think of one that's probably just a little big on the mature size. If she continues at this rate, I'd like to build her differently out of her shoulder. She breaks quite a bit out of her blade and her top. Probably, again, just doesn't hold together quite as well because of the extra frame that she has. But a very nice set of cattle. Again, I'm just going to call the Red Baldy real world beef right there. That's a good kind of female that a lot of cow herds need to look like.
Well, exhibitors on the heifer side, we bragged on you earlier, but it's starting to look like a little bit of a small town over there now. The officials have asked me if you will please limit the number of people in the makeup area to the exhibitor and one crew member. We would greatly appreciate it. Our staff is having trouble getting everybody found and to the ring. So please, just the exhibitor and one family member or crew member in the makeup area. Thank you. All right, let me catch up over on the breeding side here real quick in the maintainer heifer division. Class 133, first place Abby Tulak of Prohl, second to Kaiser Will of Anita, third Carson Reek of Creston, and fourth to Reese Glenn. That was class 133 maintainers. Class 134 maintainer heifers, first place Brenna Wilkins, second to Lauren Bayer, third Brenna Wilkins of Bennett, Lauren Bayer of Albia, third McKinley White of Storm Lake, fourth to Kayla Muir of Rippey, fifth to Samantha Noteboom of Sheldon, sixth to Wyatt Ebersol of Kellerton, seven Theo Baumer of Onslow, eighth to Kenley Richardson of Lake City, and ninth JC Delaney of Fairfield. That was placings for class 134 maintainers. Placings for class 135 maintainers, first place Addie Baumert of Harper, second to Lily Curry, Mount Ayr, third Briley Stephan Wyota, fourth Maxwell Skellinger of Orient, and fifth to Hayden Wade of Oxford. Last class that was just in the ring, class 136 maintainers, first place Addison Brigaman of Paulina, second to Pacey Hawkins of Cincinnati, third Braxton Doncheski of Dunlap, fourth to Taylor Lazoom of Fort Atkinson, fifth McKaylee McCartan of Pocahontas, sixth to Ashlyn Hay of Webster City, and seventh to Emerson Wirt of Guthrie Center. That was placings for class 136, 137 currently in the ring.
We roll into these market heifers, and I know we've got quite a few of them to work through, and so we're going to try and do this efficiently as possible. This yellow and white heifer that's going to go ahead and start, I think she's one that is probably as stout and powerful as anything, couples it with a really fresh look up through her front end, is good in terms of her feet and her legs and the shape and size to her foot. I guess from a market heifer standpoint, she probably reads just a little bit more breeding cattle in terms of the center body shape that she has, but I don't think that takes away from her out here in this class. For Jake and I personally, we'd maybe just like to take all of that hair pulled down there on their show side and maybe just kind of comb it all out. It's just a little gummy there, and I don't think it really helps her any in terms of looking better ribbed, especially from the side. But that one out here is stout, she's powerful, she's sound in terms of her structure, and still has some look. The red heifer that comes out next probably reads just a little bit more market animal in terms of her rib shape and in terms of her dimension there. She's one that I think has got just as much power and stoutness as that other heifer. She's attractive through her front end. I don't know if she's quite as just wide and opened up, especially when you study her from behind down in there through her stifle. I don't know if she's quite as just fluid in terms of the way she gets out and goes, especially off of those rear two, and the way she hinges out of her hip and her hind leg. The black heifer that comes out next is stout and powerful. She's just a little bit too rigid off of either end for our liking. I'd like to maybe soften her up in terms of her forerib to complement the extra chest that she's already pushing out there. Young lady's got a really long, extended, big-footed, sound-structured heifer that just needs more time on feed. Soften her up in terms of her rib cage, and certainly she goes higher in this class. The gentleman's heifer that comes out next is just a good, practical, sound-structured one that out here probably falls out from a performance standpoint and just having enough rib and body and power to run any higher in this class. We get down to a pair of cattle here at the bottom end that certainly have some more performance and dimension and power than the heifer directly in front of them, but from a structural standpoint just need to be tweaked in the way they go off either end. Let's congratulate all of them.
All right, well, in this set of maintainer heifers, again, we kind of stepped into a little bit of the land of the giants, if you will. And once again, I would just tell you from a personal standpoint, I don't need February heifers as big as these two. In fact, even the third heifer, you think about real world February, she's plenty big enough. She doesn't get beat because she doesn't have enough size and growth. So this is one of those situations where I think, you know, for me, there's just some little things that strike me as a personal preference over the heifer here in second. First and foremost, it's the amount of lack of conditioning this heifer has as I compare to the heifer in second. She's a lot freer of fat down in her chest. She doesn't have as much fat inside of her, in my opinion. The shape of her neck's a bit more correct. She's still a huge boned, flexible in her knee. The length of her step is really good. This one for us probably build her differently in her shoulder blades. She's a little more opened up on the top side, and that kind of transitions to some of her problems as she moves out of her front end coming at you. She gets a little wider at her knees and down to the point of her shoulder down low here. But one of those loose, flexible, and like Shiloh said, this young lady has a hard time getting her stopped and put together. I think she really looks her best on the move, and that's because of the looseness of spine that she has and her flexibility. This is a big bovine here. Again, just too much for me. She's too cooked in terms of conditioning. She's got a lot of fat down in her chest and inside of her. Big, powerful, stout. You know, there's a lot of things that have that kind of mass and substance. She's just really, really long. Again, probably just a bit more mature than what I like, and I'd like to change her too in the way she sets off her hind legs. She has a tendency of kind of rolling out on her outside claws, doesn't travel quite as true from behind. But quite honestly, what gets this heifer in trouble for me is she's just overdone. She's just too big, and I don't think we need cattle quite like that. I'd like, for a lot of reasons, to use this heifer in third because she fits a February heifer in my mind. She's youthful, she's clean, she's got plenty of hip in her. Again, not a bad moving heifer at all. I think the angle of her blade and the length of her stride off her hind leg is really pretty nice. As you really start to study her, though, we come out of her shoulder into her heart and her forerib. She's just never going to have enough right there. You know, it's one of those deals where I think she'll always have enough flank in her, especially when we get a calf in her, but it's hard as we come out of that shoulder blade and make them as bold centered as she needs to be. And probably, again, just a little thing, set the tail head in her just a little bit differently, but that's a good heifer, and there's a lot of reasons for me to want to start with her. Her honest maturity and youthfulness would be one of the biggest reasons I'd like to start with that heifer, but I just don't think there's ever going to be quite enough mass to her. The baldy heifer is nice. I like her length of body. I like her a lot as she stands there. She's really strong in her top, has good spread down her top when we get in behind her. Once again, as we put her on the lead, she has a tendency of, with the extra set to her hind leg, it kind of has the tendency to roll off just a little bit more in her hip and kind of come up in the middle part of her spine a bit more. But I think on the stand, that's a very nice female. A good-looking heifer here that completes the class. You know, obviously in this big old stout group of cattle here, she doesn't have as much body and power to compete today up here with the top end.
Over here on the market heifer side, I think one that comes to the top and does so handily for both Ashley and I. This young lady's Blue Roan heifer does so and does so for all the reasons. When she's parked, she gives you an extremely good look. She's balanced. She ties her neck high at the top side of her skeleton. She sits down on a heavy set of wheels, and then you get up on her. She's bold in her rib shape. She's stout and extra powerful. Just a nice place to start here for this class. Nothing to take away from the young lady's calf that comes next. I think a heifer that is similar in terms of type and kind, maybe just a little bit more rigid there off of her rear two, and doesn't handle her hocks or hawk to ground nearly as well as the one above her, but really good looking, got some power, got some muscle. Nice place to go ahead and follow suit with the one that wins. Then we get into this black and white heifer here that comes third, and I think one that's got really good show ring presence and gives yourself gives everybody a quality look, but just gets out horsed in terms of power. Maybe doesn't balance up nearly as well. I'd like to drop her in her flank ever so slight, but stout, kind of good looking one that's going to go third. Young lady's calf that comes next. A heifer that probably reads in terms of depth of body and depth of rib a little bit more like a breeding heifer, but still has some quality, still has some muscle, still has some power. Maybe just isn't presented nearly as good as the ones above her, but nice heifer there for that young lady. Heifer that comes next, I think one that's maybe just complete. It's hard to pick a hole in one, but doesn't really wow you in any one area. Gets out and goes relatively well off of both ends of her skeleton. Maybe just gets a little bit shorter there in her neck set and lower there where she ties, but a nice effort to go ahead and go fifth. Young lady's gold heifer that comes out next, probably as stout and powerful as anything in the class, but we got to change her structurally. She just gets way too rigid there off of her rear two. We need to relax her there and see her move just a little bit better. Heifer that comes next, I think one that's got some body, has got some muscle shape, got some rib, but just doesn't have the quality or the look as some of the ones above her. And the young man's calf that comes next, I think a heifer that sits down on a really big foot. Has got some decent legs underneath her, but just doesn't have the look and the show ring presence and the quality to run any higher today. But let's congratulate these young people.
Well, here on the heifer side of things, I'm going to talk these top four, and Dad will talk to the other ones here. And I think on really these four structures, probably a wash. Go ahead and lead off with this boy's heifer, just in terms of a quality look and build. Just a design from the side like this one as she couples it about her front 1/3 and still having the right kind of shape and power to her. You know, maybe like to change her at the angle of her shoulder, but certainly just a striking kind of heifer to lead off with. The heifer coming in second, one you really appreciate in terms of her length and smoothness. She's a heifer that's got some extra just frame when she got some extra frame, but it's just when she's set in motion as well, she wants to just labor a little bit out of her front end, and maybe it's just a case leaning her up a little bit too, but certainly a heifer that's going to have some extra grow to her when it's all said and done. Heifer coming second, or coming next here, probably like the heifer that wins in terms of just power and shape. She is bold ribbed and stout out of her hip. With that, she just has some extra set to her hind leg and just gets a little bit coarser looking, but certainly a bold, powerful kind of heifer. And then a real feminine, attractive one that comes here next. It's good in her lines and standing still you like, but with her extra frame, maybe like to see her just stouter in terms of just her rib shape and all the way through to accommodate for that extra frame.
Young man is going to win this class, and really quickly for us. There was no question that when she hit the ring, it was going to take a darn good one to go ahead and beat her, and that one just didn't walk in. Young man, you got to thank your fitting crew, because this one is put together immaculately in terms of not only her feet and her legs, her top and her tail head, but that belly is just flawless in terms of the way it lays into her, and it only complements the fact that she's the best one out here. She's not, just choke-necked right there on the bottom side of her skull, but outside of that, that one is the soundest structured, the best body. She's got plenty of mass, plenty of dimension. We like that one quite a bit. After that, we had quite a bit of discussion between 2, 3, and 4, and Jake and I are probably even just a little bit flip-flopped on how we like them. The heifer that stands here in second, though, probably has the most good to her of the remaining cattle, and there's just one major thing that you'd like to tweak about her, and that's the way she sets down off of those rear pasterns. And it really starts with the fact that she's just too small-footed. If you can stouten her up in terms of her foot, I think she sets down more comfortably. But that one's the best just in terms of the shape and dimension to her forerib and her body. She's easily the stoutest and the most powerful of the remaining cattle. She balances well from the side. She's not as wild-necked as the heifer directly behind her, but that one actually stays truer and more genuine from her hip to her hock and to the ground, especially as she goes away from you. The heifer here in third, she is the one that sits on, that neck sits higher on the top side of her shoulder. She's probably just a little bit better in terms of the length and levelness to her spine. That one's not any improvement in terms of shape and size to her foot or bone. She too is just too rigid in the way she goes and sets down off of those rear two. You get in and you watch her go from behind and she wants to pull her hocks and deviate in that top line. She just doesn't hold it all together when you set her in motion. This one that stands here in fourth, if you could just look at this one on the standstill, you love her. That one's freaked out in terms of her head and her neck. She certainly puts together so many attractive pieces from the side and really looks like a market animal in terms of her muscularity. Unfortunately, again, from a structural standpoint, that one's just too straight off either end. She comes up pretty short in terms of her stride. I just need to see her more athletic in terms of the way she goes. We've got two good practical heifers that come out next. They have the advantage over, sweetheart, go ahead. They have the advantage over the following heifer just in terms of power and dimension. They're just both a little bit too jammed up through their front end, getting a little chesty already, and probably just maybe not the right speed from a market heifer standpoint to run any higher in this group. The gentleman's heifer that's going to be second to last is big-legged. She certainly is long-necked. You really study that one in terms of her skeleton, though, and she's too narrow and closed up all the way through, especially when she comes at you and goes away from you. And then the young lady with the black and white heifer, you know, it's unfortunate. It looks like this girl probably injured herself at one point in time. She's pretty tentative off of that one leg. Hopefully she can get her home and get her healed up just a little bit. There's a lot of power and a lot of good in that heifer. She's just not wanting to get around like she needs to today.
Well, we both agree, Shal and I, that there is no answer to this division. And so for the exhibitors, the moms, the dads, the grandma, the grandpas, as you leave the Iowa Beef Expo here 2022, in this division here, you can say, you know what? Next show, next judge, a new opportunity. Because I think out here, we have bounced absolutely every heifer for being Grand or Reserve, and for whatever reason. I don't think there's just that one out here, at least for us, that has all the bells and whistles going off and say, hey, look at me, I'm the best thing out here, you should never miss me. So, you know, there are really, I guess for me, four that we probably would call the contenders out here. The first one will be the black and white heifer that I would just mention, and I think once this heifer gets her mind in the game and kind of relaxes, I think there's some opportunity for this heifer to be quite good. Length of body's good, length of neck. One of the few out here that has some real honest, true dimension. When you get up in her top, you study her from behind. You get to the center part of her body, you go to the ground. This one is just naturally built with some real width underneath her. I think that the struggle for that one, we see her out here today, and she's just a little, got a loose screw upstairs anyway, and she fights you a little bit more on the halter. And I'm not totally convinced, and neither is Shiloh. She's always going to be quite loose enough hipped and flexible enough there in her joint, in her hind leg in particular. But if she kind of gets her mind wrapped up in the game of showing, I think that one there could be really nice, because I think she brings a lot of pretty neat things here to this division. The red heifer, like I said, that's just real world cow right there. That ain't a heifer that's going to win a lot of shows at a national level, maybe for some. I might be one of the few that sits here in this barn that appreciates her as much as I do. I think that is, in this particular lineup, one that's as bold and powerful and long length of body and yet still real flexible in her joints. And like I said, not just ultra fancy, but gonna make a nice cow, or at least I hope she does. I hope she's not one of those that has zero milk when she lays down and calves, but in my mind, the image of what I'd like my cow herd to look like really kind of fits her. Young lady here that had the heifer that won the second to last class, like I said, and I had the opportunity to talk that class. We kind of stepped into some big cattle in there, and she is big. She's gonna be big, and maybe not so much in framework because I can see her shutting it down, but her mature weight's gonna be big. Massive bone, really flexible and loose, and I think we said that allows her to really look good on the move, but also the longer the day works on here, the looser she gets, and she starts to kind of open up more in the top of her shoulder, breaks in behind her blades a bit more. Again, one of those just sits a little hard to get put together, and I guarantee you when this young showman here gets another 5 or 6 years of experience under her belt, she'll take that kind right there and make her look pretty special, but it's a little hard out here in this final lineup to get that heifer put together once we get her stopped. Young man that won the last class. You know, when you just, when Shiloh get to talking, one that kind of fits us from a mature size standpoint. She's got some elegance, some balance to her. She's got some real natural shape, not the fed-on shape in terms of fat. And one of those that we think is acceptable in structure. She's probably not like the barnyard cat at home in terms of flexibility, but we think she's acceptable enough. And so we started adding everything up. We kind of drew straws and flipped coins and back and forth, and we both have decided that heifer on the end needs to be your champion. Let's give that young man a nice hand. Congratulations to him. I swear, we could stand out here for another 30 minutes. It's not going to make, well, it does make a difference. I don't want to say that, but we're just so back and forth, and we're not totally convinced, you know, again. But I don't know. We get them back out here, and the two that are left that I like have more real dimension, more power to them. And quite honestly, this black and white heifer just has more ring presence out here. I think she's finally starting to get it figured out. Keep working with her. We're going to use her for a reserve champion. Congratulations to her.
Let's catch up over on the breeding heifer side. Class 137 maintainer heifers, first place Hattie McCullum, Colo. Second to Chloe Rogers, Iowa City. Third to Riley Supal of Cascade. Fourth to Madison McCullough of Allerton. And fifth to Ryan Dowd of Batavia. Placings for class 138. First place, Cole Schneider, West Branch. Second to Chase Rosenboom of Bussy. Third to Tyson Lilligard of Bondurant. Fourth to Addison Lehman of West Liberty. Fifth, Grant Anderson, Mount Pleasant. Sixth to Allison Boyle of St. Charles. Seventh to Addison Moeller of Beeman. Your champion 2022 maintainer heifer coming out of class 138. That's Cole Schneider. Reserve out of class 133, Abby Talak.
Over here in the market heifer ring, I think we got two individuals here at the top that there's some give and take, and there's a lot of similarities. And so really, where do your precedents lie? And for me in particular, and Ashley as well, this young man's heifer surfaces to the top. I think if you just study this one in terms of her basic build, her basic skeleton, and how true she reads at all of her angles, I think that's where she excels and beats the heifer behind her. Is she got maybe the most show ring presence or maybe wow factor about her? Probably not. Ashley and I kind of talked, and she kind of just maybe gives you a dull look. But I think that's simply hair code. I don't think that's a reason to beat her. And I think this one's got too much good to beat her for that fact. And nothing to take away from the young lady's heifer that comes in second. It's just for us. Like we talked in that one, a lot of similar qualities. Got some look, got some balance, got some punch. We just got to reconstruct her rear two legs and make her handle them better from hawk to ground to beat that one above her. But awfully nice one to go ahead and go second. Young ladies, white market heifer that comes next. I think one that's got some look and got some presence. She's bold in her body type. She's bold in her rib, and you really like that about her. But if you want to compare her to the two above her, she probably just doesn't have the amount of look, and maybe quality quality is probably a better term than the two above her. But I think once she gets this one parked, she too will give you a good look. If we could just free her up there off of her rear two, and then make her a little bit leveler there in her hip loin juncture on the move, she could run with those two above her. Young lady that comes next got a bold ultra wide one that's got some muscle shape and got some dimension. Maybe just doesn't have the look and the quality as the two at the top of this class, but you really got to appreciate this one's mass and power comparatively. Young lady's black and white heifer that comes next, I think one that is definitely stout featured, sits down on a big foot and has a big set of running gears underneath her, and I think that translates high to adequate muscle. I'm not going to call her the heaviest muscled one, but just doesn't have the look and the quality and maybe the show ring presence to run any higher. Young man's heifer calf that comes next, I think one that you really got to appreciate in terms of her muscle shape and dimension. She just gets, for us, just a little bit more tubular in her body shape, maybe not as elegant about her front 1/3, and then gets our biggest issue with her, she gets a little bit tippy there off of her front shoulder. I'd like to lay her back there in the angle of her knee and lay her back in the angle of her shoulder, and she could do some awfully good. Young lady's black and white heifer that comes next, I think similar story, maybe just a little bit too rigid off either end of her skeleton, but has some muscle, has some balance, just a kind of a nice meat and potatoes type of a heifer there. Young man's calf that comes next, I think probably has the class advantage in terms of structure, and I love that about him. She reads true. to all of her angles. She's probably got one of the best hips and hind legs of the class, but just gets out horsed out here. Maybe just doesn't have as much stoutness and added mass as some of the ones above her. And the young lady that rounds out the class, a practical type of a heifer that's got some doability, and I think is going to make a really nice project for that young lady.
Well, here on the heifer side of things, certainly a high quality trio here, and the top pair, there's some give and take, and this heifer from the side that leads off has just got a striking look about her in terms of just her quality and look in terms of her front 1/3, and with that, still having the right kind of shape and power and boldness, like her hind leg, and just has an elite look about her. You know, if you change this heifer, lengthen her out in terms of her hip and just set her pins up there a little ever so slightly. And I think that's what this heifer in second complements her in terms of just lengthness, a hip, and just spine in general. You know, this one in second here looks like a female in terms of her smoothness and length, like their depth of rib, and she's probably not as attractive as the heifer that leads off with, but you know, as she matures and maybe gets some more belly, she'll just balance out, but certainly a nice heifer here in second. Baldy heifer coming here in third, one that's really good looking in terms of her neck and chest, has some length and extension, but she just needs to have more center body and just depth of rib, and just needs to be looser in her spine as she's set into motion, but it's got one in terms of a striking look about her.
Let me try and get you caught up on the market side here in the first division of market heifers. Placings for class 236, market heifers, first place Shara Cota, Harper's Ferry. Second to Zoe McCronell of Webster City. Third to Cade Knopp of Maxwell. Fourth to Leah Ringcob of Mobile. Fifth to Jake Clarahan of Harper. Sixth to Thomas Jacoby of Grand Mount. And seventh to Olivia Alber of Independence. Second class market heifers, first place Lilia Spencer Logan. Second place to Allison Wallace of Harris. Third place Cooper Oberbrockling of Prohl. Fourth to Maddie McCoy of Villisca. Fifth to Josie Tulsrud of Decorah. Sixth to Abby Else of Holstein. Seventh to Laney Hare of Gilman. And eighth to Ryan McDonald's of Mystic.
Out here in the first division of your market heifer show, we get these class winners back out, and nothing to take away from two of them, but there's two of them in our mind that stand here in the middle that are just the best ones in terms of structure, and they couple it with rib, and they couple it with some power. Jake and I were talking, you know, for me, there's one that's just more genuine, and not only in terms of her shape and the way she's built, but more genuine, and like how we like to see them in terms of her lines being cut into her right from a clipping standpoint, from a fitting standpoint. There's another one that probably has that wow factor out here, and maybe just even a little bit more bulk, but I don't know if you took all of that hair off of her, if she'd be quite as genuine as the other one. You know, you can say the Brockle face has got some throat in her. That doesn't really bother me any. She's the best one out here. She's going to be your Division I champion. The blue heifer is going to be reserved. Let's congratulate them.
All right, let me finish up over on the market heifer side. First division, third class, class 238. First place, Wesley Clemens Bernard. Second to Logan Knowles of Albia. Third to Jack Walter of Creston. Fourth to Saul Christensen of Royal. Fifth to Hayden Wade of Oxford. Sixth, Samantha Notaboom of Sheldon. And seventh to Reeve Wagner of Hampton. And eighth, Macy Schuler Armstrong. That was class 238. Placings for the final class, Division I Market Heifers, class 239. First place, Dixon Fry, Independence. Second to Riley Johansson of Spirit Lake. Third, Elizabeth Finling of Royal. Fourth to Lily Curry of Mount Air. Fifth to Jace Weiner of Rockwell. Sixth to Caden Larson of Guthrie Center. Seventh to Leanne Jecklin of Bernard. Seventh to Michaela Tate of Gradinger. Eighth to Eli Miller of Winfield. And ninth to Leanne Jecklin of Bernard. In your 2022 Iowa Beef Expo Champion Division I Market Heifer, coming out of class 238, Wesley Clemens from Bernard. Reserve coming out of class 239, Lila Spencer of Logan. Currently in the ring on the market side, first class Division II Market Heifers.
All right, I apologize, my ring help. We've kind of been flipping around what we're doing all the time, but we get into these bigger classes and we do like to kind of get a first impression, line them up over here along the wall, rewalk them a time or two, and then like we said, in these bigger classes, we can spend some time with those and somebody spends some time up here on the microphone on this top end. You know, by today's standards, this heifer that wins the class looks very, very small out here, and again, I'm not gonna apologize for that. That someday will be a 1,500-pound cow, I promise you, because she's got the length of body. And in this particular class here, she is also the one that has the most real honest width to her. When you study her up in her chest and down to the ground, you study her spread down her top, as she continues to mature and develop, I can see this heifer just getting a lot better. I love her length of body, the youthful, calfy look that she has. And I think what really sealed the deal for me is this thing is so mobile. Look at her down at the ground, her joints, her knee, her length of hip, the way everything's constructed from her stifle off her hind leg. I think this one will just continue to get better. Our young showman, we continue to work with him. You know, he's out here just kind of having a good time like we're supposed to have, and the heifer's kind of getting herself shown like she needs to. That young man gets a bigger, stronger halter and gets out here and gets her head up. I think that he's going to have a lot of fun with that female there. This is a big, deep-sided, elevated heifer here in third. Again, the presence she has from the side just kind of allows her to slide up here on the top end as well. She's nicer constructed in the way her neck and her shoulder fit together as compared to the heifer here in third and fourth. Like I said, incredible length of top, depth of body. Where we get into a little bit of trouble with this one for me is just she's just too narrow underneath. I think, in fact, we melt this one down. We'll be a little shocked at how narrow she can be based on what I see in her width underneath, the way she travels from behind. Just in general, I don't see that one to be constructed as wide and as correctly at the ground like the heifer that wins the class. We want to call this one maybe a little stouter, and I think in terms of bone she is. She's got a little nicer turn to her top of her spine and her upper rib cage. But as again, watch this one from behind, she too can get just a little bit base narrow. I guess from the side, that's what kind of kept those pair there in second and third like we've kept them here. She's a tendency of getting a little deeper in her chest, not quite as long in her hip, doesn't balance out quite as nicely from the side, but really mobile, good feet and legs. She can get out and really hit a stride and really look kind of the part, I think, in terms of movement. Heifer in fourth's a handful, and I told Shiloh we had her kind of split in between them two really muscular ones. I said we need to either put her ahead of them or behind them, and I think as I think about this one down the road and the future she has, because of her length and her refinement, her femininity, and the really nice feet and legs that she has, I think she's going to be fine. You know, right now she's a little flatter rib. She's not holding herself together quite as nicely out of her hip, and kind of like several of them we've seen today, once this heifer gets a little more experience in and out of the ring here, hopefully she'll kind of get the feel for what it takes to be a show heifer and come together, because I think she's got the right kind of skeleton to do that. Today she's just maybe not quite putting it together. So again, congratulations to all of them. I think just a really nice heifer that's got a bright future ahead of her to win the class.
Interesting class over here in the market heifers, and I think with that it comes with some challenges, but I think both Ashley and I were kind of on the same page in opting in one that's kind of the combination one between 2 and 3. I think if we talk about this black and white one, she's got some boldness of rib, she's stout, she's got plenty of muscle, she sits down good at the ground, and with that she's extended and offers an incredible look from the side. You just love the silhouette there. You know, if we're going to harp on her just a little bit, she does want to pull her hocks ever so slight, but I think it matches. I don't think it's to a point to where it's devoid, and I think it matches her body type, the muscle, and the boldness that she does have. And that's nothing to take away from the young lady's heifer calf that comes next. I think this one is probably as eye-grabbing as anything in the entire class, and maybe anything we've seen in terms of just stoutness of structure, stoutness of foot and bone, and I love that about her. But for me, if we're going to harp on her a little bit, when you pull her to the lead, she wants a flex, just maybe give a little bit too much flex there in her hock, and I think it only accentuates the fact that she wants to duck her pins ever so slight and not be nearly as level as the one above her. Young man's gray heifer that comes next, I think one that maybe isn't nearly as stout as the two above her. She's flatter in her makeup but sound. Just one that you really got to appreciate for that factor. She's bold in her rib, and her two are stout enough compared to her contemporaries. Young lady's orange heifer calf that comes next. I think one that's bold in her rib cage. She's ultra stout, big backed, and I like that about her. And when she does get her parked, she does give you a good look and balance up quite nicely. But for us, when you set this one in the lead, she wants to deviate there in her spine ever so slight, and not hold together nearly as well as the cattle above her. Young lady's heifer calf that comes next, I think one that you like in terms of muscle shape and dimension, just gets a little bit too rigid off of both ends of her skeleton. I'd like to lay her back there in the angle of her shoulder and make her a little more stable in her hock to be any higher. Young lady's young man's gray calf that comes next, one that from the side you really like. Gives you some look and gives you actually a little bit of quality, but for us, you step in behind her, she wants to get a little bit flatter in her makeup, and offer not nearly as much punch as some of the heifers above her. Young lady's white heifer that comes next, similar story, long, extended, got some performance about her, just flatter in her makeup, not nearly bold in the center portion of her body, not nearly as heavy muscled. Young man's calf that rounds out the class, one that probably has an advantage in terms of muscle, but just we've got to change him structurally. He gets way too rigid off of both ends of his skeleton, way too straight there in his hock. But nice class of heifers. Let's congratulate these young people.
Let me get you caught up on the breeding side real quick. We are in the main Anjou high percent heifers right now. Class 139, first place, Tanner Curtin, Oxford. Second to Pacey Hawkins of Cincinnati. Third to Macy Adamson of Creston. Fourth, Caden Olson of Nevada. And fifth to Lily Pithen of Danbury. Placings for Class 140, High Mains. First place, Ty Johnson, Makokada. Second, Madison McCullough, Allerton. Third, Elena Rosenboom, Bussy. Fourth, Bailey McCullum of Colo. Fifth, Sydney Leverin of Clarksville. Sixth to Addison Sweeney of Vinton. Seventh to Connor Shivers of Bondurant. Eighth to Annie Johnson of Independence. And ninth to Caleb Junis of Agency. Currently in the ring being placed is Class 141 High Main heifers. Over on the steer side, actually now the market heifer side, placings for Class 240. First place, Grayson Belcher of Blakesburg. Second to Sydney Matthias of Fairbank. Third to Ryder Hogan of Lennox. Fourth, Mallory Kane of North English. Fifth to Skylar Coffey of Garden Grove. Sixth to Nathan Tapkin of Adel. Seventh to Hallie Henfling of Minburn. and 8th to Coulter Good of Peru. That was placings for Class 240, first class of market heifers. Currently in the ring, second class Division II market heifers, Class 241.
Well, again, if it's our job out here to pick the best presented, best shown heifer out here, then we probably didn't get this class right. But I told Shiloh it's our job to pick what we think's the best heifer, and I'm very comfortable with the best heifer out here as young mans that we have up here on the top end. And again, it's not rocket science. It's not hard. You just study this heifer up into her chest, her length of body, her freedom of fat. She's the best moving heifer off either end. You know, again, is she fit to the nines? No. Is she getting presented to the best of that heifer's ability? Probably not, but this young man's got a goal. He's going to work harder at home and get this one shown, because I think there's a lot of good to that one. It's just one of those situations here where, you know, I think about a February heifer calf or whatever she is, January. What does that calf need to look like? They need to look like a calf, and she does. I like this one's composition. I like her soundness, and again, she's going to make a plenty big enough cow. You know, the showmanship goes to the young people here in second and third, and the presentation, the way the cattle are dressed. They really look nice. They look the part. And lady, your heifer's got tremendous body volume. She's got a nice hind leg to her. She looks nice on the move. There's no doubt about it. For me, when I get up front, I study this one up into her chest. I don't think she has really the honest width in her like the heifer here that wins the class. She's not as long. And just quite honestly, again, I just think we got her too fat. She's thick neck, she's short neck. I just think we need to melt all the fat out of the inside of her and just freshen her up and make her look like a baby calf and not a bred heifer. So we've had a lot of them here today like that. Again, there's reasons. If you like the extra nice fit job and the big belly in them, then obviously you would want to start with that heifer. This one in thirds are very muscular, powerful heifer. She's square built down her top, and again, this extra muscle I think comes at a little bit of a cost. And this one of the three, she struggles the most in terms of mobility. She's a little short in her stride, especially off her hind leg. Again, I just think we need to lengthen her out. We change the hip design, the way she goes in her stifle and back to the cap for hock. Just lengthen that thing out, and then she becomes a lot more mobile. But that's an interesting heifer. Definitely is one that has a lot of power and still has good presence out here once we get her stopped. And we end up with a bigger heifer that's got a lot of frame and length to her. Obviously, right now, she needs more body, a little more rib to kind of accommodate the extra frame that she has. And like we've talked on several cases, loosen her up a little bit. But good looking, length of top's really good. You know, condition-wise, I'd probably favor her a little bit more than the two heifers right ahead of her.
Well, a single entry here on the heifer side, and highly presented heifer that's bold made. It's got plenty of shape and power for us. Like her off her hind leg, maybe get picky on her, just maybe freshen her up and have more reach and just go out of her front end, but high quality individual.
Again, another very strong breed division in our main heifers, and there's variety and options. We again try to keep the cattle up for us that are fresh and youthful and look like babies, and yet still have some grow to them, and hopefully get better as they continue throughout the summer here. You know, we both, Shiloh and I, agree there's one out here that's just got more ring presence to her, maybe not quite as perfect in her hip structure like Shiloh described her, but just overwhelming in the design, and that's the young man's heifer that won our first class. She's going to be our champion, and congratulations to him. Let's bring that other heifer up here real quick as classmate, and we'll make a quick decision here for our reserve. But congratulations, buddy. You betcha. I told Shiloh that, you know, really you get back off these two now, the young lady's heifer and the young man that won the second class. They resemble, mirror each other quite a bit. The young lady's heifer's a little more mature, a little further along in terms of bone and dimension, but both of them are extremely long-bodied. I think they're both really good in their feet. I like the hip design in both of those cattle. They're constructed very nice, and their pin set, the way their tail head sets in them. In fact, better than the heifer that wins this particular main division. For me, the difference is the young man's heifer just got more look to her. I love the way that one's shaped up about her neck and her jaw, her chest floor. And as we said in class, as this young man continues to develop as a showman and the heifer continues to develop as an individual, I think that one's going to be a lot of fun. The young man that won Class 2 is going to end up being our reserve here in our main Anjou division.
Talk about putting the heat on us here in these top two, and really that's what it is in this class, is these two. And that's nothing to take away from everybody else in this class. There's just another level of quality. There's another level of presentation that you see in these two cattle, and neither one of them are perfect. I probably like one just a little bit more. Jake probably likes another one just a little bit more. We went back and forth quite a few times. Again, on any given day, you're probably going to have somebody else that flip-flops them. This is just how we see them and what we like. The heifer that we're going to go ahead and use to win this class, the best word to describe her is sexy. And there's no other way to say it. The neck, the way it sits on her shoulder, how long and level and just correct she is everywhere is impressive. I think she's powerful enough. She's not near as stout. She's not near as impressive up high as the heifer that stands directly behind her. And my biggest tweak on that one is how narrow she gets at her base. She wants to really pull those hocks, and that's what I got to change about her. But man, that one is just so impressive from the side, and really from a structural standpoint, she's powerful enough, and structurally speaking, her hip and hind leg structure with that look from the side is what gets her the win. The heifer that stands in second, there's no question in either one of our minds that you get on top of that one and you get in from behind her, she is the stouter, more powerful one. And from a market heifer standpoint, that has to play into your mind. She's got more punch to her. There's no question about that. I think she's plenty long and good enough necked. Is she as wild in terms of the way that neck sits onto her shoulder? No. Where Jake and I probably just find a little bit more fault in her is the way she's constructed in her hip. She's shorter and rounder in the way she goes there, and then the way she just sets down at the ground off of those rear two. I think she flexes her hock plenty good enough. She's just a little bit smaller footed and not as comfortable. But with that, that one has that extra power and stoutness. I do really, really like the fact that that one stays square and true in her hock from behind. Those two cattle are elite in terms of their type and kind. Again, flip a coin and pick and choose them how you like them. The next two heifers, Sweetheart young lady with the yellow heifer, both come out. They're both high quality heifers, and in any other class that we've probably seen today, they probably would have won individually. I guess from a comparative standpoint, we thought the heifer, the gray and white heifer, was just a little bit plainer up through her front end, and really both of these heifers just honestly read more like breeding cattle than they do market heifers. And when for us, especially being people that raise breeding cattle, when you go into a market heifer show, you have to emphasize it and really prioritize and say, okay, these are still supposed to be market heifers, market animals. They give up the punch, they give up the power, and maybe just the pizzazz. This gray and white one is awesome in terms of her running gears, just a little bit plainer up front, a little bit narrower constructed. Similar story, yellow heifer, awesome in terms of her structure, love her in terms of her rib and body, reads more breeding heifer than market heifer out here, young and fresh and youthful up front, doesn't have the extra power and punch to run to the top end of this group. The black heifer that's going to come out next takes a long stride, she meets it, and she does so handedly. Out here she falls out just from a quality standpoint. She's not nearly as highly presented as some of these other cattle. She's shallower in through her rib and maybe just doesn't put all of her pieces together quite as well. The young lady with the black heifer that's going to come out next, if this one maybe just wouldn't rotate up so much off of her hip and her hind leg and duck them pins, I think you can probably get her just a little bit higher. She's a little bit plainer through her front end as well. The gray smoke heifer that comes out next is one that we'd certainly like in terms of her rib and her body and her power. She needs to be loosened up off either end of her build, and that really goes as we go further on down here in terms of these cattle. The black heifer that's going to come out is one that's just a little bit too low fronted. I'd certainly like to pick her up in the way she's constructed off of that front end, loosen her up. Similar story with these bottom end cattle, just maybe don't represent the same quality from the side and structural integrity needed to move any higher. Let's congratulate all of them.
Well, here on the heifer side, we were talking, I think she gets the best dressed award here that we've seen today. She's 4 years old, and Sweetie's doing an awfully nice job. Good looking heifer you have here. Keep up the good work and keep at it.
Well, I'm no authority on the mini Hereford world, but I told Shiloh I think this one here has some of the right features and the bells and whistles that she could really play at a very high level here at the young lady shows. This is, again, for me, when I think of the word mini, you know, a lot of times judges talk length and frame. Well, I think we go the other direction in this breed, and to make one this moderate, this square built, and to have the kind of underpinning she has, I think is pretty unique. Big boned and yet still flexes her joints really well. Looks really, really nice on the move, and yet still has the kind of rib cage and presence out here. So, young lady, you got a nice project, and I think you're going to have a lot of fun with her as she continues to develop. Again, the other heifer in this class is way different in type, really clean and smooth, and one of those that's got a lot of quality about her neck and her shoulder region here. Not quite the stoutness of bone, the squareness, the moderation that we see in our class winner, but another heifer that has some unique features to her.
Well, over here in the market heifer ring, definitely a trio of cattle. Young man, go ahead and pull yours out. Interesting trio, lots of difference in type and kind, and then the decision becomes, well, what lies precedent? I think there's two that are similar in type of kind, but I also think those two also have maybe pose just as many problems with that. So we sided with the young man's kind of white flanked heifer calf here to go ahead and start. We just feel that probably in terms of genuine shape and genuine muscle, she fits the ticket. She's probably got maybe a little bit more grow than the other two behind her as well, and we like that about her. Is she the stoutest featured one? Definitely not in comparison to either of the two behind her, but I think in terms of overall just completeness, balance, and just genuine shape and genuine boldness, that's where she wins for us today. We get into two that are very similar in their type and kind, and you gotta love the stoutness of feature that they have, because I do, and I'll be the first to admit, I like big feet and I like big legs, and both of these cattle have that. But I think when you start to break them down, the calf in second, when you study her coming at you, she wants to get a little bit narrow there at the base of her chest. She doesn't sit as correct in the angle of her knee off of both fronts, and that's where I'd like to change her. And you get behind her. I think with the added stoutness and the added presence that she has, I just wonder and question whether she's got enough genuine muscle. I think you take some of that hair and clip it off, and you ask yourself that, and that's where we made that decision. The young man's calf that comes in third, I think probably has maybe just a little bit more genuine shape, genuine punch, but just simply gives up the stoutness of foot and the stoutness of bone as the one above him, and that's what gets him beat here today. Young man's calf that comes next, I think one that you really like in terms of just a feeding type and kind. I think one that's going to feed extremely well. She's got some rib shape. She's got some muscularity there, and I really appreciate how well she ties up right there behind her shoulder. But when he pulls her to the lead, she gets a little bit uncoordinated there off of her rear to be any higher. Young man's gray calf or kind of cream colored calf that comes next, I think one that's bold in her body, got some depth of body, and you really appreciate that. Maybe just doesn't have the show ring presence, doesn't have the overall quality as the cattle above her today. Young lady's white-footed calf comes out next, and I think one that, like her too, have some muscle shape, is bold in her rib, but just gets way too rigid there off of both ends of her skeleton. I'd like to set her back there in the angle of her shoulder and let her and see her sit down more comfortably there off of both rear too. Young lady that rounds out the class, I think one that's practical, that's got some body, but just simply doesn't have the structural integrity as any of the cattle above her. But we fix her build, and she could offer a lot of good.
All right, our young people doing a very nice job here in our mini heifer ring. And, you know, again, I think the presence of this first one is kind of easy to gravitate towards. She's so nice in her chest, the way it sets up in her shoulder blade, and tremendous in the shape of her upper rib and the muscles she has in her hip. A little extra bone work underneath this one here. I think you just kind of put all them things together. She just has a little bit more of the old wow factor and the bells and whistles out here, I think, in this division. And so, again, a very nice heifer to win this class. Probably a little, and partly as she's skirted, it looks like, and so she's a little broad up at the pole of her head. She's not quite as attractive at her face and her head like the heifer is here in second. And the other thing we might like to change, and it might actually be a bit of an advantage, the heifer in second, is from hooks to pins. That one's really, really nice. I like her levelness. I like the length of top that she has in that regard. Very smooth in her makeup too. You know, when we do that, we probably take a little extra bone. We take a little extra that muscle shape out of them like we have in the first one, but she too is a very high quality heifer, and that young man does an excellent job of getting her presented. This one in third is really bold and muscular and white base and just a lot of power from end to end. Probably needs some work done on her feet. She's a little shallow in her heel anyway, and they don't wear quite right, and so as a result doesn't travel as soundly at the ground as she needs to. But that's a real big centered, very muscular heifer that winds up in third. Young lady, your little calf's got some future too. She's extremely attractive. Again, very youthful in her appearance. She's a little greener condition, which is okay. I like to maybe change her a bit too structurally up in her top line off her hind leg. But another high quality heifer, and that young lady's done a very nice job as well in presentation.
As that second place heifer rolls in here, you know, we get into this second division of market heifers, and Jake and I are really, really pleased, especially with the cattle that come out of these first two classes. And I think they represent a level of quality that we really haven't seen just a whole lot of today yet. That next level that we're looking for and asking for. And with that being said, there's two of them that Jake and I think represent just scorpions in terms of the quality that they bring to the table, the pieces that they have, and certainly maybe just things you'd like to tweak. There's not one out here that's perfect. To be perfectly honest with you, I haven't seen one yet in the entire world that's perfect, that there's not something that you want to change about them, but there's two of them that we think represent that much more quality out here in terms of type and kind. That's the two heifers out of class 2. We like them quite a bit. They'll be your champion reserve.
Let's catch you up over on the market Heifer side. Placings for Class 241. First place, Jax Pryor, Woodbine. Second to Kennick Paulson of Preston. Third, Hannah Kemper of Wapello. Fourth, Elizabeth Shable, Storm Lake. Fifth, Lincoln Bent of Corridon. Sixth, to Kara Olson of Calamus. Seventh, to Garrett Mosier of Tipton. Eighth, to Nadine Klofke of Alden. Ninth, to Olivia Alber of Independence. And 10th, to McKaylee McCartan of Pocahontas. Placings for Class 242, last class in Division II. Market Heifers. First place, Trey Fukin of Mount Air. Second to Tucker Jackson, walk-on. Third to Logan Ferris of Eldora. Fourth, Tucker Llewellyn of Minburn. Fifth to Dixon Fry of Independence. Sixth to Leighton Wales of Wyota. And seventh to Paige Doran of Mitchellville. Your 2022 Iowa Beef Expo Champion Division II Market Heifer going to Jax Pryor. Jax Pryor out of Class 241. Jax is from Woodbine, and your reserve also out of Class 241 going to Kennick Paulson. Kennick Paulson from Preston. If you're keeping track at home, or actually I need to mention that if you're keeping track here, 4 classes left over here on the market side, about 400 on the breeding side. So we're gonna not finish close at all, but 4 classes left, this division of market heifers. I have not announced that if you have family at home, we have liveauctions.tv up top. Video casting, they are live on the internet. The show today, liveauctions.tv. Go to the Iowa Beef Expo show. And we also have the Pulse here, keeping track of all your division winners as they roll in. Right, Rachel Davis, head of the Pulse, right here. There. Huh? So once again, big thanks to Sullivan's The Pulse for keeping everybody updated, and to Live Auctions TV for running cameras right up there in the crow's nest. Thanks a bunch, guys.
Okay, Shiloh's a little intimidated by the mini Hereford show, so he said, you better talk all these. But when this one walked in, he's like, oh, I like that one right there. And she is one of those that kind of gets your attention pretty quick. She's got the nice look and presence out here. Really good in her chest. She's alert. Her neck sets very nicely into her shoulder. And yet, as we compare her to the other really nice looking heifer here in second, she's a lot bolder in her shape. I like the way this one's turned up in her rib, back into her hip. Good enough on her hind leg. I don't know that she's as perfect in her lower joint as we like to build one, but boy, she's got a lot of presence out here, a lot of eye appeal, and just a really, really cute showman too. She shows that gap there, missing a tooth. That's a $4 tooth too, by the way. The Tooth Fairy's gotten a lot more money than back in our day. Our Tooth Fairy dropped a dime on the dresser and thought that was too much. But anyway, dark red heifer, nice too. Really feminine, very smooth in her neck and her shoulder. Really good in their structure too. I like this one's hind leg a great deal. Not as bold in her makeup, not as powerful in her top and back into her hip, but I think a real high quality heifer, and that dark red pigment really kind of grabs your attention. I like the moderation, the balance of this one in third. Really attractive up in her neck and her shoulder. She's got a nice spread to her top. She's a little tighter off her hind leg, and then as you watch her move, it kind of affects, I think, the upper part of her hip structure just a bit, but you get her stopped and put together, I think she's got just a lot of presence. That's a fun show, a fun class out here. These young people doing a great job down here on the end. Congratulations to all of you.
Well, over here on our market heifer side, I think there's a interesting class that comes to us here, but the young man's red and white one comes to the top and comes to the top probably fairly handily for us. I think in terms of just an overall quality, look, and balance, that's where she kind of excels the class. As Shockey said a few classes ago, it's become a little bit of a three-ring circus on our side now too. But anyways, red and white calf, I think one, like I said, in terms of just overall look, quality, and show ring presence, and still has, you know, plenty of dimension down her top and into a stout hip, and gets out and goes extremely well and comfortable at the surface. I think that one comes together to the top quite handily for us. Nothing to take away from the young man's calf that comes next. I think one, if you want to talk about hip and hind quarter, probably has the class advantage in terms of just muscularity from that standpoint. With that, she wants to get maybe just a tick round in her overall makeup, but that's a stout one with a good look from the side and gets out and goes relatively well to go second. Young lady's calf that comes next, I think one that maybe just gets a little bit more tubular in her body shape compared to the two above her, but you got to appreciate the added stoutness, a feature that one has, and the overall quality as well. Young lady's calf that comes out next, I think just a rugged. Rugged is probably the term that describes her. She's stout, powerful, got some rugged. Just need to kind of freshen her up and give her a little bit more quality and look today. Young man's heifer that comes next. I think one that does offer some look and quality from the side and is extremely sound and comfortable at the ground, but maybe just doesn't read to be as stout and powerful, maybe a little bit flatter in her makeup to run any higher. Young man's heifer calf that comes next. I think one that's just a good feeding type of a cattle, that's practical in his kind, but just gets a little bit too rigid off of both ends of her skeleton, and particularly there how she handles both hocks on the go. Young lady's red heifer that comes next. I think one that's long and extended, that's got some rib shape, maybe just doesn't have the overall stoutness of feature and stoutness of muscle as the ones above her. And the young lady's calf that rounds out the class. I think a deep-bodied one that's got some length and extension. Just need to free her up off of both ends of her skeleton to be any higher.
I was telling Shiloh that, you know, for the breed show, this might be the best one as far as the number to come back and compete for champion. There is another really nice class winner in here. This young man's got a really good heifer that's got presence and eye appeal, constructed so nice in her chest and her lower shoulder, good in the way she's made down her top line, not only in terms of strength, but the amount of shape and rib that she has. And she's still really good at the ground, too. There's a time or two she wants to tighten up just a little bit in her ankle, but if you look at the makeup of her foot and the way that it's shaped, I think this one here is sure built for the long haul. So another excellent class winner. Heifer second's very nice as well. She's deep-bodied, very moderate in her look. She's got some bone work underneath her. She's not as good in her foot design, and as a result, she probably doesn't handle her feet and legs quite as well. She's a little long in her toes, and so we get her to the parlor there and get her nails taken care of. I think she'll look a lot better on the move. As we end up with the heifer in third, again, just same kind in terms of length of neck and smoothness of shoulder. She has a little bit of a tendency of getting her hind leg up underneath her a bit more as she travels and kind of affects her pin bone set. But again, a real high quality heifer that I think has a lot of future to her here down the road.
Let's catch up over on the market heifer side. First class, Division 3. First place, Nick Reemsma of DeWitt. Second to Mason Rosenboom of Hayward. And third, Micaiah Smith of Charter Oak. Fourth to Allison Wallace of Harris. Fifth to Cole Schneider of West Branch. Sixth, Tyson Lilligard, Bondurant. Seventh to Delaney Peterson of Gladbrook. And eighth to Hope Woods of Creston. Currently in the ring, class 244. 3 classes left over on the market side. All right, let's catch you up over on the breeding side. Placings for Class 141, High Maine Heifers, first place. Emmett Leverin of Clarksville, second to Clara Ballinger of Moravia, third. Third to Riley Jansen of Hull, and fourth to Brady Frashk of Charles City. Placings for the final class, High Maine Heifers, single entry. First place, Abry Belcher of Blakesburg, your 2020 to Iowa Beef Expo champion. High percent Maine goes to Tanner Curtin of Oxford. Out of class 139 and out of class 140, that's Ty Johnson from Maquoketa with your reserve High Maine heifer. Second. We catch you up on the mini herf side. Single entry, class 143, Bristol Hay from Webster City. Class 144, first place, Claire Christensen, Linden. Second to Kea Byers of Runnels. Placings in class 145, miniature Hereford heifers. First place, Winston Tim of Guernsey. Second to Lane White of Blakesburg. Third to Riley Wayrick of Boone. And fourth to Hadley McCrunnell of Webster City. That was class 145. Class 146. First place, Isabel Shea of Camrar. Second to Taylor Woods of Sigourney. Third to Tahil Jepson of Charter Oak. Fourth to Haley Walls of Edgewood. Fifth to Bernadine Rosenboom of Bussey. Sixth to Leah Muff of Ventura. And seventh to Caden Clausen of West Bend.
You good there, Brother Brad? This is Shiloh, he's catching on. He said, this is your kind right here. She's boxy, she's bold, she's moderate, she's mini, and that's exactly right. I think about the breed and you know, where the value is, and one that's square built like this and moderate in her frame and yet still has good presence out here in the ring. I think she's a very nice entry as well. It's just going to be a fun lineup here in our mini show to pick a champion here in a few minutes. Young lady here with the freckle-faced heifer that ends up second. Her length of body's good. Smoothness is really nice on her. Maybe doesn't have the correctness at top line in terms of strength and levelness and the boldness like we have here in this first one, but I like the mobility of the heifer, the flexibility in her joints and the way that she handles herself on her feet and legs. Another very clean-fronted heifer in third. She's very attractive in her chest. Maybe not the body depth today, the correctness from hooks to pins, if we have her in these first two ahead of her, but a good high-quality heifer. And young lady that ends up here for us, did a great job in showmanship. You and your heifer work together very well. Her length of body's good, her depth is good. She maybe doesn't have quite as much balance to her when we get off this side, but looks like she's going to make a nice project for you. A great showmanship heifer. You've done a good job out here in the ring.
All right, back to the mini herf results. 147. First place, Logan Tibkin of Wyota. Second to Caleb Junis of Agency. And third to Jack Murphy of Melrose. And final placings there for the last class of miniature Hereford females. First place, Placings for Class 148. I wish I knew how to pronounce this. Tajel, Tahale Jepson of Charter Oak. Second to Taylor Woods, Sigourney. Third to Jace Murphy of Melrose, and fourth to Kriya Lee of Mount Pleasant. Final drive, miniature Hereford Heifers in the ring right now. Judges Scott and Shiloh Shockey, Westmoreland, Kansas. Hard at it.
Over here on the market heifer side, there's one that came to play today in this class, and she stands out like a sore thumb. She's one that checks all the boxes: rib and body, power, mass, dimension, whatever you want to call it. She's got it. She's probably not the longest neck thing in the world, but she's still proportional in terms of her balance from the side. I don't think she's just an athlete, but I certainly think she gets out and goes plenty good enough for the power and dimension that she has. She wins, and she does so really quickly. After that, it probably gets a little dicier in terms of piecing these things together and where you want to go. This black heifer on the standstill isn't one that Jake and I just love, but when you get them out and you set them in motion, I think she's built good enough in terms of her joints and at the ground, and she's really genuine in terms of her muscularity. She's genuine in terms of her power up high and from behind. I'd certainly like to soften her in her forerib, soften her in her flank line. She wants to run downhill just a little bit. But I think she, for us, in terms of just structure and piecing together some power and dimension, slides into that hole nicely today. The heifer that comes out here in third is the one we didn't really know what to do with. Not only is she wanting to just fight that halter so bad that it's really hard to get a good read on her in terms of the way she goes out of that front end, but Jake and I maybe just question if that one's got enough to her. Again, we're talking about market animals, market cattle here, and of those top 4 cattle, she's probably the narrowest up high, the least genuine in terms of her dimension from behind. She too is just a little bit more mature about her head and crestier in her neck. I like that one for a rib. I like that one for her feet and her legs. I like the way she gets out and goes. I just don't know if she's quite as genuine as some of those cattle at the top end. This one that stands in fourth, Jake and I love on the standstill. That one is so put together, and she is stout and she is powerful. Unfortunately, when you get them out and you set them in motion, she just comes up really short in terms of her stride. She's really just rigid in terms of the way she's built off either end of her skeleton. If she just could get out, set down, be more flexible, we'd probably just be able to get her just a little bit higher. A good basic type of heifer that comes out next, really like her in the front 2/3 of her build. She's high in the way that neck sits on there, good in her rib. She gets a little bit more uncoordinated and awkward in terms of the way her spine hooks up into her hip, and then she shows it when you set her in motion too. She's just not as coordinated and comfortable in the way she goes out of that hip and hind leg. A really stout, powerful, muscular type of heifer today that comes in just a few more pieces in this Charolais influence one. She wants to duck her pins, get tighter in her spine, and just comes in a coarser package. The similar story with the heifer that comes out next. There's stoutness, there's power there. She needs more punch to the center portion of her body, and maybe just gives up some of the extra look and quality from the side. A baldy heifer that's going to round out this group, you know, one that probably would fit better just in terms of a breeding cattle standpoint. She's a little bit frailer. Mainly, that one's got to be loosened up in terms of her spine, laid back in the angle to her shoulder. Let's congratulate all of them.
Well, I don't want to offend the other breeds that have shown so far today, but I'm telling you, this is a good set of mini Herefords, and again, I don't judge a lot of them. I watch a few shows and I try to learn, and it's always, for me, it's something that I've always been interested in because they've created such a great market, and it's fun to watch these little kids have such a good time out here. There's definitely a relationship between the kids and their calves and the way they're getting them presented. Shiloh said it best, our champion heifer has breed-leading genetics for feet and underpinning, and I think he's exactly right. I like this one a great deal when she came into class. Shiloh buys every week steers weighing 1,500 to 1,600 pounds, so he's having a bit of a hard time adjusting to the little minis out here, but he's starting to catch on. We both agree the one that really likes us the best, the young lady that comes out of class 2, let's give her a nice hand. That will be our champion in the mini Hereford show. Congratulations. we felt like really we had great options in class 2, 3, 4, down here towards the end. We like a lot of things about each of those cattle. And then the other heifer that we like a lot, she's a little bigger in stature, but her presence is so incredible out here. Beautiful about her face, her chest, her neck. Tremendous in her rib cage. Like I said, she ends up a little tighter in the way she's constructed in her ankle. But young lady here with the beautiful bow in her hair, turquoise bow, let's pull her in. She'll be our reserve champion. Congratulations to her.
FYI, we are going to try and maybe dampen this down a little bit in here. We know it's really dusty. It was so wet this morning. There was water standing, but I don't know. It dried out awfully quick. So if we do start to do that, please have patience. Jenny's contacted the fairgrounds there. So. Placings on class 244, market heifers. First place, Hannah Noonan Bernard. Second to Jordan Peterson of Stanwood. Third, Briar Fisher Villisca. Fourth to Ellie Neal of Fairbank. Fifth to Shelby Johnston of Rhodes. Sixth to Ryan Binchoff of Winterset. Seventh to Jake Wales of Wyoda. And eighth to Zoe Ya of Altoona. That was placings for class 244, market heifers. Class 245 in the ring right now. One class left after that.
Well, here on the heifer side, I guess this will be our Grand Reserve Foundation Red Angus, and I'm going to go ahead and use this red heifer to lead off with. One in terms of just her build and skeletal design you really appreciate, like her youthful and freshness look. One that still has the right kind of length of body and just has plenty of pieces that puts together in a nice balanced. The heifer coming in second, or the reserve division here, one you like in terms of her boldness and power. Her length of spine's good. Maybe not as attractive in terms of her hind leg. Maybe you like to stouten that up ever so slightly and just make her a little bit better about her front 1/3, but certainly going to make a nice cow for this young lady. young man's got a good looking heifer coming in next that's got some smoothness of shoulder, or length of body is good, just needs to be stouter in terms of just her base width and opened up underneath, but is going to make a nice one for him as well.
All right, we're going to make this pretty quick. This heifer needs a buddy out here. This is a nice one, though. Again, just really youthful and calfy looking. Got the alert ear and eye and a nice neck to her. And I think as we continue to develop this heifer, just really good things down the road for us. So a great way to get us started here in the Red Angus show. Great heifer.
For as deep and high quality as this class is, there's still nothing that really comes close to touching this heifer that's going to win for Jake and I. You know, this one, these are the ones that you get excited about. I think this one so flawlessly blends a incredible neck, incredible freshness with genuine rib cage, genuine power, genuine stoutness, gets out and moves phenomenally. That one, just from every angle you study her, is put together so well. You know, she probably flirts the line just in terms of breeding cattle, market heifer, not for us. That one's got plenty of punch. I think that one is awfully, awfully good. After that, we had a lot of debate and a lot of discussion with the remaining cattle, and really between 2, 3, and 4. All of you guys flip around for us really quick. This heifer that stands here in second is one that is loaded with dimension and loaded with power, especially when you study her from behind. Love this one in terms of the way she utilizes her hock, the way she's built in terms of her foot. She's not the most attractive about her head, and that's not really, anything that you can falter on too much. I think that one puts so many good pieces together in terms of mass and dimension, and still gets out and goes like she does. She's just not the same level as that heifer that's going to go ahead and win. And it's a similar story with the heifer that's going to stand here in third. I told Jake when they first walked out here, I love that heifer from her shoulders back. I love her in terms of her rib. That one's probably got as much real, genuine power to her as anything out here, especially when you watch her go. She's as genuine as anything. She's just kind of plain about that head and her neck. She's just not, that front end doesn't match the rest of her body and what you'd expect. And that's really the only reason she's in third. I think she's powerful. I think she's stout. I think she's impressive when she goes away from you. I certainly think she's flexible in terms of the way she's built at the ground. This heifer that stands here in fourth is punchy. I mean, that thing is about as wide and dimensional and round in her rib as you could ask one. But with that, I guess Jake and I thought she was just a little bit more moderate in terms of her type and kind. She wants to run downhill just ever so slightly. She's more mature in terms of her head. I just don't know how much more oomph that one has in terms of her maturity and size from a long-term standpoint of those top 4 cattle. I think she probably struggles the most when you get them out and you set them in motion. This heifer that comes out here in fifth, it's unfortunate, honey. You've got a really nice one. You just ran into a class that's loaded with quality. She's highly presented, and a lot of earlier classes, she probably would have won her class. Out here today, though, she becomes one that you study her, the 3/4 coming at you, going away. She's probably the flattest and narrowest and just the most general in terms of her build of that top end cattle. She's one that falls into a couple more pieces when you set that one into motion as well. The gentleman that's going to bring this heifer out next is one that on the standstill, I love her. I love the way that neck sits onto her shoulder, and she's got plenty of power and dimension. Unfortunately, she needs to be better in terms of the way her joints are built into her. She's just a little bit more upright in the way she's constructed, a little bit more stilty off either end of her skeleton. We get down into the heifers here at the bottom end of this class that don't be too discouraged. This is a really, really deep set of cattle. They're cattle that have some body and some dimension, but again, from a structural standpoint, from a look and quality standpoint from the side, just don't have what it takes to move up any higher in this group. Let's congratulate all of them.
Well, here in the Red Angus side, this one parked from the side you like a lot of things about in terms of just her femininity and smoothness. Looks like a female. Her depth of ribs nice, length of body's good. I guess she gets a little bit too tight in terms of her hock, and when she's set into motion, just needs to just loosened up a little bit, but a nice heifer to start off with. Nothing to take away from the one coming in second. Maybe she's a little bit more correct in the angle of her hock from the side, but she's also a heifer that's good in terms of her line, the bold made kind of a heifer. She just needs to be changed in terms of her loin and tailhead, just set in there ever so slightly, a little bit smoother, but a nice heifer in terms of just her boldness and easy keeping look. The heifer coming in third, a real moderate, just cowy looking kind of one that's good in terms of her body and depth of rib. She just gets a little bit plainer in terms of her front 1/3 and just like to set her back at the angle of her shoulder. But gonna make a nice cow for that young lady.
Let me catch you up over on the breeding side. Your 2022 Iowa Beef Expo champion miniature Hereford heifer coming out of class 144, Claire Christensen of Lisbon. Your reserve coming out of class 146, Isabel Shea of Kamrar. Let's talk about the Foundation Red Angus division there. 3 entries. Your champion, Haley Dodge of Terrell. Your reserve, Briley Means of Villisca. And third in that class was Owen Cowell of Tipton. Let's move on into the Red Angus division, class 150, single entry, Veronica Lentz, Creston, first place. Class 151, Red Angus, these are purebred Red Angus, first place. Lauren Anderson of Algona, second. Veronica Lentz of Creston, third. Tatum Tucker of Jefferson. Currently in the ring, class 152, Red Angus females. Final class of that division. Over on the market heifer side, placings for class 245. First place, Scout Locke Packwood. Second to Ryland Shayla of Riverside. Third to Macy Kilmer of Perry. Fourth, Macy Jacobson of Osceola. Fifth, Stella Emthauer of Beeman. Sixth to Cole Whipholm of Dowles. Seventh to Zoe McCrunell of Webster City. Eighth to Alexis Steffens of Claremont. And ninth to Taylor Yates, Villisca. Final class of the day on the market side, currently in the ring, class 246. Last class, Division III, market heifers. After selection of Division III champion, then we will have the grand and reserves of Divisions 1, 2, and 3 back in for an overall champion market heifer.
Well, in the Red Angus class here, sometimes being different, it's good or it's not good. In this case here, this heifer is the most different. I think it ends up being the good thing. And if you like the extra boldness and muscle and bone that she has, it's really a no-brainer because she is exceptional in that area, especially within this breed type. I think the other thing too that I recognize, and especially in British breeds, we put that extra shot of muscle and shape to them. Can we keep them mobile enough? And this one's good enough in her hind leg. I think she struggles a little bit more out of her shoulder, and again, might like to just change the accuracy in the way she moves up out of her shoulder and out of her front end. But we're going to take a little of that because the trade-off is just way, way, way more power from there on back. Heifer in second is really good in her skeleton. In fact, I think it'd be interesting to know the sires behind the rest of them because they really look all the same in terms of the way they're built, their design, their structure. The one that ends up here in second, I think, is really good in her front end, her knee, and down to the ground. I like the design of her hind leg as I compare to the heifer here in third. And yet, on the stand, she has really good presence to her. She's long, she's attractive up front. I like the length of her top. Obviously, today, she's not really in the same league in terms of boldness of rib and muscle and power. So, in one of those calls, if you like that extra muscle, then we need to go ahead and start with the heifer that we did. Shiloh and I both agree that when you get them stopped, this one in third is really easy on the eyes. Now, she is good looking, attractive, alert headed. Top line really fits in her nice, and she stands really good on her hind leg. As she travels, it's almost like she's a little nervous. She's very timid the way she sits on it. She's kind of got some extra set to go along with it anyway, and just doesn't really set it in the ground and drive off of it like we would expect her to. So maybe as she gets some more experience and she relaxes, she'll be able to handle her hind leg a little bit better, because I think that's a heifer that's just got a tremendous amount of quality to her. So an interesting class. Again, lots of good pieces to work with. I think there's a lot of similar cattle here in the middle of the class.
Over here on the market heifer side of things, I think we've got an interesting class and an interesting trio here at the top. And I think there's some decisions that have to be made, and just kind of decide which you want to go with, because to be completely honest, there's not one out here that just jumps out and says, oh, I need to win. I think they all come with some quality, but I think they all come with their own issues too. So it's really what do you prefer and what do you want to side with, and we side with the young man's heifer here at the front. I think this one, if you want to talk the length of body and an extension there up front, is second to none, and it gives her a kind of a wild look from the side. I think as long-bodied as she is, she maybe wants to run downhill ever so slight, but I still think that she's the highest quality one, the best balanced one, that's going to go ahead and win this class. Nothing to take away from the young lady's heifer that comes next, because I think there's a lot of similarities if you compare the two, but when it comes to just freshness up front, and then you pull this one to the lead, she wants to kind of get up underneath herself ever so slight, need to level her out there through her hip, and make her go just a little bit better there off of her rear too to run with that one, but it's two high quality ones there at the top. Young man's red and white heifer that comes third. When this one's parked, you love the look of this one. She's skinny necked, she ties her neck high, she balances up extremely well, and all of her angles read true, but when he pulls her to the lead, she wants to get a little bit labor that left hind leg just a little bit, and I don't know if she slipped on the way up here or not, but I think it really works to her disadvantage today. Young man's heifer that comes next, I think one that's extremely high quality, that's bold in her rib shape, got some muscle shape, and you really like that one about it. And when she cocks off there, she gives you a really good look, but I think if you compare them to the trio above, she just gets out horsed in terms of stoutness of feature, stoutness at the ground, but really high quality one with some muscle and some boldness of center body there to go ahead and go forth. Young man's heifer that comes next, I think one that you can really appreciate in his or excuse me, her rib shape and muscularity there down her top and into her hip. But her too, she gets a little bit rigid there off of both ends of her skeleton, in particular how she handles her hock, both on the move and standing still. I'd like to give her a little bit more flex. Young man's blue roan heifer calf that comes next. I think one that's just kind of practical in her type and kind. I think one that still gives you a nice enough look from the side. It's got some muscle shape, got some dimension, gets out and goes adequately well. Just kind of ran into some really high quality ones at the top. We get into a pair of steers here at the bottom that are, or excuse me, a pair of heifers here at the bottom that are long. And long and extended and have some performance, and you got to appreciate that about them. But just run out of ring presence here today to run any higher. Just lack the overall quality compared to the rest of the class. But good class of market heifers. Let's congratulate these young people.
Well, here in the Red Angus drive here, I think like we were talking, get some buddies out here to help actually evaluate this one that wins the first class and just has a youthful, attractive look about her. And I think this one will only get better with time. You know, her structure is probably not perfect, but I think it certainly is acceptable, and maybe just long term, I like this one in terms of just her build and look. The heifer in second, or the heifer that wins the second class, like we talked, one in terms of performance and length, smoothness about her head and neck and shoulder, one you like. Maybe one just for us gets a little bit too tight off her hock and just straight off either end. And then you got the powerful, bold-ribbed, stout one coming out of the third class. Maybe just needs to be built a little bit different about her front one third. But with that, we're going to go ahead and use the one out of the first class as your champion, followed out of the third class for your reserve.
As we get into this final division of the Market Heifer Show, Jake and I are really happy with this lineup. But that being said, there's one of them out here that's just a gamer, in our opinion. And maybe that's not to everybody's opinion, but for what Jake and I like in cattle, there's one that just sets herself apart so far ahead of everything else. And we're going to go ahead and grab her really quick, and then probably have some discussion for reserve. Young lady out of the third class, you've got an awfully good one. She's going to be your Market Heifer Division III champion. Let's congratulate her.
All right, we have a November and January here in our Solier division, and we've elected to use the older heifer up front for our champion. And we just like a real maternal look that she has. I like the length and correctness at top and hip design, a little extra rib cage, kind of squaring up an udder underneath her. You can kind of see things are coming together from that standpoint. I think she just has some presence and balance out here. The young January heifer, in terms of muscle and the shape that she has, might be an advantage over the older heifer, especially when you consider the difference in age, like the bone that she has. She's a little higher in her flank, just a little rounder built out into her pin bone area and her hip shape, but two very nice heifers to represent our champion reserve in our Solier division.
As we get these cattle back out here, you know, Jake and I probably struggled just a little bit more on where to piece them together. And I'll tell you how I see them or how we see them and what we think. The red and white heifer that comes out of this first class, you know, she probably doesn't have some of the extras in terms of foot and bone as some of these other cattle. She's not the craziest up there through that front end, but that one's good in terms of her structure. She's genuine in terms of her ribs. She's got punch and power from behind. You know, you get critical of her. If you watch her come right at you, she maybe wants to pigeon toe ever so slightly, and she's maybe just a little bit plainer about that head. The smoky heifer that comes out next, she's the one that has the wow factor from the side. You know, that one's so highly presented in terms of the things she puts together. I guess for Jake and I, you know, the longer we study that one, I think she gets a little bit shorter up there through her front end. And really for us, the way she gets out and goes out of her hip and hind leg is probably her hindering point. You know, she meets her stride, yes. Just because cattle meet their stride doesn't mean that they're sound. She's shorter and rounder in terms of her hip. She swings those back legs and just kind of hammers them into the ground harder than we'd like to see. That one is enamoring from the side though, and that one's plenty stout and powerful out through that pin set. The heifer that came second in that class to our champion is one like talked about earlier. From her shoulder back is awesome, rib, power, dimension, all of the things, and man, she's good when you set her in motion. She's just quite a bit plainer and more common in terms of her head and her neck in comparison to some of the other cattle out here, but that's still a good female. I'd like to maybe just soften her up in terms of her flank ever so slightly. We get back to the heifer that wins the fourth class, and there's some really, really unique pieces about that one. The way her neck sits onto her shoulder, how long spine she is, how long hips she is, and still to meet her stride as she does. I guess for Jake and I, we question that one just a little bit. Is she a little bit overcooked for this point in time? For us, yes. I'd like to maybe take some condition off of that one. And long-term speaking, that one wants to run downhill, open up in terms of her shoulder. I just don't know, again, from a long-term standpoint, if all of the pieces and parts to that one stay together. There's a lot of things that we do like about that one. Jake's going to go show you the one that we're going to use for reserve. Again, kind of a toss-up, especially when you have one as good as that one for champion. Let's congratulate all these kids.
Well, on the Shorthorn Plus side, I think a pair of heifers that are different, and for us, it's just her structural build and femininity that sorts her, I guess, leads off the class for us, like this one in terms of the shape of her neck, smoothness of shoulder, length of body is good, and just where probably she is better than the heifer in second is in terms of just her length of stride and just looseness, and I think just time will only get this one better. Now standing still, the black and white one is good looking. She's bold in terms of her rib shape and stout. It's just when you set her in motion for us, she gets too tight strided. Just needs to lengthen her out off by the end and just loosen her up a little bit, but certainly one from the side that's got a lot of value in terms of her look and boldness. And then the red heifer here in third, you like her extra length and performance. She's good about her neck and chest. But for us, she's just a little bit too harder in terms of her rib shape. Need to set her back at the angle of her shoulder, but one you like in terms of her extra muscle shape and performance. And I believe Dad's went through and talked about all these, and certainly a nice class.
Well, over here on the market heifer side, as we kind of come to a conclusion here, I think we get these champions and these reserves back out of here, and we're pleased. We're pleased with what we have out here. I think from top to bottom, these cattle were good throughout the entire market heifer show, there was plenty of numbers, so it kind of gave us a shot to kind of pick what we like and follow maybe a type and kind. I think there's two of them out here that fit the mold that what we try to emulate back home in terms of raising cattle, in terms of being extremely good looking, extremely balanced from the side, and still offer a little bit of, or still offer a fair amount of punch, and realizing that this is a market heifer show, they've got to have some punch, they've got to have some width, and they've got to be spread apart. For my mind, and Ashley's too, I think there's one that hits us pretty hard and another one that closely follows. So she'll go out and get those two here once I get done. But we want to. It's been a good day from the start of the Simmentals here this morning to the end of the market heifers here, and the quality has been good. The exhibitors have been good, and we're looking forward to sorting through the heat tomorrow. So with that being said, Ashley's going to go grab the two we like, and thanks for having us.
Over on the market heifer side in contention, Division 1, Wesley Clemens Bernard, Division 2, Jax Pryor, Woodbine, and Division 3, Scout Locke from Pekin. And your 2022 Iowa Beef Expo champion market heifer coming out of Division 3, the Scout Locke Packwood. Coming into contention, Nick Reemsma of DeWitt. And your reserve coming out of Division 2, that's Jax Pryor of Woodbine. Once again, your 2022 Iowa Beef Expo champion market heifer going to Scout Locke of Pekin, reserve Jax Pryor. Let me give placings on that final class of market heifers, class 246. First place, Jake Knutson, Esterville. Second to Sydney Loverin of Clarksville. Third to Dawson Miner of Bondurant. Fourth to Logan Knowles of Albia. Fifth to Drew Tuttle of Winterset. Sixth to Lane Sneeden of Grand Junction. Seventh to Bryce Trulson of DeWitt. And eighth to Sydney Leaders of Underwood. And that is going to shut down this side of the ring until morning. Thank you, Lowell Teat.
I think for both of us, if we could just kind of be right between these two here that represent first and second in terms of kind, then we would feel really good. And I think both of them have, you know, some really nice pieces and unique pieces to them. And then both of them, we'd probably switch, you know, a thing or two around in the way that they're designed and built. Both of them, one thing for sure, have quality out here. They have presence. They're up-headed. They're alert. They got a nice ear and got the look to them. They have plenty of length at top in them. The solid red heifer, just in terms of her real power, she's got that. You can see down her top, the shape of her upper skeleton, really big, strong in her hip. And not round either. I think she's got enough length of hip that keeps that heifer good enough on her hind leg. I'm going to pick on her a little bit more up front. You know, she's got a bit more boldness of shoulder, which is okay because she's got some spring of rib and some muscle. But with that, she twists out a little bit more up in her front end. Honestly, she could be just a little cleaner bone for me for a female, but we went ahead and used one up here on the top end just in terms of her base width. The real power and muscle that she has is kind of the strength in this class. The red and white heifers, almost the opposite of that. She's really refined, you know, clean-headed, flat-shouldered, a little flatter boned and cleaner jointed than the one that wins it. And I think there comes a little bit of a sacrifice as we start to compare her. She gets a little flatter in her general makeup, not as strong in her hip. I like to set that heifer's tail head down in her a little bit differently if we could. So again, you can flip them back and forth. I think the thing that we both recognize is both cattle really have a lot of quality and balance out here in this class. The black heifer on the move is probably the best. She's got nice feet. She's structured really good in her joints. She looks much, much better moving than standing. When she stops, she has a tendency to fall apart down her top a little bit, which is pretty common for those that are really loose in their skeleton like her. And probably in her front third, she's a little plainer headed, just a little more prominent in her shoulder and down into her sternum. But we do like the length of body, the flexibility, the soundness that we think the black heifer offers here in this class. Well, again, this class is, it brings some interesting challenges for me. And once again, I'll just tell you, I'm only going to speculate what the real age is on this first heifer. Because for me, she looks like a bred heifer in a prospect show, and I don't think a calf needs to look like that. But with that being said, I also think she's an incredibly good heifer. I think that thing, in terms of her build, her feet and legs, the length of hip, the skeleton she has in her is incredible. Like I said, she's got that big belly like she's got triplets in her, which a calf shouldn't look that way. So we get beyond that and just call the cow a cow, evaluate what she is physically. I think that one there is really, really nice. So the heifer in second, again, physical maturity, she looks like a January calf to me. Her head, her bone structure, the way she's constructed just in her general build and skeleton, that's what a January calf, in my opinion, needs to look like. You can't beat this one though, because structure-wise, she just doesn't go as good. When this heifer in second takes off, she has a tendency to getting a little lower set in her pin. She doesn't sit down as comfortable off her hind leg. And so again, there's things about her that I'd say, yep, that's what a January calf needs to look like, and she sure does standing there. But as we put them two heifers on the lead, that's where I think the other heifer just sure needs to win today. So again, it's kind of interesting. I don't think it's easy just because of that, but I think in this case here, that heifer is just way too good in terms of mobility. Next heifer in third, we give up a little bit of that extra look up front, but boy, again, functionally, she's just very, very nice in her feet and legs. She stays really good up in her top and her upper skeleton. You know, we get back to the discussion, well, is she big enough? Well, yes, she is big enough. We think about a cow down the road, she'll easily weigh 1,500 pounds someday. That's a big enough cow. Just like to give her just a little more presence out here in terms of the shape of the neck and the way she's constructed there and through her lower shoulder. But a nice heifer, very functional. The blue roan, I like her length of body, the muscle she has. She's got the really good, big, strong hip when you get in behind her with plenty of bone. Right now, she's kind of at that age where we got her just a little fat in the shape of her neck and her shoulder, and we don't have enough body to kind of fit everything else about her, and so she gets just a little piecey for me. But I think there's a lot of good positive things about her, especially with the extra spread of muscle she has down her top. And then we conclude with another one that's just really, really big for her age out here. I think the problem we see is her design. She gets a little too loose out of her shoulder up in her top, doesn't have quite the look up and through her chest and lower sternum to really kind of offset some balance issues that we have with her.
Well, really high quality single entry here, and one you appreciate in terms of just her length and functional structural build like this one in terms of down her top line. She stays collected, really just a high quality individual.
Well, again, my congratulations to our winners and our seconds out here in our Shorthorn Plus show. I think and the quality's been really good. There's one, and like I told Shiloh, I said, just we don't worry about the ages. If these two heifers were in the same division, which one's the best one? And we both agree without any concern at all that the black heifer is the best out of heifer. You know, we look at, if we throw them in a fall division together, she's still the best heifer out here. So the young man that came out of Class 3, congratulations to him. He's going to have our champion. You betcha. Let's give him a nice hand. All right, and for reserve, another high-quality heifer, the single entry, the Blue Roan, will be our reserve champion. Congratulations, partner. You got a very nice female as well. Well, I think we've decided we're going to leave them stand just as they came to us here in the ring, and it makes really pretty good sense when you see them from this angle and you watch them move. The one up here the young man has, we feel very comfortable in terms of her structure, her skeleton within this group, being one that's going to last maybe just a longer. As she continues to develop and grow and fill out, I think she'll only get better. You know, she's long enough shank. She's got all the looks that she's got a lot of grow left in the tank. We just need to get some more body and flesh and bloom on that one, because we think feet and leg wise she's kind of got the right structure to her. The one in second is the one that most closely resembles her in our opinion in terms of movement and the way that she holds herself together. We like the angle of her shoulder a little bit better than the white heifer. Again, there's probably a little more rib and muscle today than what we start with, but just not quite got the look and design once we get them stopped out here from head to tail like we have in our class winner. The white heifer, really a tall, good-looking heifer in terms of her length and neck. She's got some muscle, plenty of bone in this female. Struggles a little bit more out of her front end as you watch her travel. She needs to lay her shoulder blade back a bit better, give her a little more cushion up in through her knee. I tell you, the heifer that completes this class by some margins the heaviest muscled, really bold ribbed and super wide based, and it becomes a little bit of a detriment to her. We put this kind of muscle, we tighten her up like she goes here. It kind of hinders her in terms of movement just a bit, but really stout and thick. From that standpoint, certainly the best heifer in the class.
Well, this roan heifer that leads off is just so overwhelming in terms of just her body mass. She's a square-built heifer that's stout-structured, tons of muscle down her top and out through her hip, and yet with that, still's got a nice look about her. Maybe like to just stretch her out in terms of her hip and just loosen her up a little bit, but certainly an overwhelming, powerful heifer to lead off with. And then the heifers in 2 and 3 here are a lot alike in terms of their kind. I think the heifer that we choose to run second here is maybe a little bit fresher in terms of her condition. She's better at the shape on the top side of her neck and down in through her chest in relation to her flank. And with that, she's probably a little bit longer in terms of her length of spine and hip. You know, maybe like to set her back in terms of the angle of her shoulder, but heifer that's got some extra frame and go to there for second. And then the roan heifer coming here in third, one that you like in terms of her, like the heifer in second, her length of body and extension. Just like to clean her up at the base of her chest in terms of relation of her chest and set her tail head down ever so slightly. And then a good-looking heifer that's smooth shoulder that rounds out here, that's got some depth of rib, just needs to be stouter in terms of just her rib shape, and maybe just set down on a more secure hind leg.
Well, all right, let me get you caught up here on the heifer side. Class 152, first place, Luke Pladson, Harper's Ferry. Second to Emily Collison of Rockwell City. Third, Kendall Noel of Hedrick. Fourth to Callie Nickel of Gravity. Fifth to Clara Schmuck of Iowa Falls. And sixth to Blaine Cornelison of New Virginia. Your champion Red Angus female at the 2022 Iowa Beef Expo going to Veronica Lentz of Creston. Your reserve going to Luke Pladson of Harper's Ferry. Two entries in the Solaire breed. Your champion going to Wyatt Pasteur of Mitchellville. Reserve, same exhibitor, Wyatt Pasteur of Mitchellville. That's your grand and reserve Solaire heifers. Moving into the Shorthorn Plus heifers. First place, McKenna Sontag of Atlantic. Second to Colton Nedelicki of Fairfax. Third to Joshua Derbyshire of Morningside. Fourth to Luella Fisher of Melbourne. Fifth, Landon Fetters of Altoona. Sixth, Joaquin Wales of Wyota. Seventh to Ty Haywood of Albia. And eighth to Quintry Lee of Mount Pleasant. That was the first class of Shorthorn Plus females. Placings for class 155, Shorthorn Plus females. First place, Kylie Lloyd of New London. Second to Colton Becker of Atlantic. Third, Sarah Anderegg of Mason City. Fourth, Joaquin Wales of Wyota. Fifth to Delaney Yates of Villisca. Sixth to H.F. Haskovic of Cresco. Seventh to Lila Brooks of Farragut. Class 156, Shorthorn Plus females. First place, Corbin Curo Bernard. Second to Jaylee Happ of Washita. Third to Tai Allison Alter of Mount Pleasant, fourth to Avery Schroeder of Sumner, fifth to Michael Frisbee of Buckingham. And single entry to close out that division, first place Kaiser Will of Anita. Your champion Shorthorn plus Corbin Curo of Bernard coming out of Class 156 reserve, going to Kaiser Will of Anita, Class 157. Catch up on the current breed in the ring, the purebred Shorthorn heifers, first place, Class 158, Cade Dodge Terrell. Second to Gracie Mathis of Osceola, third Gracie Mathis of Osceola, and fourth to Kylie Lloyd of New London. Placings for Class 159. First place, Webby Seiko of Riverside, second to Tyler Loudon, Creston, third to Brock Studer of Creston, and fourth to Zinlin Lee of Mount Pleasant. And that catches you up to this class in the ring, Class 160 purebred Shorthorn heifers.
All right, we like this pair of heifers on top, and again, I think you can you go back and forth. I guess when I think of this one long term, and we get a little more maturity and development on this heifer here, I really like a lot of things about her. She's so gorgeous up in her throat lats and her neck, length of neck, and the way it's attached into her shoulder blade. We work back into a really big, strong hip in that heifer, and I think on the move, she really looks nice in that rear third of her skeleton, the way she sets down on it. You know, she doesn't have the forerib, the heart, the middle third to her today like the heifer here in second, but I think it'll come. She's got the right kind of rib shape. She just needs some maturity to get a big old calf inside of her, and I think all that'll really look a lot better as we give her some time. Oh, man, I like your heifer a lot, too. I guess for me, as we watch these two on the move here, I didn't think she was quite as comfortable out of her front end. She's just a little more sluggish in the way she travels out of her shoulder. She doesn't pick her neck up quite as nicely out of her front end like the white heifer does, but from there back, I like her a lot. I like the middle third, the depth of heart and flank that she has. She certainly has enough muscle to suit me. Maybe set her tail head just a little differently out of her spine if we could, and I kind of change that part of her just a bit, but nice female. I think a lot of quality to her, and it makes a nice pair to discuss up here on the top end. It was also close for third. We were kind of back and forth here. Young man, your heifer's a little nicer in her chest, in the lower part of her shoulder. We like the depth of body that she has. She's a little flatter back into her hip. She's kind of got a little bit of a sleepy appearance out here, so she's a little low in her ears. She doesn't have quite the ring presence here today, but just a good functional female. And we thought from a balance standpoint was maybe a nickel nicer than the heifer that winds up here in fourth today. Again, congratulations to all of you. A nice pair of females up on our top end.
well, a pair of heifers here, and we were talking, and it's just structure that sorts these two. The heifer that leads off with, we like her just in terms of her front end quality, has more reach out of her front end, and even on the other end of things, I prefer her hind leg a little bit better than the heifer in second. She sets down on a more secure hind leg, and she could use a shot more belly, but get her bred up, and it'll take time. I like this one's look and just design from the side. The heifer coming in second, she is bigger bodied, stouter, and just probably heavier structure than the head of her, but for us, she just wants to just paddle out of her front end. She needs set back the angle of her shoulder and knee, and just relaxed off her hind leg, but certainly a powerful, big ribbed heifer there in second.
Young man's got a nice fall heifer, and again, her size kind of fits her age, and her rib cage is good. Got a good strong hip in her. She's very acceptable in the set of her hind leg. Again, build her a little differently up front. We could lay her shoulder blade back and get her neck pulled up out of her shoulder. That really changes the overall balance of the heifer. But you got her looking good, young man. Did a nice job in getting her presented out here.
Well, we get all these class winners out here, and I think certainly some nice individuals out here. And I think for us, there's one that just hit us pretty hard in terms of when she came in class, in terms of structural build and design, yet still having the right kind of look and profile from the side. And it's the one, the all-white heifer coming out of the third class here for your champion. And we'll go out and take a look for reserve. we bring that second out, and you know, it was a good pair in class, and this one just kind of fits her in terms of her youthfulness and kind, in terms of her rib shape and hind leg. You know, maybe like we talked in class, she'd like to just have more reach out of her front end, but we think those two go together. We're going to keep it together. Young man out of second will be reserved.
Just our lone entry, I guess, in our South Devon show, but a very nice one, a January heifer, and I think within her breed certainly has ample size and growth. Good bone work underneath this heifer. It complements the depth of body that she has. She's just pretty rugged in her general build and look. So congratulations, this young lady here. You're going to be the uncontested winner out here in the South Devon show. Congratulations.
$3,500 down and you want him. He had $3,500 down to 15-2. Now 2, here to have been the 25. He's the last to claim of the day. 25. 2, here to have been the 2,500 down to $10 done. 2, here to have been the 25. One more time, but to get them there to the 25. But to get 5, but to get 5, but to get now 7. And 5, here to the 7. Are you sure? 3. Now 3, and there to have been the 32 again. 30 now 5.
Well, 4 really nice heifers within this class, and we're going to lead off with the Brockle. That's just so overwhelming in terms of her broodness, and I think just kind of a moderate, easy fleshing one in terms of her rib shape. She's stout out of her hip, and yet with that, her neck comes out good at the top side of her shoulder. She might have a little bit more at the base and just like to lengthen her hip out up high, but certainly a nice cow prospect to lead off with. The one coming in second in terms of her front end quality is I probably prefer that one a little bit better than the one here that leads off with, and her extra length and just extension you like. For us, she gets a little bit tight off her hind leg, and you know, maybe with time that pair can switch just in terms of this one matures, and if she does ever get enough to her, you know, that one that as she gets older might get better with time. The heifer coming here in third, another one you like in terms of just her, from her shoulder back, her length of body, length of hip you like. Maybe like to set her tail head in her ever so slightly. And then on the other end of things, set her shoulder back as she gets just a little bit lower fronted. But like that one's extra just performance and growth. And then the heifer that rounds out the class here, one that's flexible and has some depth of body. Her length of spine's good. She just needs to be stouter, cleaned up about her front 1/3.
Oh, I may catch you up over here on the Heifer side. Back to the Shorthorn division. Class 160, first place, Olivia Allen of Tiffin. Second to Kaiser Will of Anita. Third to Brock Studer. Fourth to Haley DeVries of Pella. Fifth to Kennedy Butterkoffer of Hawkeye. Sixth to Samantha Sager of Ronald. Seventh to Josie Robinson of Colo. And eighth to Madison Swanton of Bryant. Placings class 161, Shorthorn Heifers, first place, Colton Becker at Atlantic. Second to Riley Thill of Pleasantville. And final class in the purebred Shorthorn division, class 162, single entry, Brock Studer from Creston winning that class. Your 2022 Iowa Beef Expo champion Shorthorn Heifer coming out of 160, Olivia Allen. Your reserve also out of 160, Kyson Will. South Devon Heifers single entry champion goes to Lauren Zabel of Kellogg. Now we're into the percentage Simmental females. Placings for class 164, first place, Carly Spear of Newton. Second to Kayla Frederick of Bagley. Third, Haley Dodge of Terrell. And fourth to Carlin Scott of Oskaloosa. Currently in the ring, class 165, percentage Simmental Heifers.
This class, again, we think we have a really high quality set of cattle. Each of them have some real strengths, and each of them we'd probably like to change somewhere if we could. And this one here, you know, when she first came in, I thought maybe it was going to be a little more overwhelming to win this class. And the longer she's out here, we start to detect some issues with this one here. And it's all because of her upper hip. Part of it is when she moves, she's kind of throwing her little tail around and acting a little silly out here, but she does need to be built a little differently in terms of her pin set, lengthen her hip out just a bit more. But what I think this heifer's good is her front third. I like the neck, the way it sets into her shoulder, the angle to her shoulder. She's got some comfort out of her front end. The general design of her rib cage, I think, is right. You know, I think there's a lot of good in her really from her hooks forward. And today she just, you know, I think really all four of these we can pick on them just a little bit in the rear third of their skeleton. So I think that becomes really less of an issue up here on the top end. The Baldy heifer, very striking, up-headed and alert. And again, I think her kind resembles this class winner a little bit better than the other two that we have following her here in the class. She's a little steeper for me in her hock and down into her pastern, a little shorter in her hip, and kind of like our class winner, we put her on the lead and she's starting to swing her tail and get a little tight in the way she handles her hind legs. So I think as we get both of these heifers to a few more shows, we get them to relax, I think they can look a whole lot different out here once we put them on the parade. But again, a little taller frontage. She's just got, to me, a little more balance out here than what we have in third. This heifer in third's really long and clean-chested, and yet we get on the other end. You like the power that she has. She's big pin, and she got some bone to her. For me, she runs downhill a little bit when I get from the side. She's a little lower slung out of her front end. Both her and the heifer in fourth, I think probably the deciding factor for me is when we put these two cattle on the lead, they start to get up in their top a little too much. Right in the middle part of their back, they get a little tight in their spine. They just don't handle it quite as well as the two that we started with. But get them out here, stop, propped up from the side. That one there can give you an eyeful. I like the quality that she has. Young man, I think we maybe got your heifer just a little full. I think she has a little bit of an issue of being kind of straight in her shoulder anyway, and then as she travels, she really tightens up in her top. I love her length of body, her depth of rib, the length of hip that she has. I think she's got a lot of quality to her. It's just really kind of an issue in movement, the way she's handling her spine out here today that kind of slides her down here into the fourth hole.
Placings in class 165, just going out of the ring. First place, Sloan Curtin, Oxford. Second place, Shaylee Fritchie of Ottumwa. Third to Katie West of Pleasantville. Fourth, Emmett Ryan of Bernard. Fifth, Madeline Howell of Columbus Junction. And sixth to Tyler Mitchell of Charles City. Now entering the ring, class 166 percentage Simmental heifers. If Emma T. Bradley is here in the crowd still, or family, please come down to the announcer stand. Emma Bradley, please come down to the announcer stand.
Well, I guess there's some give and take between these three, but I think what the heifer that leads off does best is just in terms of her structural build and design. And with that, you know, she's a heifer that's good in terms of her chest. Her length of body is good. And I like this heifer's length of hip and sets down on a nice hind leg. You know, maybe like to pick this one's head or neck out of the top side of her shoulder a little bit better, or reshape on the top side of her neck there. But like I said earlier, her chest tucked in her shoulder good. Her length of body is good. I like that one just in terms of her build design. Heifer coming in second. She's a heifer from her shoulders back. You appreciate a lot of things about heavy structured heifer that's got some depth of body. You know, her tail head set in her good. It's just on the front end of this one's skeleton you like to change. She's got a little extra chest, and with that, like to set her shoulder back ever so slightly, and I think that'd relax her top line when she's set in motion. But that one from her shoulder back, you like a lot of things about her. And then the heifer coming in third here. She's a heifer from the side. You like some things about this one in terms of just her front 1/3. She's tight about her neck and chest. Smooth-shouldered heifer that's got some depth of body. She just needs to be stouter at the surface in terms of her bone and footwork, and then just opened up all the way through. But certainly a striking heifer. You like the profile on that one.
Placings for the class that just went out of the ring. First place, Carly Axmere of North English. That's class 166, by the way. Second to Chloe Rogers of Iowa City. Third to Ireland Wirt of Guthrie Center. Erlen Wirt of Guthrie Center. Fourth to Leah Kastner of Yale. Fifth to Olivia Osborne of Eli. Sixth to Erlen Wirt again. Seventh to Gabe Scott. Eighth to Luke Kroc. Gabe Scott of Oskaloosa, Luke Kroc of Mechanicsville, and ninth to Brock Henderson of Wyoda.
All right, the young lady will win this class, and I think from a quality standpoint, we like both of these heifers very well in this top end here, and we both agree this first one just naturally has more chest width, spring of rib, dimension. When you get inside of this one and kind of study her, there's just a lot more to her internally than what we have here in second, and still handles herself good enough in movement too. I think her angle to her shoulder, the length of hip that she has, she's solid enough at the ground, and her feet and the way she goes to the ground out here, she needs to go ahead and win the class. Heifer in second's incredibly long-bodied, her depth of rib, and part of that depth is a little extra fat inside of her, but I think we do need to recognize, again, the angle of her shoulder, the looseness of skeleton. She really looks the part in terms of mobility, and that's what really keeps her up here in the top pair. You know, for me personally, she just needs to be bolder. She needs to be wider pinned. She just needs more real muscle when we get inside of her, but that's one that has good length, good depth, good soundness, and certainly those things are a real strength of that female. Heifer in thirds are really clean condition, very youthful heifer. Again, probably not the best day for today. I just think with some time and maturity, she continues to develop, she'll only get better. I like her length, her freshness, and I think of what we were working with here, and for our third spot, she was the next best moving heifer here in the group in terms of having some reach to her stride. You know, today we compare these first two, and she's a little flatter built, she's a little narrow underneath, just kind of gangly right now the way that she's constructed. But again, nice class, a very good strong pair up here on top.
Placings in the last class of percentage Simmental heifers, class 167, first place. Gracie Hirschberger of Wellman, second to Cash Hansiker of Nevada. Third to Jenna White of Blakesburg, fourth. Ty Becker, Williamsburg, fifth. Alex Verplug of Pella, sixth to Michaela Jones of Tingley, and seventh to Michael Maas of Adair. Currently in the ring, class 168 percentage Simmental heifers. In case you're wondering, four more classes of percentage Simmental heifers after this one, and then 8 classes of purebred Simmentals, and then we're done for the day. Tomorrow we'll be starting at 8 a.m. again. Angus and commercial heifers on this side of the ring. Crossbred steers all day long on the other side. Our judges over on the heifer side, hailing from Westmoreland, Kansas, father-son duo, Mr. Scott and Shiloh Shockey. Once again, if you got family at home, either today or tomorrow, they can't make it, remember to tell them they can tune in to liveauctions.tv. It's being telecast right over there in that crow's nest, so they can get in on the action from the comfort of home. Also, don't forget to check out the Pulse. They're sitting right below them, and they're keeping things updated as always. They're on Sullivan Supply, the Pulse.
All right, I tell you, I'll go ahead on the mic and we're going to discuss this whole class. Actually, I'm sorry, girls, we're going to switch you two. I pulled you originally first. We're going to switch you two up here on the top end. And this is a great class. You know, every show has that class where, you know, we kind of stack them up, it seems like. And I think this particular class, these, especially these first three are cattle that we just like a great deal. And honestly, when I walked down through the front of them, I thought I might switch these first two because I was thinking in my mind, their freedom of fat, the cleanliness of chest, as I see her from up front and down her top, belongs to the heifer in second. And then you all sitting up here on the side, you look at them from the side, and the way the heifer in second sternum sets down in her, you want to call her fatter, you know. And so it's one of those deals where you got to be a little careful in how you describe the cattle. But first and foremost, I think we have three very, very nice ones up here on the top end. And again, I give this young lady a hard time. I wondered if she had an extra bowl of Wheaties this morning that shows this first one because it takes some extra effort. That heifer's really alert, and the way she throws her neck up out of her shoulder, she's got her sternum stuck up between her blades really nice, and I think the presence she has out here is just a lot more overwhelming from the side. And big bone, I told Shiloh she naturally, even though she's got some conditioning in her, she can see it in her chest, you can see it down her top, she naturally is just bolder all the way that she's designed from front to rear, big old strong hip and a big old stout hind leg, and handles it well too. I think movement-wise, really both of them have, all three of these heifers I think are extremely good in movement. Just two little things I'm going to pick on her. I would like to take a little of the fat from the inside out of her, and honestly, her vulva, again, I'm not going to breed that one. I'm not going to worry about it because she's not mine, but she's got a pretty small vulva, and she's not the only one here in the class. There's several of them that just from the external reproductive part, I might question what that thing's really built like inside. But again, that's not my worries. My worry is to look at these cattle here physically, and I think that thing there's got a real stunning appearance to her, presence out here in the ring. Again, young lady in second, you've done a nice job in feeding that one in terms of conditioning. I love where she's at. She's thin neck, she's clean in her chest in terms of fat. You can see that down her top as well. I think this one's extremely good at the ground. Her feet are shaped right, her joints are very nice. She's flexible, she moves good. You know, a couple little things right now. Again, not the prettiest face in the world. She's kind of dish-faced and just not a real pretty headed heifer. And the longer we're out here, like Shiloh and I were saying, she just doesn't stay together as well as we study her up into her chest, her transition from her shoulder into her forerib. Again, just one of those deals where she's just a little more immature in her conditioning right now and just not holding together. But I like that one on the move a lot. I think that thing functions really good in her lower joints, sets back in her knee right. I think skeleton-wise, she's extremely good. And same with the young man's heifer here in third. I think that one, and Shiloh commented in terms of her foot shape, the way she's made underneath, that one's as good as you get here in the class. She's still got plenty of body to her. She's got some hip in her. as she continues to grow into her front end, she'll play the game too very high at this level. She's just got a little extra waddle up in her jaw, a little more chest in her. I think the thing that helps that heifer, she's got enough length of neck that I think she'll be okay. I don't know if she's ever going to be quite as snappy as the first two, but she's going to be okay, because as she matures and we continue to get more body in that heifer, all that stuff's going to kind of go away. That's a good heifer. We really like that heifer on the go out here because of her flexibility and her movement. Young lady in fourth, good looking heifer. That thing is ultra refined. On the stand, I can like that one a whole lot. As we put her on the move, then she has a tendency of tightening up just a little bit more in her top. And I think in general, we just said today, she's just a little frail. That refinedness and petiteness kind of comes at the cost of being just a little more refined in her bone work and just her general dimension. But that is a good looking heifer that, again, I think has a lot of upside as we continue to develop her. I think the next group of cattle, each of them have some things that are really strong. From the first rib back, this heifer that ends up in fifth is a powerful female. That is one big bone, deep rib, plenty of muscle. When we get in behind her, she struggles a little bit more out of her front end. You wouldn't notice that when she's running around out here in the ring, but if you watch her here on the lead, she's a little lower set in the way her neck comes into her shoulder, just a little steeper up in her shoulder. And that's kind of the biggest thing I'd like to fix on her. From there back, that is one of the really nice heifers here in the class. The next one, extremely long-bodied, very heavy muscled, so long that it's hard to keep that one collected out of her shoulder and down her top. And you can see that she's starting to kind of fall apart. Again, maybe redesign her just a little bit in the angle of her shoulder, but her length of body, her muscle is probably second to none here in this class. Young man, your heifer, again, really nice in her depth of body. She's got a pretty strong level hip in her. She has a tendency of being a little steeper up in her shoulder, a little straighter back in her hock, and so as you're walking her around the ring out here, she ends up a little short in the step off both ends, but that's a nice female, real broody, I think, in her appearance. Young lady, you couldn't have picked a worse class to show in. This is a tough class. The water was deep. Your heifer, I think, has got some quality to her. Length of body's good. You know, to have the extra, dimension and power like some of these other here that are ahead of you is where she kind of comes just a little short. But that's a nice heifer. Appreciate your effort out here in the ring.
Okay, I need to make an announcement to everyone in the makeup area of the heifers. We'll make a deal with ya. If you'll free up that area, you can go stand right down here ringside and watch. We just got to get things loosened up for these next 10 classes. So let's take her down to the exhibitor and the fitter or family member. But if you want to come on in the ring and you want to go right down here along the rail, you're more than welcome to. Be a better seat anyway. Thank you very much.
Bulls this evening is going to impact your bottom dollar here in the next couple of years when you sell these progeny and the resulting feeder calves, whether you sell them at weaning or keep them in a fed market program or whatever the case may be. This market's going to blow wide open, and you've got the opportunity to enhance your genetics here this evening on a powerful set of bulls. So take advantage right here, knowing full and well they're ready to go to work and do a good job for you folks. So I would like to say hello to those people on the internet with live auctions. Brooklyn's here handling those duties. We appreciate those folks tuning in. Just a friendly reminder, we'll try to move right along and have a snappy sale here this evening. So if you have interest on the internet, bid right up on them at the beginning so we don't miss you.
Well, in case you're wondering, tomorrow, when all the dust settles, who's going first? And this year, we looked it up, it will be the market show first. The market steer show, market animal show will go first. And if I remember right, that's always 30 minutes. Is that right? 30 minutes after the last class or division selection of the day. So, yeah, no matter which side, 30 minutes after the last class is over tomorrow, then we will jump into the Supreme Market Animal Drive. Placings in Class 168 percentage Simmental Heifers. First place, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap. Second place to Abby Talak, Parole. Third place to Kinzer Gallagher of Elkhart. Fourth, Grace Harms of Bernard. Fifth, Zoe Joyner, Plano. Sixth to Taylor Larson of Armstrong. Seventh to Graham Hagan of Anita. And eighth to Hannah Peck of Birmingham. Currently in the ring, Class 169 percentage Simmental Heifers. Hey,
Well,
let me one more time. Everybody listen up. If you know an Emma Bradley, she's really going to want to come down here and talk to me. Emma Bradley. I have something of hers that she's going to want back bad. So if you know her, call her. If you follow me on Snap, tell me it was turned in. Believe me, Emma Bradley.
Well, here in the next class of percentage Simmentals, really a deep class all the way here, and there's 3 on the top here that are high quality, and I think standing still, we like this heifer that leads off the best, just in terms, compared to the heifer in second. She's probably a little bit neater at the base of her chest, and with that, even at the top side of her neck, and still having the right kind of just power and width, and I think she just stays more collected down her top line, and compared to the heifer in second, and maybe like to lean this heifer up, and it just helped this one when she set out and goes. She kind of just wants to lumber around and just doesn't want to just reach with the right kind of authority off either end, but I think one that just puts the right kind of good and within this class. The heifer coming in second, one you like just in terms of her looseness of skeleton and her lower joints, and there's times you like this heifer an awful bit, and then there's times she kind of sticks her sternum out there and falls apart in terms of her top line, and part of that's just her attitude, but I think that one's length and just flexibility is certainly good. Just like to maybe just keep her more collected in terms of her top line and the lower part of her shoulder, but certainly a high quality individual that's got a lot of good. The heifer coming in third, one that's really attractive about her neck and head. She's smooth-shouldered, really just kind of an angular heifer that, like her extra length, but just can't have enough just true power and width to run with those 2 ahead of her. Plus like to just relax her in terms of her pastern, but a real attractive heifer there in third.
All right, placings on the class that just went out of the ring. Class 169, percentage Simmental. Females, first place, Regan McClure of Burlington. Second to Bell Nedelicki of Fairfax. Third, James Groover of Selly. Fourth, Walker McDermott Wyota. Fifth, Luke Paplo of Nashua. And sixth, Savannah Hall of Oskaloosa.
Very nice heifer here that wins this class. Again, I think as a show heifer, she's nice, but I'm probably even a little more excited about this one as we get her into a cow. I just think she's beautiful in the way she's shaped and constructed. Her skeleton, her rib cage, she's going to have a pretty udder. You can see the way that thing's shaped up and formed, and just a lot of good in her. I hope she continues to grow and develop. You're going to have a lot of fun with that one there. Maybe more fun next year. She's nursing a baby calf. Very nice place to start here up on the top end. I think for Shiloh and I both, it was a decision for second, and as we watch these two cattle move, we just felt more comfortable with the heifer that winds up here in second. She's a little more secure in the way she sets down at the ground. This one's shaped really nice in her knee. She's got good feet underneath her, a little extra bone work as I compare to the heifer in third, and just more comfortable out here. Now, with that being said, probably gets a little tighter right up in the top of her back. She doesn't have quite the length to her as we studied her and compared to the heifers on either side of her, but big bone, again, just pretty mobile, pretty strong as we get inside this heifer. The natural base width that she has, I think, is a bit of an advantage over the female in third. I really like the length of body of the heifer in third, and she's probably not operating quite as comfortably off all four corners out here in terms of feet and legs. I kind of see there on her back leg where she's maybe just a little ginger on that, but I like her length, I like her depth of body. I think maybe if we just take a little of the fat out of this one on the inside, is starting to kind of open up in her shoulder just a little bit, and I think we got her just a little fat in through her chest, but that's a big, long, smooth, very feminine kind of heifer, and I think, again, just kind of managing her a little bit differently, she can sure be a contender here, more to win the class than she ever would be for third. But that's a nice class, and again, we think just a real good, solid heifer to end up winning this particular group.
Placings on the class, currently going out of the ring, Class 170 percentage Simmental heifers. First place, Megan Clark, Grand Mound. Second place to Tyler Loudon Creston. Third to Tess Wilhelm of Dow's. Fourth to Peyton Ford of Westchester. Fifth, Luke Steffener of Mediapolis. Sixth, Lincoln Stansberry of Ryan. Seventh to Cassidy Snyder of Winterset, and eighth to Riley Schward of Persia. That was placings for Class 170, 171, currently entering the ring. There will be one more class of percentage females after this one, then we'll be selecting your champion percentage semi-tall female. Emma Bradley has showed up. Thanks for all the concerned citizens.
Well, another deep class here in the percentage Simmental show, and the heifer that leads off here, I think just sets the bar in terms of structural build and correctness. And with that, she still comes in a youthful, I guess, fresher appearing look, and still having the right kind of shape and look and build. I think just a nice way to start off with. You know, she's probably not the stoutest bone, and maybe that's where the heifer in second complements her a little bit. The heifer in second, the snip-nosed one, is incredibly bold and powerful. She is stout, and like we said, in terms of her bone work and foot, you know, with that, maybe could be freshened up ever so slightly. I think that'd help her chest floor and just let her reach and go out of her front end, and maybe just pick her neck up at the top side of her shoulder. But certainly an awesome cow for this young man that's got an extremely quality look about her. And then standing still, like a lot of things about this heifer in third, you know, she's probably a little bit more youthful, or I guess fresher in her condition than the heifer directly ahead of her. One you like in terms of her length and smoothness. She's good about her neck and head. But for us, I guess when you set her in motion, she gets just a little bit tangle-legged off her rear too. Just like to set her down square, but one you appreciate in terms of her angles and just smoothness.
well, this fall class here, you've got December, November, September, and so we have a variety of age, a variety in size, a variety of mature weight when it's all said and done. And so you've kind of got one for everyone out here. And again, you know, for us, the quality thing sure is on the December heifer out here. She's very youthful in her head, her neck, clean in her conditioning. I think mobility-wise, she sure stays together and looks the part as we put her on the lead out here. It's just really her presence out here in the ring that kind of captures our attention, and she ends up winning this class. Heifer in second, the November heifer, again, just monstrous in bone and rib and extra length of body. And you know, again, it's kind of like we've talked about in several classes and other breeds. Sometimes we got to give up a little something to get that. We've got one here that's just a little plain about her head and her neck and her down in her sternum, lower shoulder. So yeah, it's one of those trade-off deal. We will take a little of that if we can get enough body. In this case here, we got maybe a little too much of that. And you put on top of that, that's a pretty big creature right there. That one's going to make a really, really big cow someday when it's all said and done. But also, for her size and her weight, she's still pretty mobile. I think she gets out and covers her tracks with really some ease and some grace. Talked about switching this. I think as you look at the maturity of these cattle and what they really are, this September, it kind of fits her out here that winds up in third. We can switch it because she is so much more attractive up into the neck and the lower shoulder. Again, the trade-off here is, does she have the substance and mass like the heifer ahead of her? And probably not, and not bred to do that either. You can kind of see she's just a little flatter in her general build and her rib cage. But she too, I think, is a quality heifer, especially from the standpoint of some balance and some femininity out here.
Let me catch you up on the percentage Simmental show. This is the championship drive in the ring right now. Placings for class 171. First place, Wade Spencer Logan. Second to Brody Winnell of Sioux City. Third to Jenna White, Blakesburg. Fourth to Casey Crow of Sergeant Bluff. Fifth to Bailey McCullum Colo. Sixth to Connor Shala of Kelowna. Seventh to Dana Shires of Corning, and eighth to Elizabeth Schmidt of Adel, finishing up the class. Ninth place, Gavin Smith of Leon, and 10th to Mason Herman of Missouri Valley. Final class of the day there for the percentage Simmental heifers. Class 172, first place, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap. Second to Jaylee Zyka of Adel, and third to Joran Kroll of Albia. Judges Scott and Shiloh Shockey from Westmoreland, Kansas, currently selecting your champion percentage Simmental heifer. We'll have 8 classes of purebred Simmentals to finish up the day.
Well, I don't want to say I don't like the other cattle out here. I guess for Shiloh and me, we wanted to, or at least me, I'm a slow kid. I got to get these things out here and kind of get them parked head to tail, and where we can get a good evaluation of the 3 that I like a lot, and Shiloh does too. And there's another heifer we're going to bring in here in just a second. But this is deep water. This is a really, really good division of cattle. Every class didn't have just one, but 3, 4, 5 good ones in it, and that's what makes it fun when you're able to kind of sort through the ones like that. And when it's all said and done, I think what you end up with, there's really, I think there's going to be 4 really outstanding heifers today, and then probably another half a dozen or 10 that are going to be really good on down the road. It's just a matter of how they continue to grow and develop. Gives you all a chance too to kind of see them out here head to tail, and I think it's fun because we all come here with the idea that we got the best one at home, and then you show up and you're like, whoa, maybe she's not quite as good. We've done that a time or two, haven't we, Shiloh? We get to the fair, we're like, well, we're not as good as we thought. So let's just real quick talk about them. Let's start with the heifer here, the youngest one of the trio that we have out here. And again, we said in class, her presence from this angle is unmatched and still is out here in this final drive. The way she has her old chest and sternum stuck up in her, the angle to her shoulder, her length of top, good body mass and shape to her, and still handles it very well in terms of flexibility. She's one of those, and as I compare her to the next 2, I think her balance and her presence is where she's really strong out here in this particular lineup. The star-headed heifer, the one that's got a tick of white in her, you know, she won that class, I thought, pretty handily, and she's a very high-quality heifer. I just see a lot of female quality in that female. She's so smooth, beautiful in her rib cage. I like the shape of it. She's got plenty of rib for me. So the way she hooks up out of her shoulder, her hip and hind leg design, I think, are incredibly nice. In this group here, she's a little shorter up in her neck, and I think the reason being is she's just a little bit steeper up in her shoulder. You lay the shoulder blade forward just a little bit more, and it kind of jams everything up in her front end. I think that's what maybe just those are just a little out of kilter out here in this final drive. But young lady, I like your heifer a great deal. I think she has just a lot of features to her that make her pretty unique. And then the young man's heifer. I told Shiloh, and again, I know where we're at. I honestly think we have too much belly in this one here. I think it throws her out of balance for me. As you come out of her forerib, you got that big belly hanging in the middle of her and then up into her flank. And for me, that just throws her a tick out of balance. I think her skeleton is exceptional. Her angle to her shoulder, the way she reaches in her step, and for me, maybe just a little shorter hip, but yet she handles it really good in terms of feet and legs. So I think it's one of those deals, and I know you all are really good at getting it in them and getting that feel to them, but for me, it just kind of throws her a little out of balance out here from this side. But that's a very nice heifer. I don't want this young man walking out of the ring here and think that I didn't like this heifer, because I think she is one of those that could be pretty cool, and certainly some judges, because of all that belly, is going to just say that's the best one out here. Again, congratulations. We're going to pull another heifer in here in just a second for reserve. Let's give these young people a nice hand. They worked hard, getting late in the day. They deserve it. It's a high-quality show. The young lady that comes out here first in this trio, she's going to be our champion in our percentage show. Congratulations to her.
Your 2022 Iowa Beef Expo champion percentage Simmental going to Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap. Coming into contention, Abby Tuak.
Well, we could spend another hour, we could spend another minute, and we're going to both agree that three very nice heifers out here, and our classmate to our champion, like we said in class, this is a very, very nice heifer too. She's still, you know, I guess I think she's a little immature yet in terms of her design and shape. I love this thing on the move. I think she's so graceful out here. She's so nice at the surface and keeps her spine about right as she goes. Shiloh's getting a little Kevin Jensen on me here. He keeps saying, boy, I wish she didn't have that head. I don't like her head. And it's not the prettiest thing in the world. There's no doubt about that. So we're back and forth, and I think Shiloh brings up a good point, and I don't think it's always necessary you keep the likes together. But he said, you know, the heifer that stands third out here is more like the champion in terms of being bolder, just a little more robust in the way that she's shaped up in her top and back from behind. And I agree with him. I think there's just today a lot more punch in her than the classmate to the champion. Let's give the young man a nice hand that circles her. He's going to be our reserve champion in a very strong percentage show.
Your reserve champion, low percent or percentage Simmental, going to Wade Spencer of Logan. Once again, Sarah Sullivan Dunlap, your champion percentage Simmental, reserved to Wade Spencer of Logan.
Well, another good class here in the Purebred Simmental show, and I think the heifer we lead off with just does so in terms of a quality look. You know, for how good or for how stout this one is and bold, she still does it with a relatively good package from the side. Her neck comes out good of her shoulder. Her spring of ribs good. You know, she's stout out of her hip, and like this one at the ground in terms of her substance and bone, maybe gets just a little bit rounder, but that's picking on one that's good in terms of just the basic cow and brood cow. Heifer coming in second, probably a little bit smoother, a little longer, maybe does so a little bit more feminine look. You like her length and extra grow to it, but at the same time, like to change this one in terms of her loin when she gets going, just strengthen her up there and just set her down on a bigger circumference of bone and foot, but one you really like in terms of just her center body, rib shape, and yet still looking like a female. The heifer coming in third, you know, probably from her shoulders back, one you really appreciate in terms of just her boldness and power. You know, when she does get out and move there, she wants to struggle out of her front end, like to set her back at the angle of her shoulder. And then on top of that, maybe just lean her up a little bit and just freshen her up, and I think that'll help her in the end. But one you really like in terms of just her easy doing look.
Placings in class 173, first class of purebred Simmental heifers, first place. Brooklyn Curtin, Oxford, second to Gracie Hirschberger of Wellman, third to Katie Flish of Central City, fourth to Garrett Warzer of Wacoma, fifth to Maggie Renner of Washington, sixth to Delaney Engler of Wheatland, seventh to Brenna Sullivan Woodbine, eighth. Preston Ford of Westchester, 9th, Bristol Gertis of West Point, and 10th to Riley Davis of Corridon. Currently in the ring, second class purebred Simmental females, class 174.
Well, this class, again, I think the logical thing is what we're able to do up here on the top end, and it's just really based on mobility, movement. I think this one's, you know, maybe not perfect in her feet in the way she rolls out just a little on the hind ones, but boy, I tell you, her shoulder blade, her knee, the way she comes down to the ground out of her front end, her length of step with some authority is really good. Stays very nice in her spine as we put her on the move. Very cowy looking, very maternal looking the way that she's shaped. So that's a good female. Again, we feel pretty good about hanging our hat on that one and calling her the real sound heifer here in the group. You know, this next strip face heifer, and again, I told Shiloh she's just one good hind leg away from winning this class, because I think that thing has a lot of presence to her. Her length of body's good, nice in the construction of her neck and her chest, and still big top, thick ender. There's plenty of natural base width to that female there. Gets out of her front end fine. It's really just an awkward looking hind leg. It's just aesthetically a little tough to look at out here as she goes. And I don't think she's crippled. I just think she needs to be built differently in her feet, her hind feet, that joint, and just maybe take a little of this set out of it. But that's a good heifer. I just wish she was a little better in the way she's constructed from her hock down to the ground. We probably were back and forth here. You know, Shiloh said this heifer, just in terms of substance, that ends up in third is quite nice, and he's right. I like her depth of heart. She's got some muscle to her. I guess for me, she tends to be a little shorter in the way that she's constructed out of her hip. Probably even though she flexes her hind leg better than the one ahead of her, I don't know that her motion of stride is quite as good as it needs to be. But that's a nice female too. Big body, very muscular, really shapely as you study her down her top line.
Placings for class 174 that just went out of the ring. First place, Brock Henderson of Wyota. Second to McKenna DeCap of Dixon. Third to Natalie McKenna of Sioux City. Fourth, Kaylee Bailey of Creston. Fifth, Riker Giroux of Ainsworth. And sixth to Jax Knopp of Maxwell. That was placings for class 174 purebred Simmental heifers. 175 currently in the ring. One more time tomorrow, starting time 8 o'clock. Angus heifers on the female side, crossbreds all day long on the steer side. And just as we do it year after year, 30 minutes after the final class of the day, doesn't matter which side, 30 minutes after the final class of the day, we will do market animals first. Market animal, Supreme Market Animal Drive first, 30 minutes after the final class of the day. Don't forget to tell everybody at home, liveauctions.tv. Liveauctions.tv, a little different than a .com. Liveauctions.tv. Just go to that site and you'll see the Iowa Beef Expo on there, and you'll be able to watch both rings from right up there. Also, everything's being posted. On the pulse. Nice job, young man.
Well, another high-quality class here, and I think there's a pair of heifers that leads off. You know, the heifer that leads or that wins just has a striking look about them, and both of them have the right kind of presence and attractiveness. I think the heifer that leads might does so just on a sounder, more structural correctness. I like this one's length of hip and sets down on a bigger, probably square hind leg, and yet still has the right kind of look and build. I think that one's got the right kind of future that'll go on, and it'll only get better with time. The heifer that coming in second here, the Baldy, like we talked, liked her elegance and just attractiveness about her front 1/3, long-bodied heifer that's long in her spine, and it's probably her back 2/3 that I don't like as much about her in terms of her pins. Needs to set her up there around her tail head and just set down on a more comfortable hind leg, especially down in her pastern. But that one's front 2/3 you like a lot about that one. Young man's heifer coming in third, certainly one you appreciate just in terms of a balance and look. You know, heifer that's smooth and has the right kind of substance of bone, but it's kind of the same thing that when she gets set into motion, maybe just like to free this one up ever so slightly, but certainly going to make a nice cow for this young man.
Well, again, pretty quickly when this one come in the ring from the side and the mobility she has, we were both kind of, intrigued with this one here. Just a great presence out here, little extra streak down her face, and then she's got that nice neck shape to her, chest in her so nice, has some body to her. I think the thing that really allows this heifer to win out here, this class, is just the looseness of structure, the way that she handles her underpinning in terms of her length of step. I was a little disappointed when I got in behind her. There's not a lot of cow there. She's plenty base narrow and gets just a little tangle-legged from behind because of that. But again, it's one of those situations, as you all know just as well as me, sometimes you get that, that real loose, mobile look that we like. We're sometimes having to give up some extra punch and power and muscle, and I think that's sure what we had to do here. But that's a good female, just a lot of quality. I think second, really she follows her a little bit better than the heifer we wind up putting in third, just in terms of her eye appeal out here. Really nice in the shape of her neck and the way it's attached into her shoulder compared to the heifer here in third. Extra length of body, just freer fat. And I think that's the big thing right now in this particular age group. This heifer's got a nice youthful look to her. I don't know that she keeps her spine and just looseness quite as nicely as the streak-faced heifer, but with that being said, we don't find any just major holes in terms of structure that we need to get any lower than second here in this class. This one that winds up in thirds are really big-bodied, probably of the group. She's the heaviest boned heifer here in the group. She's got some substance to her, just a little chuffy up in her neck. We'd like to lengthen it up and set it up out of her shoulder a little bit different if we could. And again, I just like to make her a little more youthful, a little calfier looking if we could. But that's a big, heavy structured, big-bodied female that's really always going to have the look of doability to her. What a very nice class, and it's good to see a few people sticking around to watch them because, again, you put a lot of time and effort into these. It's getting late in the day, and I think the quality is very good. And we both agree that you put the combination of things we like in these two heifers in second and third, and that's what we end up with here in our class winner. I think just her presence alone, the way she's constructed in her jaw, her neck, the ability to get her neck up out of her shoulder, both when she stands and she travels out here, is an advantage over the heifer in second. And then obviously, as you look at her from behind, from up front, the substance she has, she's got more power. That's the advantage she has over here in third. So I think the best way to put it is she ties the things together really in the most complete package out here. Still very mobile from the side, has a nice mature cow look to her in terms of her mature size when it's all said and done. Just a good, complete kind of a female. Standing here, we both like this strip-faced heifer a lot. Her rib cage, big old strong hip, a strong hind leg on her. I told Shiloh she's just pouty. You know, we'd get her out here on the move and she lumbers around out of her front end. She doesn't throw her head up to be a proud show heifer. She's just kind of one of those that gets a little lethargic out here on the move. And it's not really, to me, a function that she's not right in her structure. I just don't think she sets her neck as correctly into her shoulder. She just doesn't get her presence out here on the move as nicely as the heifers on either side of her. But that is one big, powerful, stout-built, wide constructed heifer that I think still has good features in terms of her hip and hind leg construction. I just like to give her a little more presence up to the front third of her body. And that's what the young man's heifer does so well out here. I think, again, from the side, you look at the youthful, calfy look that she has, you know, the look up through her front third, and still from the side, I think this one's feet and legs go the right direction. You know, she's a lot more immature. She's not near as far along in the ball game as those first two. And so you can read her to be a little harder in her rib. Certainly from behind, that one tends to be a little bit base narrower from behind. She's not constructed as wide and bold from one end to the other. But again, young man, you got a pretty interesting heifer here. I think she's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to take some time yet. Show season's long. It does last more than 2 days, and so I think that's one thing that we can see in this heifer here. We continue to develop her, bring her along here. I think she's going to have a lot of fun pieces to work with down the road. Another good class. Congratulations to several of them in here. There's several good heifers here that wind up fourth on down the line. We enjoy looking through all of them.
All right, placings for class 175 purebred Simmental heifers. First place, Jillian Moffett Colfax. Second to Rachel Clark, Grand Mound. Third, Peyton Gall of Strawberry Point. Fourth to Bryn Kinsel of Epworth. Fifth, Hope Woods, Creston. Sixth, Clayton Van Ernen of Exira. Placings for class 176. First place, Austin Foss. Second to Leah Evans. Austin Foss, St. Ansgar. Second to Leah Evans of Washington. Third, Cole Toby of Charlotte. Fourth to Lane White of Blakesburg. Fifth to Mac Ryan Bernard. Sixth to Sophie Dorsey of Wyota. Seventh to Ethan Graber of Mount Pleasant. Eighth to Lydia Judy of Ottumwa. Ninth to Gavin Smith of Leon. And placings for the class that just went out of the ring. Class 177, first place, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap. Second, Jade Beeson of Anthon. Third, Braden Smalley of Nevada. Fourth, Carly Spear of Newton. Fifth, Brady Werner, Williamsburg. Sixth to Brock Studer of Creston. Seven, Vivian Joyner of Plano. Eighth to Ty Eckert of Farmersburg. And ninth to Danny Gravel of Anamosa. Currently in the ring, class 178. Next to last class of the day. Class 178 now entering the ring. Once again, our breeding side judges for the day, father-son duo out of Westmoreland, Kansas, Scott and Shiloh Shockey. Scott is a professor at K-State, long time, now retired judging team, 5 national champions, 7 reserve grand national champions. Pretty impressive, kind of still around there as a professor, but puts a lot of time in there on the farm, managing Shockey Farm, Simmental operation there. His son Shiloh also graduated from K-State. He lives in Kansas City, where he's a national beef packing company cattle buyer. Big thanks to Scott and Shiloh for driving up from Kansas.
Well, here on the Simmental side, I think the heifer that leads off does so just in terms of her freshness, youthfulness, and yet still does so in a package that puts together in the right kind of structural build. I think she's better in terms of her neck and chest and compared to the heifer in second. Like this heifer's extra length, you know, maybe like to make her a little bit stouter, but that one's just so elegant and needs to lead off with. And I think the heifer coming in second probably fits her kind better than the one directly behind her. She's a little bit smoother package, has some extra length and extension. You know, like to tuck her up there at the base of her chest, the top of her crest of her neck. But heifer that just has some extra frame and go, and probably puts it together in terms of a smoother package. Now the heifer coming in third is bold and big ribbed as any of them. Like this one's feet size or foot size, it's just puts it together so stout. She gives up a little bit extra look. She's a little bit coarser, and just like to just have her a little smoother made and just have more reach out of her front end, but certainly a powerful big rib kind of a female.
Oh, good class again. And again, I think we've got good options out here to work with. And I think pretty easily for Shiloh and I, the one that has, again, the mobility out here, the flexibility, and yet still puts the extra base width and real muscle and dimension is the heifer that wins the class up here on the top end. The young man does a pretty good job most of the time. We get things kind of organized. This heifer looks pretty good. Again, we've said it in so many situations that to get that extra power and muscle and still stay mobile like we're able to do on her is pretty tough to do. We also know that we're going to take a little more shoulder and a little more roundness and coarseness up in her front, and we have to do that on this case here. But her length of neck is so good, her extra length of spine, everything kind of fits together very well with her. And like I said, what it really boils down to, whether you study her up front, from behind, you go up on this one, there's just more real width, more natural width in her than there is the Baldy. Again, good presence here from the side. The Baldy's really got a good look up in her throat, down in through her chest. Her depth of body's really good. Again, length of stride I think is good. I don't know that she really digs that hind toe in the dirt correctly in terms of her foot and the way she leaves us. Quite honestly, she gets into seconds because when you get in behind her, that one's just a little too base narrow, just a little too flat in her general design as I compare here to the heifer that wins the class. But a good quality heifer, and really today, her extra body depth and smoothness and the way she kind of collects everything together out here on the move, especially up in her spine and her tail head, is an advantage over in the female in third. I like the youthful look, a really clean condition look here in the heifer in third. Her body length is good. I think she too is certainly constructed good enough in terms of feet and legs. She's right now kind of missing that ingredient right in the middle there. She's just a little harder bodied anyway, and the fact she's not quite as far along in terms of her rib cage and depth of body makes it just a little tougher to look at right now in this particular class. But once again, that's just a pretty easy fix. We give her some time, we give her some maturity, we get a baby inside of her. That's a pretty simple fix, I think, on down the road as far as the show ring is concerned. Again, a very nice class and a good trio of different kinds up here on the top end to work with.
Well, single entry here. I think she said she's a fall and really a feminine, powerful kind of a heifer that's got some shape and yet still the right kind of look. Maybe change this heifer up front in terms of her, make her square up front, just travel better, but certainly a nice, high quality individual.
All right, let me catch you up on the last two classes of the day. Class 178, first place, Derek Klingman of New Virginia. Second to Colby Bailey of Creston. Third, Connor Shivers of Bondurant. Fourth, Eli Miller Winfield. Fifth, Shira Kota, Harper's Ferry. Sixth to Presley Fisher of Albia. Seventh to Shane Stansberry of Ryan. And eighth to Luke Kroc, Mechanicsville. And the final, nope, not the final class, 179. First place, Jaron Gertis of West Point. Second to Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap. Third, Haley McCullough, Vale. Fourth to Riley Thill of Pleasantville. Fifth, Elizabeth Blackford of Weldon. Sixth, Cole Miller of Charter Oak. Seventh to Keegan Bailey of Creston. Eighth to Kiara Myers of Lawler. Ninth, Ava Wegner of West Union. And 10th to Haley Dodge of Terrell. Final class, class 180 single entry, Claire Blackford, Weldon. Judges Scott and Shiloh Shockey. Going to get us out of here by selecting the last division of the day, the champion Simmental Heifer. Once again, 8 o'clock start time tomorrow. Angus commercial on the heifer side. Crossbreds all day long on the steer side.
Well, no, it's no consolation when you leave the show and you're driving home and you're like, well, he pulled us out in the top three. There's actually, again, we think, like the percentage show, we thought there's just 4 really, really unique heifers that wind up in this purebred show. And I think they're, again, each of them brings some real strengths to this particular breed. And real quick, again, I don't want to take anything away from the other class winners. It's amazing how just an hour later, how some of them kind of get drawn up and they're tired and they probably don't look quite as good out here on the younger side as they did when they came in class. These 3 here we thought have held together very nice. The Blazeface heifer, and Shiloh is exactly right. He said, if that one's stouter, that one can win, because she's so elegant, she's so nice in her skeleton, the way she gets around out here in the ring, just excellent in terms of the angle to her shoulder and the way that she travels, But of the 3 right now, that one is pretty base narrow. She's pretty flat. And I don't know, again, how much more feed you stuff in her, how much more time we give her. She's always going to be a little that way. And I think that's one of the tricks for us to make them that mobile, that sound, and yet put that extra shot of dimension in them. That's pretty tough to do, and that's going to be the big hurdle for her. But she's always going to get a look because she has such presence out here in the ring in terms of eye appeal and structure. The heifer that's second in this lineup out here, again, you kind of take the good of the 2 that stand on either side of her, and I think she does that. She has some of the same presence out here of the baldy ahead of her in terms of her chest and her sternum, and yet as we work on back into her rib cage, her hip and her hind leg construction, the base width that she has, better than the baldy. Not as overwhelming from behind as the older heifer, but she does have certainly more to her as we compare to the one right ahead of her. And then the older heifer, she won this last big class, not the single division, but big, powerful female, stout. She moves good. She's got a lot of dimension to her. We said in class, we're going to give up some of that correctness of shoulder in terms of the way it's laid in. She gets a little bolder out of her front end. And as she gets out here, the little longer we play the game, she doesn't probably hold together quite as nicely coming out of her blade and into her rib. But to make one that stout, that powerful, and yet just as mobile as she is, it's pretty unique. So I think all 3 heifers are unique. They're not freaks, they're unique, and I think that's what's pretty cool. The young lady that comes out here in the middle of the 3, again, she's got the complete one. She'll end up being our champion here in our purebred division. Congratulations.
Your 2022 champion, purebred Simmental heifer, going to Sarah Sullivan from Dunlap.
you know, in that class, we said both of those cattle were both very good, and on the stand, I like this one a lot. A big one again. She's not going to be a little one. She's a big one. She's got a lot of gas left in her. She's grown big enough to this point, but still really bold, really robust. She's got the power, the muscle, the hind legs set up underneath her. And again, she's just one of those that's just not, you know, real proud of herself. Well, she get out here and throw her head up in the air and act like a real proud show heifer as we walk her around out here. I think that makes that decision in that class a whole lot closer than what we had it here tonight. I still think that one's got a lot of good to her, a lot of value. I think about cows to breed and make the next generation better. She's got so much substance and then combines that with a really good hip and hind leg. I'd like to take that one home as well. Let's make her our reserve champion. This comes out of the same class. Congratulations to her.
Is that your reserve coming out of the same, no, it's, yeah, it is. Yep, coming out of the same class. Jade Beeson of Anthon. 8 o'clock start time tomorrow.